19. 20. That's how long I've been in this Nissan Altima that smells faintly like lemon and faux leather and Levi's delicious, masculine scent. And that's how long we've been silent. Thoroughly, wholeheartedly silent. It's going to be a craptastic weekend. We're going to play 007 while barely talking to each other. I see no flaw in this plan. Is this my fault? Perhaps. Perhaps I initiated this remarkably immature, I must admit, standoff, when I didn't say hi back to him this morning. Perhaps I'm the culprit. But I don't give a flying squirrel because I'm mad. So I'm leaning into it. I'm hoarding all of my grievances against Levi and bulking them up into a big, withering, incandescent supernova of silent treatment that. Honestly, I'm not sure he's noticed. He did lift his eyebrow after I refused to say hi, in my best impression of an 11-year-old just done rereading The Babysitter's Club. But he shrugged it off pretty quickly. He put on a CD, Murder Noms by A Perfect Circle, and God, his amazing musical taste is like a knife to my ovaries, and started driving. Impassible. Relaxed. I bet he's not even thinking about it. I bet he doesn't care. I bet I'm here, playing nervously with my grandmother's ring, sulking to the rhythm of Judith, while he's probably pondering the laws of thermodynamics or whether to join the no poo movement. What do dudes even think about all the time? The Dow Jones. MILF porn. Their next date. Does Levi date? I'm sure he does, given the number of people who seem to think of him as a sexy guy. He might not be married, but maybe he's in a long-term relationship. Maybe he's deeply in love, like Schmack. Poor Schmack. My chest hurts in a messy, confusing way when I think about what he said. About Levi feeling similarly intense, scary, powerful things for a woman. About Levi doing the things Schmack talked about doing to her. I shiver, wondering why stray memories of Levi pressing me against a wall are still popping up in my head. Wondering whether the girlfriend he might not even have would be extraordinarily lucky or the very opposite. Wondering why I'm even wondering. I'm sorry. I turn so fast I pull a muscle. What? I'm sorry. For what? I massage my neck. He stares at the road and lifts one eyebrow. Is this some educational technique? Apologizing for dummies? No. I'm honestly befuddled. Then, I'm sorry for calling the meeting without asking for your approval. I squint. Really? Really, what? Are you actually apologizing? Yep. Oh. I nod. To be precise, then, you did ask for my approval. And I explicitly did not give it. Correct. I think he's biting the inside of his cheek to avoid smiling. I didn't heed your explicit advice. I wasn't trying to undermine your authority, or to act like your opinion is irrelevant. I think. He presses his lips together. Actually, I know I'm overly invested in Blink. Which makes me overly controlling and bossy. You're right, it was the second time I didn't discuss important issues with you. He finally looks at me. I'm sorry, B. I blink. Several times. Wow. Wow? That was an excellent apology. I shake my head, disappointed. How am I supposed to keep up my very adult silent treatment for the next 3.5 hours? You were planning to stop once we got to New Orleans. I wasn't, but realistically, well-executed cold shoulders require an enormous amount of upkeep, and I'm first and foremost lazy. He laughs softly. Should we switch albums, then? Why? I thought late 90s grunge might fit your mood, but if you're outgrowing your wrath, maybe we can listen to something a little less angry? Yeah. What are our options? There's something exquisitely weird about Levi Ward telling me his phone's passcode, 338338, and letting me poke around his music folder. His collection doesn't include a single embarrassing Nickelback song. I hate him. It's a mix of 90s bands, my decade of choice, except that they're all. I opt for shuffle, settle back into my seat to gaze at the beautiful landscape, and give him the only criticism I can think of. You do know women make music, too, right? What does that mean? Nothing. I shrug. Just that the entirety of your music library is angry white boys. He frowns. Not true. Right. That's why you have exactly. I scroll down for a few seconds. More seconds. A minute. A grand total of 0 female performed songs on your phone. That's not possible. And yet. His scowl deepens. It's just a coincidence. Okay, I'm not proud of it, but it's possible that my musical taste was influenced by the fact that in my formative years I, too, was an angry white boy. I snort. I bet you were. Well, if you ever want to work through that rage productively, I could recommend some singer-songwriters. There's something on the side of the road. I crane my neck to see better. Oh my God. He gives me a worried look. What's going on? Nothing. I wipe my eyes. Nothing. B. Are you crying? No, I lie. Poorly. Is it about female singer-songwriters? He says, panicky. I'll buy an album. Just let me know which one is best. Honestly, I don't know enough about them to. No. There was a dead possum. On the side of the road. Oh. I have issues. With roadkill. Issues? It's just animals are so cute. Except for spiders. But spiders are not really animals. They are. And who knows where the possum was going? Maybe she had a family. Maybe she was bringing home food to kids who now wonder where mommy is. I'm making myself cry harder. I wipe my cheek and sniffle. I'm not sure wildlife abides by the rules of traditional nuclear family structure. Levi notices my glare and instantly shuts up. He scratches his nape and adds, it's sad. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm emotionally stable. His lips curl up. Are you? This is nothing. Tim used to make me play this stupid guess the roadkill game to toughen me up, and once I literally ran out of tears. Levi's jaw hardens visibly. And when I was 12 we saw a family of splattered hedgehogs on a Belgian highway and I cried so hard that when we stopped to get gas, a Federal Polizei agent questioned my uncle on suspicion of child maltreatment. Got it. No stops until New Orleans. No, I promise I'm done crying. I'm an adult with a shriveled, hardened heart now. He gives me a skeptical glance, but then says, Belgium, huh, and his voice is curious. Yeah. But don't get too excited, it was the Flemish part. I thought you said you were from France. I'm from all over the place. I take off my sandals and push my legs against the dashboard, hoping Levi won't take offense at my bright yellow nail polish and my incredibly ugly pinkies. I call them the Quasimodos. We were born in Germany. My father was German and Polish, and my mother half Italian, half American. They were very nomadic. My dad was a technical writer, so he could work anywhere. They'd settle in one place, stay for a few months, then move to a new one. And our extended family was very scattered. So when they died, They died? Levi turns to me, wide-eyed. Yeah. Freak car accident. Airbags didn't work. They'd been recalled, but... I shrug. We'd just turned 4. We? He's more invested in my life story than I expected. I thought he just wanted to fill the silence. Me and my twin sister. We don't really have memories of our parents. Anyway, after their death we were sent from relative to relative. There was Italy, Germany again, Switzerland, the US, Poland, Spain, France, Belgium, the UK, Germany again, a brief stint in Japan, the US again. And so on. And you'd learn the language? More or less. We were enrolled in local schools, which, total pain, having to make new friends every few months. There were times I thought in so many languages I didn't even speak, I couldn't understand the inside of my own head. Not to mention, we'd always be the kids with an accent, the kids who didn't really get the culture, so we never properly fit in, and shouldn't you be monitoring the road instead of staring at me? He blinks repeatedly, as if shaking off the shock, and then looks straight ahead. Sorry, he mumbles. Anyway. There were lots of countries, lots of relatives. Eventually we landed in the US with my maternal aunt for the last 2 years of high school. I shrug. I've been here ever since. And your sister? Rika's like my parents used to be. All wanderlustful. She left as soon as she legally could, and for the past decade she's been going from place to place, doing odd jobs, living day by day. She likes to just be, you know. I laugh. I'm positive that if my parents were alive they'd gang up with Rika against me for not loving to travel like they do. But I don't. Rika's all about seeing new places and making new memories, but to me, if you constantly go after new things, there's never enough of anything. I run a hand through my hair, playing with the purple tips. I don't know. Maybe I'm just lazy. It's not that, Levi says. I glance up. You want stability. Permanency. He nods, as if he just found the missing piece of a puzzle and the resulting picture suddenly makes sense. To be somewhere long enough to build a sense of belonging. Hey, Freud, I say mildly, you done with the unsolicited therapy? He flushes. That will be $300. Seems like the going rate. Are you and your sister identical? Yes. Though she insists that she's prettier. That dumbass. I roll my eyes fondly. Do you see her often? I shake my head. I haven't seen her in person in almost 2 years. And even then, it was 2 days, a layover in New York on her way to Alaska from. I have no clue. I've long lost track. But we talk on the phone a lot. I grin. For example, I bitch to her about you. Flattering. He smiles. Must be nice to be close with your sibling. You're not. Did you drive a rift between you and your brothers with your bad habit of doing stuff without clearing it with them first? He shakes his head, still smiling. There is no rift. Just, what's the opposite of a rift? A closing. Yeah. That. Whatever the state of his relationship with his brothers is, he doesn't seem happy about it, and I feel a pang of guilt. Sorry. I didn't mean to imply that your family hates you because you're a control freak. He smiles. You're just as much a control freak as I am, B. And I think it has more to do with the fact that I'm the only member of my extended family who's not in some military career. Really? Yep. I bend my legs and angle myself to face him. Is it an unspoken rule in your family? You must be in the armed forces, or you shall be a failure. It's absolutely spoken. I'm the official disappointment. Only cousin who's a civilian out of 7. The peer pressure is intense. Whoa. Last year, at Thanksgiving, my uncle publicly asked me to change my name to stop bringing shame to the family. This was before he guzzled a case of Blue Moon. I scowl. You are a NASA engineer with Nature publications. You kept track of my pubs. I roll. I don't. Sam just likes to blabber about how amazing you are. Maybe I should bring her to Thanksgiving next year. Hey. I poke his bicep with my index finger. It's hard and warm through the sleeve of his shirt. I know we're nemesis. Nemesis, but your family doesn't. And I usually spend Thanksgiving trying to see how many vegan marshmallows I can stuff into my mouth. So if next year you need someone to explain exactly how amazing you are at your job or even just to bitch slap them, I'm available. I smile, and after a few seconds he smiles back, a little soft. There is something relaxing about this. About here. About the moment we're having. Maybe it's that Levi and I know exactly where we stand when it comes to each other. Or that for both of us, the most important thing in the world right now is Blink. Maybe there is a connection between us. A very odd, very complicated one. I lean back in my seat. That, I muse, is the one pro of being an orphan. What is? Having no parents to disappoint. He mulls it over. Can't argue with that logic. After that we go back to our hostile companionable silence. And after a little longer I fall asleep, Tom York's voice low and soothing in my ears. I have been at HBI for 3.5 minutes when I meet the first person I know, a former I in Sam's lab who's now a PhD student I glance at his badge, Stony Brook. We hug, catch up a bit, promise to get together for drinks over the weekend. We won't. By the time I turn around, Levi has met someone he knows, an elderly guy with a fanny pack and an eyeglass chain that scream engineer from the top of the Grand Canyon. The cycle lasts about 20 minutes. Jesus, I mutter once we're alone. It's not as though we're famous, or anything like that, but the world of neuroimaging is very insular. Incestuous. Inescapable. And lots of other I adjectives. I had more social interactions in the past 20 minutes than in the last 10 months, he mumbles. I saw you smile at least 4 times. I pat his arm comfortingly. That can't have been easy. I might have to lie down. I'll get an ice pack for your cheeks. I look around the crowded hall, suddenly reminded of why I hate academic conferences. Why did we come today, anyway? Magtech's presentation's not until tomorrow. Boris's order. A feeble attempt to look like we're not just here to snoop, I believe. I grin. Do you ever feel like we're super spies and he's our handler? He gives me a half-amused, half-withering look. No. Come on. Boris is totally the M to my James Bond. If you're James Bond, who am I? You're the Bond girl. I'm going to seduce you in exchange for blueprints and stab you while I sip on my martini. I wink at Levi, then realize that he's flushing. Did I go too far? I didn't mean to. There are a couple of engineering talks I want to go to, he says abruptly, pointing at the conference program and sounding remarkably normal. I must have imagined it. You? There's a panel at 4 that sounds interesting. Also, it's my sacred duty to go out for a drink. Big Easy and all that. Oh. Did you want to? I cock my head. Want to? He clears his throat. Did you want company? Were you already planning to go with your friend, or? My friend. That friend of yours. Who? I forgot her name. That girl who was in Sam's lab. Dark hair, did FNIRS research, and... He squints. Nah, that's all I remember. Are you talking about Annie Johansson? He glances back at the program. Maybe. That sounds right. I can't believe Levi forgot Annie's name after she pursued him mercilessly for ages. She knew his damn blood type, for cake's sake. Probably his social security number, too. Why would I go for drinks with her? I just assumed, he says absent-mindedly. You two were inseparable. My heartbeat picks up. Probably for no reason. But she's not here. Levi's still reading the program, not really paying attention to me. I thought I saw her a minute ago. I whirl around. Yes, my palms are starting to sweat, but just because sometimes they do. All palms sweat sometimes, right? I look about frantically, but I'm sure that Annie's not here. She can't be. Levi didn't even remember her name. He can't be right about this. He probably thinks that all women with dark hair look the same. Annie. With a shorter haircut. And a pretty lilac dress. And a big smile on her pretty lips. Standing in line at the badge reclamation station, chatting with someone who just walked up and is handing her a cup of coffee, someone who... Tim. I see Tim, but only for a second. Then my vision blurs, large black dots swallowing the world. I'm hot. I'm cold. I'm sweaty. I'm shaking like a leaf and my heart is pounding and I'm flying away. B. Levi's voice grounds me for a second, warm and deep and worried and solid, and thank God he's here, or I'd be scattered all over, debris in the wind. B, are you okay? I'm not. I'm dying. I'm fainting. I'm having a panic attack. My heart and my head are exploding. B. Levi is holding me now. Holding me again, and I'm in his arms and it feels like I'm safe. How is it possible that when he's around, only when he's around, I really feel sad? 14. Periaquectal gray and the hippocampus, painful memories. This is not my hotel room. First of all, it has a way better view. A busy, picturesque New Orleans street, instead of that cluttered courtyard with stacked patio furniture. Second, it smells faintly like pine and soap. Third, and perhaps most important, it's not messy, and if I have one talent in the world, it's turning a hotel room into complete non-vandalic chaos within the first 3 minutes of my stay. Your girl has some serious splinter skills. I sit up in the bed, which I assume is also not mine. The first thing I see is green. A particular brand of green, Levi green. Yo, I tell him, a little stupidly, and immediately slump back on the pillow. I feel drained. Exhausted. Nauseous. Out of it. How did I get here, anyway? Levi comes to sit next to me, on the side of the bed. How are you? The rich rumble of his voice is a hint of sorts. The last time I heard it was very recently. And I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe because... Did I lose consciousness? He nods. Not immediately. You walked with me to the elevator. Then I carried you here. It comes back to me at once. Tim. Annie. Tim and Annie. They're here at the conference. Talking. To each other. I must be in Levi's bed and the inside of my head is rotten and I'm losing it again and... Deep breaths, he orders. In and out. Don't think about it, okay? Just breathe. Steady. His voice is just in charge enough. The perfect amount of commanding. When I'm like this, a hairbreadth from exploding, I need structure. External frontal lobes. I need someone to think for me until I've calmed down. I don't know what's more upsetting, that Levi is doing this for me, or that I'm not even surprised about it. Thank you, I say when I'm more in control. I turn to my side, and my right cheek brushes against the pillow. This was... Thank you. He scans my face, unconvinced. Are you feeling better? A little. Thank you for not freaking out. He shakes his head, holding my eyes, and I take more deep breaths. Seems like a good idea. Want to talk about it? Not really. He nods and does what he did weeks ago. After saving me from the almost pancaking, he puts his warm hand on my brow and pushes my hair back. It might be the best thing I've felt in months. Years. Is there anything I can do? No. He nods again and makes to stand. The dread in the pit of my stomach is back with a vengeance. I realize that I slid my finger through one of the belt loops in his jeans and immediately flush and let go. Still, all the embarrassment in the world isn't enough to keep me from continuing. Can you stay? Please? I know you'd probably rather be. Nowhere else, he says, without skipping a beat. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. We stay like that, in the hostile companionable silence that's as much a part of our relationship as Blink and peanut butter energy balls, and arguing about Felicette's existence. After a minute, or maybe 30, he asks, what happened, B? And if he sounded pushy, or accusing, or embarrassed, it would be so easy to shut him down. But there's only pure, naked concern in his eyes, and I don't just want to tell him. I need to. Annie and I had a falling out in our last year of grad school. We haven't talked since. He closes his eyes. I'm a fucking asshole. No. I close my fingers around his wrist. Levi, you. I fucking pointed her out to you. You couldn't have known. I sniffle. I mean, you are an asshole, but for other reasons. I smile. I must look ridiculous, my cheeks glistening with sweat and tears and smudged mascara. He doesn't seem to mind, at least judging from the way he cups my face, his thumb warm on my skin. It's a lot of touching for two nemeses, but I'll allow it. I might even welcome it. Annie's at Vanderbilt, he says with the tone of someone who's talking to himself. With Schreiber. You do remember her, then? Seeing you like this definitely jostled my memory. Other things, too. He doesn't move his hand, which is totally fine by me. Is that why you're not working with Schreiber? Why you're with that idiot, Trevor Slate? Trevor is not an idiot, I correct him. He's a sexist, imbecile dickhead. But, yeah. We were supposed to do our postdocs together. We even timed our graduations so we'd move to Nashville at the same time. And then. I shrug as best as I can. Then that mess happened, and I couldn't go anymore. I couldn't be with her and Tim. He frowns. Tim? All three of us were supposed to work with Schreiber. But what does Tim have to do with this? This is the hard bit. The part I've only said out loud twice. Once to Riker, and later to my therapist. I tell myself to breathe. Deeply. In and out. It was over Tim, the falling out Annie and I had. Levi tenses. His hand moves lower, to cup the back of my neck. Somehow it's exactly what I need. B. I think you know how Tim was. Because everyone knew how Tim was. I smile. The tears are flowing again, quietly unstoppable. Well, except for me. I met him in my freshman year of college, you know? And he liked me. And that winter I had nowhere to go, and he asked if I wanted to spend it with his family. Which, of course, I did. It was amazing. God, I miss his family. His mother would knit me socks, isn't it the loveliest thing? Knitting something warm for someone? I still wear them when it's cold. I wipe my cheeks with my wrists. My therapist said that I didn't want to see. To admit how Tim truly was, because I overinvested in our relationship. Because if I acknowledged that he was a jerk, then I'd have to give up on the rest of his family, too. Maybe she's right, but I think I just wanted to trust him, you know. We were together for years. He asked me to marry him. He invited me into his life when no one else ever had. You trust a person like that, don't you? B. Levi's looking at me in a way that I cannot comprehend. Because no one has ever looked at me like that. So, there were all these other girls. Women. I never blamed them, it wasn't their job to look after my relationship. I only ever blamed Tim. My lips taste like salt and too much water. We'd been engaged for 3 years when I found out. I confronted him and took off my engagement ring and told him that we were done, that he'd betrayed me, that I hoped he got gonorrhea and his dick fell off. I don't even know what I told him. I was so mad I wasn't even crying. But he said that it didn't mean anything. That he didn't think I'd be so upset about it, and that he'd stop. That if I'd been. I can't even bring myself to repeat it, the way he twisted everything to make it my fault. If you fucked me a little more frequently, he'd said. If you were better. If you knew how to enjoy it and make it enjoyable. You could at least put in some effort. We'd been together for 7 years. No one else had been in my life that long before, so I took him back. And I tried harder. I put more effort in our relationship. In making him happy. I'm not a victim, I made an informed choice. Figured that if getting married, if stability was what I wanted, then I shouldn't give up on Tim too quickly. You reap what you sow, I let out a shuddering sigh. And then he and Annie, my voice breaks, but Levi can imagine the rest. He knows enough already, probably more than he ever cared to. He doesn't need it spelled out, that I was such a needy, pitiful doormat that not only did I take back my cheater of a fiancé, but I also never realized that he kept cheating on me. With my closest friend. In the lab where I was working every day. I don't think about Annie too often, because the pain of losing her, I never quite learned how to manage. I don't know why she did it. But I couldn't go with them to Vanderbilt. It was career suicide, but I just couldn't. You. Levi's hand tightens on my nape. You didn't marry him. You never married him. I smile, rueful. The worst thing is, I tried to forgive him for a long time. But then I couldn't, and I shake my head. Levi is blinking, a dumbfounded expression on his face. You're not married, he repeats, and I sit up as his shock finally penetrates my brain. You thought I was? He nods, and I let out a wet laugh. I was sure you knew, since you and Tim collaborate. And I let Guy believe it, because I thought you were trying to give me an out, but I lift my left hand, this is my grandmother's ring. I'm not married. Tim and I haven't spoken in years. Levi mouths something I cannot make out and pulls his hand back, as though all of a sudden my skin is scorching him. He stands and walks to the window, staring outside as he runs a hand through his hair. Is he angry? Levi? No reply. He rubs his mouth with his fingers, as if deep in thought, as if coming to terms with some seismic event. Levi, I know you and Tim collaborate. If this puts you in a weird position, you can. We don't. He finally turns around. Whatever just happened, he seems to have collected himself. The green of his eyes, though, is brighter than before. Brighter than ever. Collaborate, that is. I sit up, legs dangling over the mattress. You and Tim don't collaborate anymore? Nope. Since when? Now. What? But. I don't feel like going to the conference, he interrupts. Do you need to rest? Rest? Because of he gestures vaguely at me in the bed, fainting. Oh, I'm fine. If I needed rest every time I fainted, I'd need a lot of rest. In that case, there's something I'd like to do. What is it? He doesn't answer. Want to join me? I have no idea what he's referring to, but it's not as though I have a busy schedule. Sure. He smiles, a little smug, and a terrible thought occurs to me. I'm going to regret whatever's about to happen. I hate this. I know. What gave it away? I push a sweaty purple strand from my forehead. My hands are shaking. My legs are twigs, but made of slime. There's a distinctive taste of iron in my throat. A sign that I'm dying? Possibly. I want to stop but I can't, because the treadmill is still going. If I collapse, the walking belt is going to swallow me in a vortex of clammy darkness. Is it the wheezing? The near puking? Mostly the way you've said it 8 times since starting to run, which, by the way, was exactly 60 seconds ago. He leans forward from his own treadmill and hits the speed button, slowing it. You did great. Now walk a bit. He straightens and keeps on running at a pace I wouldn't achieve even hunted by a swarm of maggots. In 3 minutes, you're going to run 60 more seconds. He's not even short of breath. Does he have bionic lungs? Then you'll walk 3 more minutes, and then you'll cool down. Wait. I tuck my hair behind my ear. I need to invest in a headband. That's it. Yep. I only run for 2 minutes. That's my training. Yep. How do you know? Have you ever done a couch to 5K? Have you ever even been on a couch? I give him a skeptical once-over. He looks upsettingly good in his mid-thigh shorts and pit t-shirt. A patch of sweat is spreading on his back, making the cotton stick to his skin. I can't believe there are people who manage to look hot while running. Screw them. I did some research. I laugh. You did research? Of course. He gives me an affronted look. I said I'd train you for the 5K, and I will. Or you could just release me from our bet. Nice try. I shake my head, laughing some more. I can't believe you did research. It's either incredibly nice, or the most sadistic thing I've ever heard. I contemplate it. I'm leaning toward the latter. Hush, or I'll sign you up for the Meat Lovers 5K. I shut up and keep on walking. 3 hours later, we end up in a bar in the French Quarter. Together. As in, me and Levi Ward. Getting drinks. Sipping Sazerac at the same table. Giggling because the waitress served mine with a heart-shaped straw. I'm not sure how it happened. I think some Googling was involved, an intense skimming of a website called Drinking Nola, and then a 5-minute walk in which I determined that one of Levi's steps equals exactly 2 of mine. But I'm blanking on how we came to the decision that venturing out together would be a good idea. Oh well. Might as well focus on the Sazerac. So, I ask after a long sip, whiskey burning sweetly down my throat, who's engaging with Schrodinger's anus this weekend. Levi smiles, swirling the amber liquid in his tumbler. After his shower he didn't dry his hair, and some damp wisps are still sticking to his ears. Guy. Poor Guy. I lean forward. The corners of the world are starting to get fuzzy in a soft, pleasant way. Alcohol. Is it difficult? Who taught you? Does it require tools? Does Schrodinger like it? What does it smell like? No, the vet, just gloves and some treats. If he does he hides it well, and awful. I take another sip, fully entertained. How did you end up with a cat who needs expression, anyway? He didn't when I first got him, 17 years ago. He spent 15 years long conning me into loving him, and now here I am. He shrugs. Expressing once a week. I burst into more laughter than is probably warranted. Alcohol. You got him as a kitten? From the shelter? From under the garden shed. He was chomping on a sad-looking pigeon wing. I figured he needed me. How old were you? 15. You guys have been together most of your lives. He nods. My parents aren't exactly pet people, so it was either bringing him wherever I went or leaving him to fend for himself. He came to college with me. And grad school. He'd jump on my desk and stare at me all accusing and squinty-eyed when I slacked off. That little asshole. He's the real secret of your academic success. I wouldn't go that far. The source of your intelligence seems excessive. The only reason you have a job. He lifts one eyebrow and I laugh some more. I'm hilarious. Alcohol. It's so nice of Guy to do this for you. To be clear, Guy's just feeding Schrödinger. I did the expressing before leaving. But yeah, he's great. I have an inappropriate question for you. Did you steal Guy's job? He nods pensively. Yes and no. He'd probably be Blink's lead if I hadn't transferred. But I have more team leading and neuro experience. He's awfully graceful about it. Yep. If it were me, I'd stab you with my nail filer. He smiles. I don't doubt it. I guess deep down Guy knows he's cooler. I take in Levi's confused expression. I mean, he's an astronaut. And? Well, here's the deal. If NASA were a high school, and its different divisions were cliques, the astronauts would be the football players. Is football still a thing in high school? Despite the brain damage? Yes. Crazy, right? Anyway, the engineers would be more like the nerds. So I'm a nerd? I sit back and study him carefully. He's built like a linebacker. I actually played tight end, he points out. Shit. Did I say it out loud? Yes. You're a nerd. Fair. What about the neuroscientists? Neuroscientists are the artsy kids. Or maybe the exchange students. Intrinsically cool, but forever misunderstood. My point is, Guy's been to space, therefore he's part of a better clique. I see your reasoning, but counterpoint, Guy has never been to space, never will. I frown. He said he worked with you on his first space mission. As ground crew. He was supposed to go to the ISS, but he failed the psychological screening last minute, not that it means anything. Those tests are ridiculously selective. Anyway, most of the astronauts I've met are very down to earth. Down to earth? I laugh so hard, people turn to stare. Levi shakes his head fondly. And to become an astronaut, you're required to have a STEM degree. Which means that they're nerds, too, nerds who decided to take on additional training. Wait a minute. I lean forward again. You want to eventually be an astronaut, too? He presses his lips together, pensive. I could tell you a story. Oh. A story? But you'd have to keep it secret. Because it's embarrassing. A little. I pout. Then I can't do that. You're my archenemy, I have to slander you. It's in the contract. No story, then. Oh, come on. I roll my eyes. Fine, I won't tell anyone. But FYI, it will probably kill me. He nods. I'm willing to risk it. You know how my family isn't happy with me. Still looking forward to kicking their collective ass at Thanksgiving. Appreciated. Once I started working for NASA, my mother took me aside and told me that I might be able to redeem myself in my father's eyes if I applied for the astronaut corps. My eyes widen. Did you do it? Yep. And? I'm leaning closer and closer. This is engrossing. Did you get in? Nope. Didn't even make it through the elimination round. No. Why? Too tall. They recently tightened the height restriction, can't be taller than 6'2", or shorter than 5'1". I briefly contemplate the notion that neither Levi nor I fall within astronaut height requirements, but for dramatically different reasons. Wild. Were you heartbroken? My family was, yeah. He looks me straight in the eye. I was so relieved, my friend and I got passed out drunk that night. What? He tips back his head and downs the rest of his drink. I'm not staring at his Adam's apple, I'm not. Outer space is fucking terrifying. I'm thankful for the ozone layer and the gravitational pull of the moon and whatnot, but they'd have to tie me like a spit-roasted pig to send me out there. The universe keeps expanding and getting colder, chunks of our galaxy are sucked away, black holes hull through space at millions of miles per hour, and solar superstorms flare up at the drop of a hat. Meanwhile, NASA astronauts are out there in their frankly inadequate suits, drinking liters of their own recycled urine, getting alligator skin on the top of their feet, and shitting rubber balls that float around at eye level. Their cerebrospinal fluid expands and presses on their eyeballs to the point that their eyesight deteriorates. Their gut bacteria are a shit show, no pun intended, and gamma rays that could literally pulverize them in less than a second wander around. But you know what's even worse? The smell. Space smells like a toilet full of rotten eggs, and there's no escape. You're just stuck there until Houston allows you to come back home. So believe me when I say, I'm grateful every damn day for those 2 extra inches. I stare at him. And stare at him. And stare a little more, open-mouthed. I stare at this man who is 6'4" and 200 pounds of muscle and just vented to me for 5 minutes about the fact that space is a scary place. God. Oh, God. I think I like him. There's one single format in which space is tolerable, he says. Which is? Star Wars movies. Oh, God. I jump out of my seat, grab his hand, and pull him out of the bar. He follows without resisting. B. Where are we? I don't bother looking back. To my hotel room. To watch The Empire Strikes Back. Yoda's a bit of a dick. I lean over to steal a handful of popcorn from Levi's lap. My own bag, sadly, is long gone. Should have paced myself. All Jedi are dicks. Levi shrugs. It's the forced celibacy. I can't believe I'm on a bed. With Levi Ward. Watching a movie. With Levi Ward. And it doesn't even feel weird. I steal more popcorn, and inadvertently grab his thumb. Sorry. That's not vegan, he says, a hint of something in his voice, and I am mesmerized by the shadows the TV light casts on his face. His elegant nose, the unexpected fullness of his lips, his black hair, blue-tinted in the dark. What? He asks, without taking his eyes off the screen. What? You're staring. Oh. I should avert my gaze, but I'm a bit drunk. And I like looking at him. Nothing. Just. He finally turns. Just look at us. I smile. It doesn't even feel like we hate each other. That's because we don't. AW. I tilt my head. You stopped hating me? New rule. He turns more fully toward me, and his ridiculously long legs brush against mine. In the swampy forests of Dagobah, Yoda's torturing poor Luke under the guise of training him. Every time you say that I hate you, you have to come over and express Schrödinger's glands. You say it like it wouldn't be enjoyable. Since you clearly have a fetish, every time you mention this non-existent enmity I supposedly feel, I'll add a mile to the race you owe me. That's crazy. You know what to do to make it stop. He pops a kernel into his mouth. Can I say that I hate you? He looks away. I don't know. Do you hate me? Do I hate him? No. Yes. No. I haven't forgotten how much of a dipshit he was in grad school, or that he reprimanded me about my clothes on my first day of work, or any of the dickish things he's done to me. But after a big day like today, when he saved me from total, catastrophic implosion, it all seems so distant. No, then. I don't hate him. In fact, I kind of like him. But I don't want to admit it, so while Han and Leia bicker about how much they love each other on the screen, I punt. What are you wearing tomorrow? He gives me a puzzled look. I don't know. Is it relevant? Of course. We're spying. He nods in a way that clearly showcases how full of shit he thinks I am. Something inconspicuous, then. A trench coat. Sunglasses. You brought your fake mustache, right? I smack his arm. Not all of us have a long history of espionage, by the way. What's the story behind the MagTech pics? That's a secret. Did you really risk your career, like Boris said? No comment. I roll my eyes. Well, if you did, thank you. I settle back into my pillow, focusing on the movie. Hey, B. I love Wookiees so much. Best aliens ever. Yeah? If tomorrow you see Annie and Tim and feel like you felt today, just take my hand, okay? I should ask what that would even accomplish. I should point out that his hand is not a powerful brand of instant-release benzodiazepines. But I think he might be right. I think it might just do the trick. So I nod, and steal the entire bag of popcorn from his lap. He does have a point. Space is kind of scary. 15. Fusiform area, familiar faces. They hired a neuroscientist, Levi says, gaze locked on the podium where engineers with heavy Dutch accents are discussing their stimulation headgear. I'd nod, but I feel queasy. MagTech's helmets are at the same stage as ours. Maybe a bit further. A tiny bit further, but still. The banana I had for breakfast is lurching in my stomach. Yep. They solved the output location problems in a different way, he murmurs. He's talking to himself, one hand clenched on the armrest, white-knuckled. Yep. This sucks. Hey, Dr. Curie. I know you're busy frolicking naked with Pierre, and I know that it's unfair of me to ask, but if you or Hertha could do me a solid and zap MagTech's stimulation headgear with radioactive lightning, that'd be lovely. If they patent the technology before we do, they'll just sell it to whatever militia pays the most, and as you know, humans don't need cognitive enhancement when it comes to killing each other. Spy. They're stuck on merging hardware and software, Levi says. Yep. Just like us. I squirm in my chair. This trip was pointless. Absolutely pointless. I want to go back to Houston and put in 5, 10, 20 hours of work. Go through every single piece of data we've collected and see if I missed anything that will help us move forward. This is a race. It always was, from the very start, but after the uncertainty of my first week on Blink, I was so grateful for the opportunity to have a shot at it, it almost slipped my mind. Doing our best, making progress, that seemed enough. Spoiler, it wasn't. For the first time in weeks I really think, about my job at NH. I've been sending weekly reports to Trevor and the Institute director. There hasn't been much of a reaction on their end except for nice job and keep up the good work. I wonder whether they read or just skim for buzzwords. Neural networks. Magnetic pulses. Neuroplasticity's always a hit, too. What would they say if I told them that MagTech might reach the finish line first? Would they blame me? Would my job be safe? And what would happen to the promotion I want? I'll either be fired or work for Trevor in perpetuity. Is this what my career ambitions have come to? An eternal quest for the lesser evil? Become a scientist, they said. It will be fun, they said. Let's go. Levi springs up from his chair the second the presentation ends. If we leave now, we can be home by mid-afternoon. I've never been more eager to get out of an air-conditioned room. You want to hole up in the lab and work until you pass out? Yep. He pops the pea. At least we're on the same page. You know what? I muse, weaving my way through the crowd. I might have an idea on how to tackle the gradient fields issue. As I live and breathe. Levi and B. We stop dead. But we don't turn around, because we don't need to. Voices are like faces, after all, one never forgets them, not if they belong to people who are important. Your parents. Siblings. Best friends, partners, crushes. PhD advisors. I cannot believe you're here and I didn't know it. Levi's eyes lock with mine. Fuck, I read in the way his pupils dilate. I telepathically answer, indeed. His expression darkens. I love Sam. We both love Sam. I've never talked about her with Levi, but I know they had a special relationship, just like she and I did. She was an outstanding advisor, intelligent, supportive, and she cared, really cared, about us. After my falling out with Tim and Annie, I didn't have the heart to tell her what really happened. So I made up some lies about a friendly breakup and about needing to be in Baltimore with non-existent relatives. Sam was the one who helped me find my job with Trevor, and she never criticized me for turning down a better position at Vanderbilt. I always love hearing from her, catching up on her work, getting coffee together. Always. Except for right now. I smile as she engulfs me in a bear hug, and okay, this feels amazing. She's tall and sturdily built. A truly committed hugger. I find myself laughing, squeezing her back. It's so nice to see you, Sam. That's my line. And you, Levi, look at you. Are you even taller? Their hug is significantly more subdued. I'm nonetheless shocked that Levi does hugs, and by the affectionate smile on his lips. Not that I know. It's nice to see you, Sam. Why didn't I know you two were here? Because we're not on the program. We just drove up for a specific presentation. We? Sam's eyes widen. She looks between us a few times before settling on Levi with a huge pleased grin that I cannot interpret. Then she takes one of his hands. I didn't know there was a we, Levi. I'm so happy for you. I've been hoping for so long, and finally, such an incredible. B and I are working together on a NASA project. Temporarily. He says it quickly, like a teenager stopping his mother from revealing that he still sleeps with a stuffed triceratops. Sam gasps, covering her mouth. Of course. Of course, the NASA project. I can't believe it slipped my mind. Still, you two should come to my brunch. She glances at her phone, 10 minutes. All my grads are coming. Food's on me, of course. Oh. Shit, oh. I glance up at Levi, ready to beg him not to make me watch Tim and Annie eat huevos rancheros for 30 minutes, but is already shaking his head. Thank you, but we can't. We need to get on the road. Oh, nonsense. It'll be less than an hour. Just make an appearance, say hi to everyone, have breakfast on me. You're both so skinny. I wonder how one could possibly look at Levi's chest, or biceps, or legs, or anything, really, and think the word skinny, but he doesn't skip a beat. We need to get going. You can't, she insists. Have I mentioned that Sam's bossy? I guess it's a professional hazard when you've been running a lab for decades. You were my favorite grads. What's the point of having a lab brunch if you two aren't there? Might as well cancel. You didn't even know we were here until 3 minutes ago, Levi points out patiently. But now I do. And she leans forward and puts a hand on both our shoulders. I'll be making an important announcement today. I'm retiring at the end of the semester. And once I'm out, I'm not planning to do the conference circuit anymore. So there might not be a next time. Levi nods. I get it, Sam. But we really will come, I interrupt. Just tell us where. I chuckle at the excited way Sam claps her hands. Are you sure you want to do this? Levi asks me calmly once Sam is out of earshot. I'm sure I do not want to do this. If I had to type a comprehensive list of the things I'd rather do, I'd need several gigabytes of cloud space. But if she's announcing her retirement and it's important for her, we can't not go, not after everything she's done for us. I massage my temple, thinking longingly of ibuprofen. Plus, my old therapist would be proud of me. He studies me for a long beat. Then he nods, once. I can tell he doesn't like this. Fine. But if you're not feeling well, you tell me immediately and I'll take you away. He speaks in an authoritative way that should make me want to tell him to shove it, but it doesn't. The opposite, actually. What a mystery. And remember my hand. Okay, Daddy. I realize the blunder only once the words are out of my mouth. Since I can't take it back, I turn around and walk out of the conference center, blushing. Oops. What a cluster of a day. And it's only 7 minutes past 10. Visualize this: you step into a restaurant, and the hostess guides you to your party's table. It's round and full, but when you and your companion arrive, 2 chairs will be pulled up, guaranteeing lots of cozy elbowing. EA. You're welcomed by many pairs of wide eyes, and gasps, and a few "my gosh, how long has it been?" Some are for you, some for your companion. Some for both. You realize that aside from the person who invited you, no one was expecting you. AA. You want to focus on catching up, ask old friends about their lives, but there's something that nags at you. A tiny worm slithering in the back of your skull. It has to do, you initially think, with the 2 people who've yet to stand to greet you, and with the fact that you used to be engaged to one of them, and to love the other like a sister. Fair. That would nag at anyone, right? But then there's an extra something cranking up the tension. Almost everyone at the table knows exactly what happened between you, your former fiancé, and your not-so-sister. They know how poorly you left off, how you ended up having to find another job, how miserable it made you, and even though they're not mean people, there's a sense swarming around, a sense that a show is about to happen. A show that involves you. You following this? Good. Because there's one more layer to this onion. It elevates this brunch above your run-of-the-mill trash fire, and it has to do with your companion. He wasn't exactly a fan of yours the last time you 2 hung out with these people, and seeing you arrive with him is making their heads explode. They cannot compute. The show was always gonna be good, but now it's fucking Hamilton, baby. Are you visualizing this? Are you feeling the deep unpleasantness of the situation smack inside your bones? Are you considering crawling under the table and rocking yourself to sleep? Okay. Good. Because it's exactly where I'm at when Timothy William Carson comes to stand in front of me and says, "Hi, B." I want to kick him in the nuts. But I'm sad to report that there are lots of pairs of eyes on me, and while I haven't passed the Louisiana bar, I fear nut kicking might be considered assault in this great state. So I smile my best fake smile, ignore the crawling feeling in the pit of my stomach, and reply, "Hey, Tim. You look great." He doesn't. He looks okay. He looks fine. He looks like a cute guy who needs a Dorian Gray portrait, because his rotten personality is starting to show. He looks acceptable, but nothing compared to the guy standing next to me. Who, by the way, is saying, "Tim." Levi. What's up? Not much. We got to start working on those collabs again. Tim puckers his lips like the asshole he is. I've been swamped. Levi's smile stays on, and when Tim leans in for a bro hug, he accepts it. Which has me scowling. What the hell? I thought Levi was on my side. Which sounds stupid when said out loud, and unfair of me to expect, because Levi and I are barely friends and my battles are not his and he has every right to man-hug whoever. My train of thought fades as I notice Levi is not just hugging Tim. He's also gripping his shoulders tightly, fingers digging painfully into Tim's flesh as he murmurs something in his ear. I can't make out the words, but by the time Levi straightens back up, Tim's mouth is pulled in a thin, straight line, his face is milk white in a way I don't remember ever seeing before, and his expression looks almost scared. Is Tim scared? I didn't mean to, he stammers, but Levi interrupts him. Nice to see you again, he says in a commanding, dismissive tone. Tim must take it as what it is, an order to scurry away. What just happened? I whisper while Levi pulls out my chair. Apparently, we're in 1963. Look. He points at Sam's food. They have quinoa bowls. Why does Tim look terrified? He gives me an innocent look. He does? Levi. What did you say to him? Levi ignores me. Sam, does that bowl have eggs in it? The first 20 minutes aren't that bad. The problem with round tables is that you can't fully ignore anyone's existence, but Tim and Annie are distant enough that I can chat with others without it being too awkward. Aspects of this are genuinely nice, having Sam around, hearing that old acquaintances got married, had kids, found academic jobs, bought houses. Once in a while Levi's elbow brushes against mine, reminding me that I'm not wholly alone. There's someone in my corner. A guy who loves Star Wars, and is too tall for space, and will take care of a kitten for half his life. Then there's a lull in conversation, and someone asks from across the table, how did you two end up working together, anyway? Everyone tunes in after that. All eyes are on Levi and me. Sadly, Levi is chewing on a potato wedge. So I say, it's a Ninasa collab, Mike. Oh yeah, right. Mike looks a bit buzzed, but he takes another sip of his punch. He was a third year when I joined the lab. Also, he was a shithead. But, how are you two managing it? Levi, do you bleach your brain after every meeting, or? My cheeks burn. Some people chuckle, a couple laugh outright, and others look away, clearly embarrassed. Sam frowns, and from the corner of my eye I see Tim smirk. I wish I had a witty comeback, but I'm too mortified by the fact that Levi finding me disgusting is still the lab's funniest inside joke. I open my mouth without knowing what to say, and we're doing great, Levi tells Mike, his tone a mix of big dick calm and I could kill a man with a beach ball. He leisurely puts his arm on the back of my chair, and plucks a grape from my plate. A deafening silence falls at the table. Everyone is looking at us. Everyone. What about you, Mike? Levi asks without bothering to look up from my food. I heard there were problems with your tenure packet. How's that coming along? Oh, yeah. I thought so. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I guess Levi's done eating his potatoes. Out of curiosity, he whispers in my ear once the conversation has moved along and Mike is looking down at his own plate, chastised. Did everyone think that I hated you, back in grad school? It wasn't just your delusion. It was a widely known truth. His arm tenses around my shoulders, as tight as his jaw. A few minutes later I excuse myself to go to the restroom. I have eye makeup on, but I say screw it and wash my face with cold water anyway. Who's going to be looking at my runny eyeliner anyway? Levi? Weepy Mesby is nothing he hasn't already seen. Then I notice her. Annie, in the mirror. She's standing right behind me, waiting for me to finish using the sink. Except there are 3 more sinks, and 0 other people in the bathroom. So maybe it's just me she's waiting for. My head hurts. And so does my heart. Around the edges Annie cracked in it 2 years ago. I can't talk to her. Can't. I take my time drying my face with my sleeves. Then I buck up, turn around, and face her. She's stunningly beautiful. Always has been. There's something indescribable about her, something magic that made me happy to be in her presence. Oddly enough, the feeling is still there, a mix of familiarity and love and all that knife's deep as I stare at her face. Seeing Tim again was painful, but it's nothing compared to having Annie right here. For a moment I'm terrified. She can hurt me very, very deeply with just a few choice words. But then she says, "B," and I realize that she's crying. Judging by the burning in my eyes, so am I. "Hey, Annie." I attempt a smile. "Long time no see." Yeah. She nods. Her lips are trembling. "I love your hair. Purple might be my favorite." "Thank you." A beat. "I tried orange last year. I looked like a traffic cone." Silence stretches, wistful. It reminds me of when we'd fill every second together with chatter. "Well, I need to." I move for the door, but she stops me with a hand on my forearm. "No, please. Please, B, can we just..." She smiles. "I missed you." I missed her, too. I miss her all the time, but I won't tell her. Because I hate her. Me and my multitude. I've been listening to that album you gave me a lot. Even though I'm still not sure I like it. And last year I went to Disneyland and there was this new Star Wars park and I thought of you. And I haven't been able to make friends in Schreiber's lab because they're all dudes. Total worst fest. Except for 2 girls, but they're best friends already, and I don't think they like me much, and... She's crying harder now, but also laughing in that self-deprecating way that is so Annie. "So, you and Levi, huh?" He's even hotter than back at Pitt. I shake my head. It's not like that. You probably made all his dreams come true. He looks happier than I've ever seen him. Not that I'd seen him happy, like ever, before today. A cold shiver runs down my spine. I have no idea what she's talking about. "Actually, Levi hated me," I say stubbornly. "I doubt it. Not by any definition of that term. He just really..." She shakes her head firmly. "This isn't what I came to talk about. I don't know why I'm going on about stuff that..." She takes a deep breath. "I'm sorry." I could pretend not to know what she's apologizing for. I could pretend that I didn't think about her every day for the last 2 years. I could pretend that I don't miss the way we'd make each other laugh until our abs ached, but it would be exhausting, and even though it's 11:15 in the morning, I am already so very tired. "Why?" I ask. A question I rarely allow myself when it comes to Annie. "Why did you do it?" "I don't know." Her eyes close. "I don't know, B. I've been trying to figure it out for years. I just don't know." I nod, because I believe her. I never doubted Annie's love for me. Maybe I was jealous. Jealous? She shrugs. "You were beautiful. The best in the lab. With the glamorous globe-trotting past. You were always good at everything, always so happy and cool and fun. You made it seem effortless." I was never any of those things. Not by a long shot. But I think of Levi, impenetrable, cold, arrogant Levi, who turned out not to be impenetrable, cold, arrogant at all. Being so dramatically misunderstood doesn't seem that unlikely. And you and Tim. You and I were always together, but in the end, you'd go home to Tim and I'd be alone, and there was this thing that I was never part of. Were you trying to punish me? No. No, I was just trying to feel more like you. She rolls her eyes. And because I'm a dumbass, I picked the worst part of you to do that. Fucking Tim. She lets out a bubbly, moist laugh. We never. It lasted a week between us. Anna, I never liked him, you know it. I despised him. You were so much better than him, and everyone knew it. I knew it. He knew it, too. The moment I did it, while I was doing it, I thought of you the whole time. And not just because he was a lousy lay. I kept wondering if doing such an unspeakably bad thing would elevate me, somehow. Make me more like you. God, I was messed up. I still am. She wipes her tears with 2 fingers. There's already more, flowing down. I wanted to apologize. But you blocked my number, and I told myself I'd give you space and see you at Vanderbilt. Then the summer passed, and you weren't there. She shakes her head. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, and I think about it every day, Anne. I'm sorry, too. She gives me an incredulous look. You have nothing to be sorry about. I may not have fucked your fiancé, but I'm sorry I wasn't there for you when you felt like you weren't good enough. You were my best friend, but I always thought you were invincible. We are quiet until she says, this is in no way meant as self-congratulatory, but I'm glad you didn't marry Tim. I'm glad you're with Levi. He's the kind of person you deserve. I don't see the point in contradicting her. Not when I agree with everything she said, including things that aren't quite true. So I nod and make to leave. B, she calls. I turn. Would you mind it if I texted you, once in a while? I should probably be thinking big thoughts about forgiveness, and punishment, and self-preservation. I should throw the question back at her and ask if she'd let me text her if our situations were reversed. I should reflect on this when my brain is not a mushy mess. But I forget all the shoulds, and tell her the first thing to cross my heart. We could try. She nods, relieved. Levi is outside the bathroom, a hulking mountain leaning against the wall. I don't have to ask to know that he saw Annie come after me, and decided to follow in case I needed him. I don't have to lie or reassure him that I'm fine even as I wipe my cheeks. I don't have to explain anything. I can just nod when he asks if I'm ready to go, and take his hand when he offers it. 16. Subthalamic nucleus, interruptions. I wake UP from a 4-hour stress nap as Levi merges onto the interstate for the last stretch of the trip, and Blink is instantly on my mind. About the frequency trains, I wonder if we could take advantage of the magnetothermal. Something splattered on the side of the road catches my eye. What's that? Wow. Levi's tone is forcefully cheerful. Check out that farm on the right. But what's that on the, oh no? I didn't see anything. Is it a dead raccoon? No. Yes, it was. I start crying. Again. For the 7th time in 48 hours. You'd think my lacrimal ducts would have runneth over, but nope. Poor baby. You know what? It was a raccoon, but it had clearly died of old age. What? In that very spot. He died peacefully in his sleep, then someone ran him over. Nothing to be sad about. I glare at him. At least I'm not crying anymore. What were you saying about leveraging magnetothermal properties? You're full of shit. I lift my legs, kick his forearm, and then lay my foot on the glove compartment. His eyes follow my every movement, linger briefly on my bare knees. But thank you. For babysitting my feelings this weekend. For not letting me free fall into a pit of despair. I promise I'm going to revert to adult status. Starting now. Finally, he deadpans. I laugh. For real, what did you tell Tim? I said hi. Asked how he was. Come on. You were speaking into his ear. Just whispering sweet nothings. I snort. Wouldn't be surprising. You might be the only person in the lab he didn't cheat on me with. His long fingers grip the steering wheel and I instantly regret my words. Hey, I was joking. I actually don't care much anymore. Would I mind seeing Tim bent in two with a severe hemorrhoid attack? Nope. But neither would I go out of my way to stab him. Which I didn't know before this weekend, and that's freeing. Liberating, this almost indifference. It makes me much happier than the resentment I harbored for years. And the conversation with Annie. I haven't processed it yet, but maybe this weekend was less of a waste than I thought. Except that I'm low-key panicking about my job again. Whatever you told Tim, thank you. It was nice to see him almost shit his pants. He shakes his head. You shouldn't thank me. It was selfish. What did he do to you? Did he sneak bacon into your sandwich? Because that's totally his signature move. No. He presses his lips together, staring at the road. He lied to me. Oh, yeah. I nod knowingly. His other signature move. The local NPR fills the silence. Something about Rachmaninoff. Until Levi says, I'm not sure I should be telling you this. But hiding things from you hasn't worked out in our favor. And you asked me to be honest. I did. I study him, unsure where he's heading. When you and I first met, he says slowly, carefully weighing his words, I had issues talking to people. About certain things. Like aphasia. He smiles, shaking his head. Not quite. I try to think back to fifth-year Levi. He seemed larger than life, indomitable, whip-smart. Then again, Annie seemed invincible, and I apparently seemed effortless. Grad school really screwed us up, didn't it? I never noticed it. You were capable, self-assured, and got along with most people. I mull it over. Except for me, of course. I'm not explaining myself well. I had no issues talking to normal people. My issues were with you. I scowl. Are you saying that I'm not normal? He laughs silently. You're not normal. Not to me. What does that mean? I turn in the seat to face him, not sure why he's insulting me again, after 2 days of being incredibly lovely. Is he having a relapse? Just because you thought I was ugly or unlikable, it doesn't mean that I wasn't normal. I never thought of you as ugly. His hands tighten even more around the wheel. Never. Come on. The way you always acted was the opposite, in fact. I frown. What do you even owe? Oh. Does he mean that? No. Impossible. He wouldn't. Would he? Even if we. He can't possibly be implying that. Can he? My mind goes blank for a split second, complete, utter whiteout void. I'm suddenly frozen numb, so I lean forward to turn off the AC. I have no clue how to answer him. How to stop my heart from beating out of my throat. Do you mean that you? He nods. You didn't even let me finish the sentence. Whatever you're imagining, from the tamest to the most inappropriate thoughts, that's probably where my mind was at. He swallows visibly. I watch his throat move. You were always in my head. And I could never get you out. I turn to the window, scarlet. There's no universe in which I'm parsing his words correctly. This is a misunderstanding. I'm having some neurological event. And all I want to ask is, what about now? Am I still in your head? You always stared at me like I was some obscene monstrosity. I tried not to stare, but it wasn't easy. No. No, the dress. You hated me in that dress. My blue dress, the one with. I know what dress, B. You know because you hated it, I say in a panic. I didn't hate it. His words are quiet. It just took me by surprise. My Target dress took you by surprise? No, B. My reaction to you wearing it did. I shake my head. This cannot be true. You wouldn't even sit next to me. It was hard to think when you were close. His voice is husky. No. No. You refused to collaborate with me. You told Tim he should marry someone better, you avoided me like the bubonic plague. Tim warned me off. I turned to him. What? He asked me to back off and leave you alone. I cover my mouth and imagine Tim, very average-sized Tim, confronting Levi, a not-so-gentle bison. How did he? He told me you knew that I was interested. That I was making you uncomfortable. That you found me unpleasant. Levi's throat works. He asked me to avoid you as much as I could. And I did. In a way, it was easier. Easier? He shrugs with a self-deprecating smile. Just wanting and not having, it can get unbearable. Quickly so. He wets his lips. I didn't know what to say anyway. You have to understand, people don't talk about the things they feel where I come from. I got really tongue-tied around you, leading you and everyone else to believe that I despised you, apparently. I had no idea. I owe you an apology for that. I can't believe what he's saying. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't believe Tim knew and successfully manipulated Levi into staying away while he screwed his way through Pitt's student body. Why are you telling this to me? Why now? He looks at me, serious and earnest like only Levi Ward could ever be, and something surges into me. Something painful and delightful and confusing. Something breathtaking and spellbinding, rich and frightening. Not a fully formed feeling, but an early draft of it. It's on the back of my throat and on the tip of my tongue. I want to get a grasp of its taste before it's gone. I am reaching out, almost there when Levi says, B.I. My phone rings. I groan in frustration and relief and scramble to pick up. Hello? B, this is Boris Covington. Huh? Are you and Levi back? I glance at Google Maps. We're about 10 minutes out. Could you both come to the Discovery Building as soon as you get in? Sure. I frown, switching to speakerphone. Does this have to do with Blink? No. Well, yes. But only indirectly. Boris sounds tired and almost embarrassed. Levi and I exchange a long glance. What's this about? Boris sighs. It's about Ms. Jackson and Ms. Cortorial. Please, come in as soon as you can. Levi presses on the gas pedal. I look around Boris's office and blink at least 4 times before asking, what do you mean? Sexual intercourse is forbidden in work areas. Boris's skin's even redder than usual, and he retreats farther into his desk. Exactly what I said. It's B's not my mother and I'm not a minor, Rocio proclaims from one of the guest chairs. This conversation is a HIPAA violation. Boris pinches the bridge of his nose. He's clearly been at this for a while. HIPAA rules apply to medical records, not to you being caught having sex in your office. Which, just like every other space in the building, is video surveilled 24/7 because of the high security projects it houses. Now, no need to worry about that, Guy is a security admin and has agreed to delete all footage. But B is your direct supervisor, just like Levi is Ms. Jackson's, and because of the disciplinary actions required when NASA employees engage in activities such as intercourse in workspaces, they need to be informed. I glance at Levi. His face is a blank void. I'm positive that inside he's rolling with laughter like a pork in mud. Positive. Sorry. I scratch the back of my neck. Just to be clear, you two are having intercourse with each other, Rocio tells me proudly. I nod. Next to Rocio, Kaylee appears enraptured by her own pink nail polish. She hasn't looked up since we came in. I have no idea what to say. Zero. Nada. Maybe Dr. Curie left behind helpful tips to handle similar situations. If only her notes weren't too radioactive to be touched before the year 3500. Maybe I can go to the Bibliothèque Nationale with a hazmat suit on. I won't write up a complaint, Boris says, and I trust B and Levi will take care of. He gestures vaguely at two of the smartest women I've ever met, who must be going through a spell of nymphomania. But I beg you on my knees. Don't do anything similar ever again. Thank you, Boris, I say, hoping I sound as grateful as I feel. The walk to the outside of the building is deadly silent until we form a circle and stare at one another with varying levels of hostility, Rocio, mortification, Kaylee, and poorly hidden amusement, Levi. I hope I look neutral. I probably don't. So that happened, I start. Rocio nods. Sure did. How did Boris even find you? Guy came into our office looking for something, found us on your desk, ratted us out. On my why did you have to do it on my I stop. Take a deep breath. To be clear. I look between them. This was consensual. Very, they answer in unison, locking eyes and smiling like idiots. I clear my throat. Is there anything you'd like to add? I ask Levi, meaning please help, but he shakes his head, biting his lip to avoid smiling. He fails. Okay. Well. It's none of our business what you guys do. For the first time in my life I agree with you, Rocio says. Really? For the first time? She nods. Ungrateful little gremlin. If you're happy about this, so are we. But please, don't, have intercourse in front of cameras. Unless you're making a sex tape, I rush to add, in which case just don't do it in public places. Kaylee nods silently, looking a smidge less mortified. Rocio rolls her eyes. Whatever. She takes Kaylee's hand and drags her away. You're not my real mother, B, she yells without turning around. Levi and I watch them walk away in the late afternoon sunlight. When they're just little dots on the street, he tells me, that was excellent practice for when we'll have teenage daughters. My heart skips. He doesn't mean together, idiot. They're young. Their frontal lobes are not fully developed yet. He takes the car keys out of his pocket and dangles them in front of my face. Want to process the trauma of our 23-year-olds role-playing on top of your Marie Curie mouse pad while I take you home? They better be going to Kaylee's place. Why? The walls between my apartment and Rocio's are very thin. You should invest in noise-cancelling headphones. He tugs me toward the car. Order online while I drive. It just seems far-fetched, I say in the passenger seat. First of all, Rocio's in a relationship. Oh, I wonder if they're poly? Should we be discussing our love lives? I'd normally say no, but them bumping uglies on my desk automatically grants us a waiver. He contemplates it. Fair. And those two are so different from each other. You think that's a problem? It might not be. They might produce well-rounded children who know how to apply raccoon-style eyeliner and glitter. Okay, it's not. But Rocio disliked Kaylee. She kept clamming up whenever Kaylee was around. She made an entire list of things she hated about her. Levi half smiles. You sure about that? Yeah. She told me that. I recall what Levi told me less than 1 hour ago and shut my mouth. I forgot when Boris's call sent me into emergency mode, but now it's all back, swirling around the forefront of my brain, and with that my heart is heavy in my throat, a liquid warmth in the pit of my stomach, the sense of being on a precipice. I could be falling. I will be falling, fast and hard, if only I take one step forward and let myself. A thought hits me. Smack in the head. Like a freight train. I gasp. I've got it. Levi pulls into my driveway. What did you say? I got it. Got what? The helmet. Blink. I know how to fix the compatibility issue. Do you have paper? Why don't you have paper in your stupid car? It's a rental. My apartment. I have paper up there. The car hasn't fully stopped, but I jump out and run upstairs anyway. I unlock the door, hunt down a pen and notebook, and start scribbling as fast as my fingers will go, pitifully out of breath. A minute later I hear steps behind me and Levi closing the door I left open. Oops. I'm assuming you wanted me to follow you in, but if not. Look. I push the notebook under his nose. We're going to do this. Look at this. He blinks a few times. I don't think this is English. I turn the notebook around. Shit, I wrote in German. Okay, don't look at this. Just listen to me. And don't be scared. We've been having issues with the switchboard, right? We've been trying to fix it, but what if we just bypass it? But the different frequencies. Right. That's where I'm going to scare you. Scare me? Yes. I make room on the table and start sketching a diagram. But don't be scared. I'm not scared. Good. Stay unscared. Why would I be scared? Because of what I'm about to show you. Which you might find scary. I tap the back of the pen on the top of my diagram. Okay. We remove the switchboard. I draw a cross on it. We build separate circuits. And then we leverage the magnetothermal properties of each one. For speed. Levi's eyes are wide. And if we have separate circuits, we can rely on the wireless remote. I grin at him. Will it work? He bites into his lower lip, staring at the diagram. The wiring will be tricky. And isolating each circuit. But if we work around that. He turns to me with a wide, breathless grin. This could work. It could really work. And it will be so much better than what Magtech is doing. We'd have a final prototype in weeks. Days. He rubs his mouth. This is a fantastic idea. I jump up and down excitedly. It's obnoxious, but I can't stop myself. Where does all this energy go when I try to run? Am I a genius, or what? He shakes his head even as he says, You are. Should we go to the lab? Start working on it? Before the cleaning crew has a chance to disinfect your desk. Good point. But I need to do something. He smiles fondly. Maybe you can keep jumping up and down? I'm starting to get tired, actually. Okay, then. He shrugs, and before I know what's going on I'm in his arms and he's spinning me around, my legs wrapped around his waist and his hands on my thighs. I laugh. I laugh like I'm happy. What a weekend. I'm a feather. I'm invincible. I'm doing science. I'm having fun. I'm building things, useful, important things. I'm facing demons from my past. I'm being whirled around when I'm too tired to do it myself. I'm bubbling, exhilarated, brave. I'm the most myself and not myself at all. I'm tightening my hands around Levi's neck, and when he slows down I'm asking him, "Are you going to kiss me?" No idea where that came from. But I'm not sorry it's out there. His smile doesn't falter, but he shakes his head. "I don't think so," he says quietly. Strands of purple hair brush against his forehead. His cheeks. We are close, so close. He smells so good. Why? Because I'm not sure you want me to kiss you. Oh. I nod. My hair tickles his nose. He scrunches it, and I laugh. What if I told you that I do? Would you kiss me then? I still don't think so, he says calmly. Seriously. My smile fades. Oh, shit. Shit, I made a mess. You don't want to? My voice is small, insecure. He shakes his head. That's not it. It must be. What else? Right. I've been in his arms for a while, but suddenly I feel self-conscious. He's not okay with this. He used to be attracted to me, but not anymore. I'm overstepping. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go too far. You don't understand, B. A small smile. Our foreheads touch, his skin warm against mine. I really, really want a kiss from this man. I want it bad enough to burn. You can't go too far. Then why? His eyes flutter closed. His lips move closer. I'm terrified that you won't go far enough. When Tim kissed her for the first time after a screening of 2001, A Space Odyssey, which I later found out he slept through, 18-year-old B called her sister to say she'd had the loveliest of kisses. But 18-year-old B was a fool. 18-year-old B had no idea. 18-year-old B overrated that Tim wasn't overly clumsy and brushed his teeth. And 28-year-old B would consider going back in time to slap her upside the head, but she's busy having a real, true, actual, honest-to-God good kiss. The best kiss. It has to do with how slow it starts. With the way Levi and I breathe against each other for a moment, just breathe and taste the air between us. It should feel ridiculous, but there's something unique about how he looks at my mouth from lowered eyelashes. Wrapped around him like I am, I can feel his pounding heartbeat, the heat of his skin, and suddenly I'm not scared anymore. He wants this, he wants me. I know it in the liquid, messy warmth of my abdomen, in the red spreading over his cheekbones, in his breathing, even faster and louder than mine. B. The tension stretches so unbearably tight, we might as well be on different sides of the world. So I close the distance, and then it's not slow anymore. It's hard and fast and open-mouthed. Wet and pressing and half bites. It's messy, the least smooth kiss of my life, but maybe it's not a kiss at all. Just two people trying to be as close as possible. His hands are sliding up my ass. My nails are in his scalp. He grunts choppy, surprised praise into my throat. Yeah. Yeah. Licks the dip of my collarbone, and I'm on fire. Half a minute of this and I'm already aflame, pulsating with want and need. I have no brakes. I grind myself helplessly against him, my nipples hard against his chest, his hard abs the perfect slate for my core to rub on. You are so, he groans deep, like he's halfway to insane. I'm too busy desperately seeking friction to even try to keep up with my end of the kiss, but it's okay. He's got me. His large palm comes up, wraps around my neck, angles my head sharply, just so. His tongue is inside my mouth, pressing against mine, and dirty. This is not a kiss, this is dirty. Obscene. He pushes me against the wall, and I push back, and back, and back, like there can be no air between us. His hand under my shirt is possessive, confident, so large that it completely spans my rib cage, and I arch up, swallowing a whimper in the back of my throat. My head is spinning, my body is melting, I can hear bells, not bells. A phone. Ringing. It slowly penetrates the thick haze of Levi mouthing my breasts, leaving a wet trail over my t-shirt. God, oh God. Your phone, I whisper, forcing myself to still my hips. It's the loudest my voice will go. Then one of his hands slips inside the back of my panties, and he starts grinding me up and down on his abs, and I forget what I meant to say. It's the exact spot, the exact rhythm I'd been trying to reach. He learned it, and is helping me keep it up, fingers digging into the flesh of my ass. A perfect thrust. He growls, and I whimper at the spear of pleasure. My eyes roll in the back of my head, and yes. Right against yes. There. Levi, I gasp. Your phone, do you maybe want to pick up? Or we can just continue until the ache disappears. Yes, that would be lovely. And stopping would be unbearable. Is that his cock rubbing against my ass? No. Impossible. No one's that big, right? The phone is still ringing. I'm all about ignoring it, but I realize that Levi is not ignoring it. Levi is making his way under my shorts, sucking on the spot under my ear, and not even hearing it. Levi. He doesn't quite snap out of it. He doesn't pull back, doesn't move his mouth from my skin, but he stops. His grip tightens around me. A child, reluctant to let go of a favorite toy. Your phone. Do you want to? His eyes are glassy. His hands not fully steady as he lets go of me, gingerly, with difficulty. I watch him try to collect himself for long seconds before he picks up. Ward. He is winded, chest moving up and down. He palms his erection like it hurts, all the while staring at me, only me. Then he looks away and his demeanor abruptly changes. Say that again. The speaker on the other end is female. I can't make out the words, but I recognize the voice from before. From the picture in his office. Yeah, of course, Levi says reassuringly. His voice is still husky, but soft. Caring. Intimate. He turns around and gives me his back, like I'm not here anymore. They used to date, a nagging voice provides. What you just did with Levi? He used to do it with her. And much more. I'll be right there. Reality's catching up fast. I did that. I haven't been this close to another human being in years, and now, with Levi. I liked it, too. I forgot myself and probably all decency, but maybe he didn't. He's leaving in the middle of it. Because of a phone call. From a friend. Whom he used to date. Shit. I look up. His eyes are ablaze. His jeans tented. Okay, he is that big. I need to go. His throat bobs before and after he says it. He doesn't seem fully in control. Could I convince him to stay, if I tried? Probably not. I won't, anyway. Of course. I would. It's okay. I will. Yeah, you can. Yes. I've no clue what he's trying to say, and I seriously doubt he knows what I mean, since I have no idea myself. We're talking over each other. Just like we were all over each other. B.A. dumb TSS. One last glance and he leaves. He's halfway down the stairs when I notice the car keys on the table, on top of the diagram I drew. I grab them and run after him. Hey, you forgot your keys. He stops on the landing and holds out his hand, so I go to him and drop them into his palm. I expect him to leave right after, but he surprises me by stepping closer. Then closer still. For long moments he just looks at me, eyes full of beautiful, undecipherable green things. My throat constricts, my stomach twists, and I want to tell him that I'm sorry, that it's okay, that I know he made a mistake, that we never need to talk about this, never again. But before I can say anything, he cups my cheek and leans down to kiss me once more. This time it's sweet, slow, savoring, patient. This time it's lingering and gentle, everything our other kiss wasn't. I want to try them all. All the kisses Levi Ward is capable of, I want to sample them like fine wine. I touch my lips, feel his residual warmth, and don't take my eyes off his back as he disappears. 17. Pulvina, reaching and grasping. From Levi-Ward at NASA.government. To Blinkcore Engineering at MailServe, B-Koenigswasser at NASA.government. Blink Monday. I'll be taking personal time and I won't be in at all today, Monday. I uploaded 3 designs for you to work on. B came up with a great solution to the hardware-software incompatibility issues, and I want to finalize its implementation ASAP. Reach me via text if you have questions. LW. I read the email for the 7th time, and for the 7th time I marvel that I was given credit for my idea. Goes to show how low the bar is for CIS dudes in STEM, doesn't it? Thank you, O penist overlords, for the recognition I deserve. Not that I'm not grateful he introduced the idea, since I'm not sure his underlings would have taken it seriously if it came from me. Remember June 1903, when the Royal Institution invited Dr. Curie to give a lecture and then didn't allow her to lecture because of her inferior lady brain? Pierre ended up speaking for her, even though she was sitting in the audience. Anyway, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Sausage referencing is still a thing, and sometimes I get angry at myself for the way I accept it. Sometimes I get angry at myself for other things. Like the fact that I should be working, instead of checking my phone to see if Levi texted. Or the fact that I'm upset he hasn't. Or the fact that suddenly I care to be updated about what he's doing every second of every minute of every day. It's not my business, anyway. He has stuff to do. With his ex. Maybe if Tim hadn't cheated on me for a number of years that cannot be counted on the fingers of one hand, I wouldn't think twice about this. But Levi's lack of an explanation has me wondering whether he's hiding something. Don't get me wrong, I'm aware that our kiss meant nothing to him. So he had a crush on me in grad school. Big deal. It's been 6 years. Lots of things changed dramatically in the past 6 years. The writing on Game of Thrones. The importance of hand sanitizer. My opinions on duck penises. But it was still a kiss. If Levi's in a relationship with someone else, yikes. Is he Tim 2.0? No, he's not that verminous. He wouldn't. But aren't all men the same? Is my head exploding? Are you picturing me and Kay doing it? I startle. Rocio is sitting at her desk, black Dr. Martens propped next to her keyboard and a pink lollipop in her mouth. How long have you been here? Like, 5 minutes. You were staring into the distance with a weird deer in the headlights expression, so. She stopped sucking with a loud pop. So, was it me and Kay? On your desk? I'm pretty sure this is sexual harassment. I don't mind. No, you are harassing me, I sigh and shake my head. She's impossible. I want to adopt her and keep her in my life forever. Is everything okay? She nods, sticking the lollipop back into her mouth. Is that strawberry? Bubblegum. Kay gave it to me. Kay, huh? Yep. I clear my throat. I was thinking about a recent conversation we had, in which you told me you weren't exactly a fan of Kay Ann. Rocio's boots hit the floor. Hard. I love her, she declares. She's perfect. I want her to be my beautiful California bride with pink ribbons in her hair. I want to give her bubble baths that smell like cotton candy. I want to buy her fruity cocktails with little umbrellas in them. She leans forward, pinning me with her gaze. I will wear glitter for her, B. Black glitter. I'm a little out of breath at the intensity. Does Alex know? I broke up with him. Told him he wasn't pink enough. She shrugs. He barely cares. I grin. I'm so happy for you. She sobers up. Don't be. Life is pain and then you die. Ah, yes. I forgot. Anyway. It's more important than ever that I get into Johns Hopkins's neuro program, since that's where Kay's going. So we decided to redirect the time and efforts we spent on GRE prep to GRE destruction. Destruction. We're joining #Fair Graduate Admissions. It's a whole movement now. People are fundraising, building awareness, pressuring grad programs to drop the test. We're going to help organize. There's a savage gleam in her eyes. I've spent hundreds of dollars and hours on that test, B. Hundreds. I will get my revenge, especially after that stupid Chronicle of Higher Ed article. I have no idea what article she's talking about, but I find it easily. It's an op-ed by Benjamin Green, who, a quick Google search informs me, is a VP at STC, the company that sells the GRE. Challenging the challengers, what #Fair Graduate Admissions gets wrong. The new trend is to do away with the GRE, which has been widely used by graduate admission committees for decades. At What Would Marie Do was the first to use her platform to bring attention to the injustice it perpetuates, and at Schmacademics helped her amplify the signal by posting reviews of the literature debunking it. Together, the two have almost 2 million followers. But who are these influencers? What vast monetary operations are behind them? Do they have financial ties with STC competitors? Moreover, these influencers do not provide useful alternatives to the GRE. They talk of holistic admission protocols, but fully reading thousands of applications is too time-consuming for admission committees. My eyes roll to the back of my skull. Committees need to do right by applicants and should make the time. And who's this dude? This one-man homeowners association. What's a vast monetary operation? I want to break into his house and show him that my salary is probably what he tips his pool boy, and none of it comes from Twitter. But I don't know where Mr. Green lives, so I just DM Schmack the link. Marie, did you see this stupid article? Benjamin Green is officially Camel Dick 2.0. My eyes fall on the messages he sent the last time we talked, when he told me about the girl. My chest clenches, and for some reason I think of Levi. Of him being gone. Of what his opinion on the GRE might be. Maybe I'm going insane. I don't wait for Schmack's response. I log out of the app and force myself to go back to work. What? Listen. What? It's. What? What? I sigh. Okay, Riker. Let me know when you're done. My sister yells what, 8 more times. Okay, it's out of my system. Let us resume. So, you and the warder smooched. Feels like there should be a better word for that. You sucked faces. Exchanged germs. Swapped saliva. Canoodled. Snogged. The other day you told me in great detail about that Ukrainian guy you pegged, and I didn't make half the fuss. It's different. Why? Because I'm a seasoned pegger, but you never do this. You were all like, Neuro's my wife now, zip up my chastity belt, dig a moat around the bee fence, and now you're making out with your nemesis who is apparently into you. Was into me. And it's just a kiss. If I say it enough, maybe it'll erase how close I got to being naked with Levi on my kitchen floor. How I've been obsessing over his whereabouts all day long. FYI, I'll return to the States for your wedding, but I recently discovered the Bridezilla subreddit, and I'm not going to dye my hair blonde to fit the ceremony's color scheme. Not happening. Right, you'd probably ask for teal green, still a resounding no. Riker, it was just a kiss. He doesn't care. And I have no intention of caring ever again. One round of returning wedding gifts was enough. I never got mine back. You never sent one. Anyway, it was just a kiss. Purely physical. Burning. Good. Electric. Obscene. Heavy. Dangerous. Good. Wild. Good, good, good. The most erotic moment of my life. But my head has cooled off. I'm not a horny black hole of sexual tension anymore, and I can see how dumb it was. A stupid idea. 3 out of 10, would not do again. Plus, I have other concerns. Blink. My job. Who'll feed Felicet once I'm gone? Nothing. Purely nothing. Right. Emotions are still scary. Boundary maintenance is a priority. The bee fence is up in arms. So when you see him at work tomorrow, I'll be too busy building the best damn helmet this world has ever seen and securing myself a lifetime of professional stability. Away from Trevor. Of course. And I assume the wardass is perfectly okay pretending that. A knock at my door and I glance at the time, 10:28 p.m. Gotta go. It's probably Rocio coming to reiterate that I'm not her real mother. Or that after you die the enzymes in your digestive tract devour your body from the inside. Of all your colleagues, this girl is my absolute favorite. She was caught porking. On my desk. How does she constantly top herself? I roll my eyes. Bye, Riker. Warmest regards, Beach. It's not Rocio. Instead, there's a large chest where her head should be. And several inches above that, Levi's face. You forgot this in the rental. He lifts his left hand, my backpack dangling from his fingers. Oh. Thank you. I hug it to the front of my body. I'm wearing a sleeveless top I've owned since middle school and pajama pants that could moonlight as underwear. I really thought it'd be Rocio at the door. I may be blushing all over. Did you, want to come in? He shakes his head. I just wanted to return the backpack. I nod. He nods. There's a stretch of silent, more awkward nodding, and then he says, I'll get going. Yeah. Sure. Have a good night. He's wearing a light blue Henley that does marvelous things for his back. Which I have now touched. Extensively. That's why I stare as he walks away. I'm mesmerized by how broad, firm, solid he looks. And that's why when he reaches the stairs and turns around he finds me still there. Still looking. He smiles. And I smile. The smiles linger, warm, honest, and I hear myself ask, you sure you don't want to come in? It's not that I. His throat works. I didn't come here for that. I didn't think you did. I make room for him, and with a few tentative, lumbering steps he's inside. In all his hulking, massive grace. He looks around, running a hand through his hair. Is he thinking about what happened here 24 hours ago? Well, more like 28.5, but which maniac is counting? Is that a hummingbird feeder? He asks. Yep. Any hummingbirds? Not yet. Me neither. In my garden, I mean. I noticed the mint you're growing. We exchange another smile. Want to sit on the balcony? I have fancy German beer. The chairs I comfortably sprawl on look like kids' furniture under Levi. His hand dwarfs the beer bottle. His profile, as he stares pensively at the Houston skyline, is unbearably handsome. He looks almost aggressively out of place. I want to know what he's thinking about. I want to ask if he regrets our kiss. I want to touch him again. I'm sorry about the other night. And about missing work when we're at a critical point. It was an emergency. Oh. Was it something about your non-wife? From the photo? He chuckles. I can't believe the conversation material that picture's giving us. Amazing, huh? His smile fades. Penny's ill. Epilepsy. It's under control, but she's growing up fast and her meds need to be adjusted often. It's tricky, finding the right dosage. I'm sorry. It's okay. Weirdly enough, Penny takes it in stride. She's a remarkably resourceful kid. He takes a swig and makes a face at the beer. What a heathen. Lily, though her mom, she struggles. Understandably. I try to be around when things get bad. I stare into the distance. Of course he does. He's that kind of person. I'm glad they have you. I'm pretty useless. I mostly play UNO with Penny, or buy her slime that has some toxic ingredient. Borax. That drives Lily crazy. Yes, borax. How did you know? I have mom friends. They complain about it. I shrug. Where's her dad? He died a little over a year ago. He hesitates before adding, rock climbing accident. For a moment I don't think much of it. Then I remember the picture in his office. Levi and the tall, dark-haired man. Were you related? No. His expression darkens. But I'd known him forever. Since kindergarten. We'd line up in pairs till the end of elementary school. Peter Sullivan and Levi Ward. Not many T, U, or V names, apparently. I set my bottle on the table and study his face. Sullivan. That name again. It's common, that's why it crops up so often. And yet. Like the prototype. I murmur. Like the Discovery Institute. I wish he'd look at me. But he keeps staring at the city and says, I didn't even want to be an engineer. I wanted to major in veterinary science. Had even declared it, but Peter convinced me to take an engineering class as an elective. We did this project together, we built an olfactory cortex. A piece of hardware that could correctly identify smells. He did most of the work and had to teach me everything, but it was a blast. Thinking that something like that could maybe be used for patients, you know? Somewhere down the line. That's impressive. It wasn't always correct. He bites the inside of his cheek. On our final presentation, while the instructor was examining it, the cortex announced that it was smelling feces. I burst into laughter. It maybe needed a few tweaks. But I fell in love with brain-computer interface because of Peter. He was the most brilliant engineer I've ever met. He presses his lips together. I saw his skull crack in two when he fell. I was 10 feet away, halfway through my climb. The noise, it was unlike anything. I didn't know how to tell Lily. And Penny wouldn't leave the room. His voice is so deceptively level, so painfully neutral, I'm shocked when I realize that my cheeks are wet. I want to reach out to Levi. I need to reach out. But I'm locked inside my head, paralyzed, finally making connections and understanding things. They renamed the institute after him. And he came up with the prototype. Before dying. That's why Levi needed to be on Blink. Why it needed to happen with him in charge. Why he fought so hard for it. Levi. Oh, Levi. I'm going to build those helmets. He's still staring into the distance. His grip on the bottle is a vice. Like he envisioned them. And they'll have his name. And Penny will know it was her dad, and he stops. Like his voice will break if he continues. Suddenly, I'm not scared anymore. I know what to do, or at least what I want to do. I stand, slide the beer out of Levi's hand, and set it on the metal railing with a clink. Then I lower myself into his lap, legs on each side of his waist, my arms around his neck. I wait until his hands are around my waist. Until his eyes shine up at me in the darkness. Then I say, we're going to build those helmets. Together. I smile fiercely against his lips. Peter will know. Penny will know. Lily will know. And you will know. The kiss is a punch-out drug, but a familiar one. After all, I've thought about nothing else for the past day. Pleasure hums through me with every stroke of his tongue against mine, every brush of his fingers against my lower back, every reverent breath against my jaw. He pulls me closer and groans into my skin, half sentences that drive me crazy an inch at a time. You're so B, as I run my teeth down his throat. I used to dream of you, when my fingertips brush against the fine hair underneath his belly button. We have to slow down, or I'm going to after I start rocking on top of him, and the friction of his erection against my clit is already the best sex I've ever had. I'm shuddering, pulsating, about to explode with pleasure. My underwear is soaked and I want to get closer. Closer. But our clothes stay on. Frustratingly, maddeningly on, even when he brings me to bed, the kitchen light trickling inside the room. Levi's grip on my hip is near bruising, every breath a sharp intake. My body feels warm, buoyant, filled with cutting heat. He looks down at me and says, I want to fuck you. He nips at my collarbone, and he likes teeth. To bite, to clutch, to suck. There's something devouring about him, something clumsy and overeager, but it's not a turn-off. He's usually so patient, meticulous, but now he can't wait. Can't have enough. Can I fuck you? I nod up at him, let him take my top, my pants, everything off, and the way he looks at me like he has found answers all of a sudden, like my body is a religious experience, has me squirming up for contact. This, he says breathlessly, his thumb tracing reverently the piercing on my nipple. If you don't like it, He shushes me, and it's okay. I'm okay. I'm totally okay with him staring at my small breasts as though there's something wondrous, with him kissing them until his lips are plump, until I have to pull at his hair, until I'm so wet, I feel it trickle down my thigh. I'm okay with being told ridiculous things, I'm a good girl, I'm perfect, I've been driving him insane. When he first saw me I changed the chemistry of his brain. He makes me laugh when I roll us around, push him underneath me, his elbows smacking against the hard wall. He mumbles a few obscenities, but when I bend down to kiss him again he forgets all about it. You're too big for the bed, I tell him between giggles, peeling his shirt from his skin. He has abs-defined ones. And pecs. He has muscle groups I thought were myths. Your bed's too small for me. Next time we'll do this in mine, he says, lifting his hips and letting me undo his zipper. The sound of each catch fills the room, and it shouldn't be so erotic, but I'm naked on top of him, his length rubbing against my core, and there's no mistaking how deliciously, furiously, eagerly big he is. It's been a while, he says. I blink at him, breathless, hazy. Yeah. Me too. I can't help myself. I touch the damp head of his erection, just a brush of my fingertips. He grunts, bites his lip. His hips jerk. It's a little like riding a horse. A bull. Do we need a condom? He asks. I shake my head and mouth birth control, eager to continue. This might be over very quickly, he husks, hands gripping my thighs as I position him at my entrance. But I'll make it up to you. With my mouth. Or my fingers. If B. I don't know what I expected from having Levi inside of me. Probably the same as with Tim, something vaguely pleasant. At best, sex made me feel close to him. At worst, I was bored for a few minutes and remembered that taxes were due soon. With Levi, it's nothing like that. I'm in control. I'm easing his cock into my body. I struggle inch by inch to adjust, to accommodate, but it's my decision. I close my eyes and feel my face twist, half pleasure and half pain. I need more. He needs more. We both need more, and I push down to take him farther inside, thighs and hands trembling as I strain to fill myself with him, and I can't do it. There is no room. I try again, grinding down to take more of him. My skin beads with sweat. The sense of fullness grows, turns into a sting of pain, but I push through it, force myself to. Slow down, Levi orders, a little more than a growl. His hands clasp my hips to still me. I open my eyes. Shake my head. I need to. You need a minute, he says firmly, and his voice brooks no argument. We're both shaking, gasping, sweaty against each other, but I pause for a moment, and he nods, choppy, pleased. Good girl. He stares at me like he doesn't know where to settle his eyes. Then he finds the place where we're joined and starts touching me there, slow, wet strokes of his thumb on my clit that soften me and help me take him all the way. His hip bones press into the undersides of my thighs when he bottoms out. I feel my channel clench and grip him, and his groan tells me that he does, too. He's in me to the hilt, and I collapse on top of him. Levi, I stutter into his mouth. You are really big. Something vibrates between us. Not physical, a feeling. It resonates in my body and in my brain. You'll get used to me, he gasps against my temple, pushing my hair back from my forehead with trembling hands, and then I am so full, I cannot be still anymore. I roll my hips to test the waters, see what hurts, very little, and what's good, a whole lot. I learn what I want. Which angle? Which rhythm? In exchange, I let Levi's hands roam my body wherever he likes, and it's everywhere. There are wet, filthy, shameful sounds, but I don't care, too busy gripping the headboard and grinding myself against that spot inside me which, yes. His immense, stretching me to my limit and a bit past. I balance myself on his chest. His heart beats a drum against my palm, and I move up and down. Delicious pressure. Pleasure pulses deep in my belly. Like this? I ask. He doesn't answer. Or he does, but in murmurs, incoherent little things, like please, be still, don't move, you're so tight, I'm going to, oh, shit. It gets worse when I clench around him on purpose, just to see where I can go. There's no extra room inside me. Nothing at all, and my vision dots. My pulse spikes. My head snaps blank, my lungs void of air, and I come like an avalanche, a wash of blinding pleasure as my body contracts rhythmically. I whimper my orgasm into the skin of his collarbone. When I can think again, I find Levi on top of me, panting against my throat, fingers tight around my hips. He babbles, groans, desperately grinds his cock against my stomach, but he has pulled out. I am painfully empty, clenching against nothing. Did you? My voice is hoarse. I'm trying to make it last, he pants. I don't want this to end. I try to guide him into me once again, but he pins my wrists above my head and kisses me, endless, deep, without restraint, swallowing my soft whimpers in his mouth. Then he slides back inside. In this position he gets deeper. Harder. Different angles. He covers me, all of me, and I let him do what he let me do, find his pleasure in my body. His thrusts are shallow, then slow, then deep. Then his control snaps in two, long movements that drag delicious friction against all of my nerve endings. I love his weight on me. I love his guttural groans. I love the absent, awestruck green of his eyes. I'm so close. So close again. This is good. He is good. We are good. Together. Like this. B, he slurs against my cheek. B. You are everything My hands slide against his sweat-slick back, and I hold him together as he shatters into a million pieces. 18. Raphy nuclei, happiness. Amazing. Guy's voice trembles slightly, a tinge of fear to his admiration. Or, I guess it's called. All that matters is that it opens the floodgates for everyone else to speak up. Incredible. We have a working prototype. Can't believe there was such a simple solution. Blink is basically done. Such an elegant way of. Fucking awesome, Rocio declares, the loudest voice. Everyone looks at her, and that's when the impressed whispers become more like a frat party. High fives, hugs, the occasional chant. I'm surprised a keg isn't suddenly produced out of thin air. Levi leans against a bench on the opposite side of the room, wearing last night's Henley. This morning I offered him my stretchy tie-dye camisole, but he just glared at me. Ingrate. He notices I'm staring and we both look away, bashful to have been caught. Then our eyes lock again. This time, we share a smile. We should celebrate, someone's yelling. We ignore him and keep on smiling. The first time Tim and I had sex, I was terrified he hadn't enjoyed it. He didn't call me for 2 days, which I spent wondering if I was shit in bed instead of focusing on how shitty he was. In the fight that ended our engagement, he accused me of pushing him to sleep with other women because I was a total starfish during sex. I had to Google what that even meant after he left. On reflection, our relationship was bookended by Tim making me feel terrible about myself. How poetic. Maybe in the past years I've learned to give considerably fewer fucks about what dudes think of me, and that's why I've spent 0 seconds of the last 24 hours wondering whether Levi thinks I'm a shitlay. But maybe that's not the only reason. Maybe it has to do with the way he looked at me this morning, when I woke up on top of him in my twin bed that he accused of being an instrument of torture repurposed as a piece of furniture. Maybe it was the quiet, sweetly bashful conversation we had about me being on birth control, and about the fact that we've both been living like ascetic monks for long enough that we're sure to be clean. Maybe it's the appalled face he made when he saw me guzzle unsweetened soy milk directly from the carton. Maybe it's the swift, covert glances he's been giving me all day long. We haven't talked much. Or we've talked a lot. About circuits and high-frequency stimulation trains and Brodmann areas. The usual. Today's not usual, though. Looks like you got it. Boris comes to stand beside me. He glances at his engineers, currently giving one another celebratory wedgies, with mild disapproval. We still need to tweak the neuro software. Then we'll test the model on the first astronaut. Guy has volunteered. A euphemism, Guy begged to be test subject number 1. It's nice knowing that someone else is so invested in Blink. When's that? Next week. He nods. I'm going to set up a demonstration for the end of next week, then. A demonstration? I'll invite my bosses, your bosses. They'll invite someone higher up still. I stare at him, alarmed. That's way too soon. We have weeks before the project deadline, and there's lots to troubleshoot. Human subjects are involved, plenty of things could go wrong. Yes. He gives me a level look. But you know what the stakes are, especially with MagTech so close to catching up. And you know the pushback against the project. We've got lots of eyes on us. Lots of people who know very little about science, and yet are very invested in Blink. I hesitate. 10 days is much fewer than I'm comfortable with. On the other hand, I understand the pressure Boris is under. After all, he's the one who got us approval to start. Okay. We'll do our best. I push away from the bench. I'll tell Levi. Wait. I stop. B, what are your plans when this is over? My plans? You want to keep working for Trevor? I press my lips together to temporary eyes, but Boris is no fool. I've chatted with him a few times. He seems to be under the impression that we're making suits. Trevor is. I sigh. Yeah. He gives me a commiserating look. If the prototype's a success, Nee will likely promote you, maybe give you your own lab. You'll have options. But if you don't like those options, come see me, please. I stare at him wide-eyed. What? I've been wanting to start a dedicated neuroscience team. This, he points at the helmet, is one of many things we can do. Our neuro unit is scattered and underutilized. I need someone who can actually lead it. He smiles tiredly. Anyway, I'll go tell Levi about the demonstration. I'm partial to the way he scowls when I give him bad news. I stand there like an idiot, blinking into the distance. Was I just offered a job? At NASA? Leading a lab? Did I hallucinate? Is there a carbon monoxide leak in the building? You coming out to celebrate? Guy asks, startling me. I shake my head. Celebration seems premature. But you guys have fun. Sure will. His eyes lift to a spot above my head. And you? I turn around. Levi is right behind me. Another time. You have plans? I ask once Guy has left. I look around to make sure we're alone, like I'm asking Levi for his secret apple pie recipe. I'm ridiculous. I was going to spend some quality time with my cat. Expression night. Schrödinger and I do sometimes have interactions that don't involve his rectum, he points out. But no. There's a restaurant. Vegan. His eyes wander away, as though he's embarrassed to ask. I've been wanting to try it. We could. I laugh. You don't have to. He gives me a curious look. Do what? Take me out. On a date. He scowls. I know I don't have to. I'm aware this isn't. I start to tell him that I know it's not like that between us. That he doesn't need to take me out. That the sex was excellent, and even though I'm sore and sleepy and possibly all orgasmed out, I'd be happy to have more. With him. If he's interested. I'm familiar with the concept of friends with benefits. Bed buddies. Frenefits. Fuck friends. But then I remember the weekend. Watching Star Wars together, drinking Sazerac. This friendship of ours is older than the benefits, even if just by a few hours, and I'd be happy to spend time talking with him. Plus, he probably has no one to try vegan restaurants with. I'm the same in Bethesda. Yeah, that's why he's asking me out. Actually, that sounds amazing. Do we need a reservation? He lifts one eyebrow. It's a vegan restaurant in Texas. We'll be fine. I know how this is going to be. Levi will get to work out of his system whatever's left of his years-old attraction toward me. I will finally get to have some decent sex. We'll both get to do so without the pressure of being in a relationship and the disastrous stickiness that always happens when you let yourself care too much about someone. Tonight's dinner is not going to be a date, just a meal between two horny friends who happen to share dietary preferences. Still, I find myself putting more care than usual into my appearance. I choose a thin rose gold septum ring, my favorite piercings, and classic red lipstick. I curl my hair to fall in waves down my shoulders. I'm ready well before Levi's supposed to pick me up, so I go wait on the balcony. Schmack has finally gotten back to me, apologetic for having been offline for the best, then worst, then best weekend of my life. SHMAC, STC is grasping. Everyone knows you have no financial interests and are supporting #fair graduate admissions because you believe in it. Marie, I hate what they said about fair admissions being impractical. Who cares? We can and must do better. SHMAC, orally. Marie? SHMAC, asterisk totally. SHMAC, sorry, speech to text. I'm driving. Marie, LOL. Marie, where are you going? And does it have to do with your best then worst then best weekend? And does that have to do with the girl? SHMAC, I'm taking her out for dinner. Marie, dies gasgog Kirkwerg. Marie, that was a keyboard smash, in case text-to-speech is failing you. SHMAC, it was, thank you. Marie, I'm so happy for you, schmack. SHMAC, I am, too. Though she's still a bit skittish. Marie, skittish. SHMAC, for valid reasons. But I don't think she's quite ready to admit it to herself. Marie, admit what? SHMAC, that I'm serious about this. That I'm in it for the long haul. Or at least for as long as she'll have me. I frown. Wait, isn't the girl in a relationship? There's no long haul unless she divorces, is there? I want to ask, but I wouldn't want Schmack to think that I'm judging him for taking up with a married woman. I really don't, especially since her husband sounds like someone I wouldn't mind pushing down the Eiffel Tower stairs. I consider telling him that I, too, am going out for dinner with Camel Dick, no less, but I hear a soft noise. A little ball of red and grey is hovering in midair around the feeder, pretty wings beating happily at a fluttering rhythm. The first hummingbird of the year. Hey, beauty. He sticks his thin beak into one hole and leaves before I can take a picture. I watch him fly over the parking lot and notice Levi's truck pulling up. I run downstairs like I'm 11 and heading to the splash pad. I got my first hummingbird, I say excitedly, climbing into the truck. Levi has barely finished parking. Red throat. I didn't get a picture, but they're territorial, so he'll be back. And I'll have the coconut ginger chickpea soup. My sister says that it's uncool to read restaurant menus online, but I fully embrace my obsession with food. I stop. Levi is staring at me open-mouthed. I have hummingbird shit on my face, don't I? He keeps staring. Do you have a tissue? I look around the cabin. Or even a piece of paper. No. No, you don't. He shakes his head, lost for words. What's wrong? You. He swallows. I? The dress. You wore the dress. I glance at myself. Oh. Yes. I did wear my Target dress. I thought you said you didn't really hate it. And I don't. He swallows. I really don't. I take a better look at him and realize the way he's staring. Which is. Oh. My heartbeat picks up. Can I kiss you? He asks, and I could fall in love with this hesitant, shy version of Levi Ward, the same man who nibbled my throat awake at 3 a.m. to say that he'd die if he couldn't fuck me again. I let him, enthusiastically. Just like I let him kiss me now, until we're making out like teenagers, deep, fingers holding my neck, tongue stroking, his weight pressing me into the seat, and he's really, really good at this, charmingly assertive, deliciously insistent. That's his hand on my knee, under my dress and up my smooth leg, up and up until it's wrapped around my inner thigh. A light brush against the front of my panties, and I whimper in his mouth just as he groans. I think I'm already wet. And he knows I'm already wet, because his fingertips slip under the elastic and hook it to the side. I gasp against his mouth and his thumb slides against my. Someone honks one street over, and we both pull back. Oops. We should probably. Yeah. We should. We're both in agreement. And both reluctant. We're slow to let go of each other, and when he turns the key in the ignition, the same hand that uses precision screwdrivers on a daily basis is trembling slightly. I glance out the window. Levi? Yeah? I just wanted to say that. I smile. Red lipstick looks great on you. It's not a date. But if it were, which it isn't, it would be the best date of my life. Of course, because it's not a date, the point is moot. But if it were. Though it's not. Even when, I must admit, it almost feels like one. Maybe it's that he paid while I was in the bathroom, I briefly protested, but honestly, I'll let any dude buy me dinner until the gender pay gap is ungapped. Maybe it's that we never stopped talking, never, not even for a minute, just polite nods for Archie the overzealous waiter when he kept coming by to inquire about our meals. But maybe it's the hour we spent reframing some of our most traumatic grad school memories. I presented my data during lab meeting. Halfway through my first year. And you looked out the window for the entire time. He smiles and takes his time chewing. You were wearing this, he gestures in the middle of his forehead, thing. On your hair. A headband, probably. I was smack in my boho chic phase. I shudder. Okay, you've got a doctor's note for this one. But it was excellent data. I know I was listening. Your salience network research, very compelling. He shrugs. His hand closes around his glass, but he doesn't drink. It was cute. I didn't want to stare. I burst into laughter. Cute? His eyebrow lifts, challenging. Some of us haven't outgrown their boho chic phase. Aha. What does boho chic mean, Levi? It's a city? In France. I laugh harder. Okay. Another one. That time that friend of yours from microbiology came into lab. That guy you played baseball with. Dan basketball. I've never played baseball in my life, I'm not even sure how it works. A bunch of guys stand around in their jammies and chat amiably. Anyway, Dan came into lab to pick you up for a game of a sport, and you introduced him to everyone except for me. He nods. Tears off a piece of bread. Doesn't eat it. I remember. We can agree it was a dick move. Or. He drops the bread, leaning back. Or, we could agree that a few nights before, after a few drinks, I blurted out to Dan that I was interested in a girl named B, that B's not a common name, and that Dan was totally the kind of person to look you in the eye and ask, aren't you that chick my bro blobbers about when he's sloshed? My heart skips a beat, but I power through. You can't have an excuse for every single time you acted like a dick. He shrugs. Try me. The dress code. A few weeks ago. He covers his eyes. You mean, when I asked you to dress professionally while I was wearing a t-shirt with a hole in the right armpit? Were you really? Most of my t-shirts have armpit holes. Statistically speaking, yes. What's the excuse? He sighs. That morning, Boris said something to me about how he thought NASA might use whatever they could to get me off their backs. He said, I wouldn't be surprised if they got rid of her because of the hair. It was probably a throwaway line, but I panicked. He lifts his hands. Then you called me out for promoting gender bias in the workplace, and I felt like a Bond villain bragging about his doomsday device. I can't believe you didn't just tell me. In retaliation, I pluck a broccoli rabe from his plate. I'm an excellent communicator with outstanding interpersonal skills, according to my resume. Mine says that I'm fluent in Portuguese, but the last time I tried to order food in Coimbra I accidentally told the waiter that there was a bomb in the bathroom. Okay, last one, what about when you refused to collaborate? I overheard you through the door. You told Sam you didn't want to be on the project because of me. You overheard me. He sounds skeptical. Through Sam's solid wood slab of a door. I bat my eyes angelically. Yes. Were you eavesdropping in the ficus? Perhaps. Anything to say in your defense? Did you leave right after I mentioned that I didn't want the project because of you? Yep. I stomped my way to my office with the rage of a murder of dragons. Is that their collective noun? It should be. He nods. If you left right after you heard your name, then you didn't hear everything I told Sam. And that misunderstanding is on you. I scowl. Is it? Yep. There's a lesson for all of us here. He picks up the piece of bread he dropped earlier. Which would be? Don't eavesdrop in the ficus. Nope. If you eavesdrop, you shouldn't half-ass it. He pops the bread into his mouth, and has the audacity to grin at me. Schrödinger remembers me. Possibly from the other night, when he slept on my windpipe, gave me suffocation nightmares, and left black tufts of hair in my mouth. He slinks from his spot on the couch the moment we come in and twines himself around my bare ankles while Levi stores our leftovers in his fridge. I love you, I coo at him. You're a perfect, magnificent beast, and I'll protect you with my life. I will slay a murder of dragons for you. I looked it up, Levi says from the doorjamb. It's a thunder of dragons. Fascinating. I rub the underside of Schrödinger's chin. He squints in feline bliss. But we like murder better, don't we? Yes, we do. I glance up. I believe I was promised some anal expression. He shakes his head. It was to lure you here. Don't believe everything you're told. You heard that, Schrödinger. Your daddy uses your malfunctioning glands as bait. Levi smiles. He's not like that, usually. Schrödinger's shy with most people. Hides under the couch a lot. He used to be very aggressive with my. The way he trails off has me dying to know. You're? He shrugs and looks away. I lived with a girlfriend. For a few months. Oh. The cat flops on his side into a waterfall of purrs. Lily? Before her. I think I can stop lying to myself and the tiny porcelain frog that passes as my brain and just admit that Levi is the perfect combination of sexy guy, handsome guy, and cute guy. You know when you've been in love with someone for years, and then they do something horrible, like forgetting to water your Kia pet unicorn or screwing your best friend, and you stop seeing them through rose-colored lenses. All their shortcomings are thrown in sharp relief, like you just put on 3D glasses for inside ugliness. Well, now that I've gotten rid of my asshole goggles, I can acknowledge that Levi's been eligible bacheloring it up just fine. He'll make some lucky girl an even luckier girl someday. And I have no idea why the idea of him having a living girlfriend sends that cold tingle in my belly. We've been fuck buddies for less than 24 hours, for cake's sake. It's not my business, and the last thing I want is another relationship doomed to a messy, painful ending, i.e., any romantic relationship. Schrödinger didn't like her. He gnaws lovingly on my thumb. To be fair, she was a dog person. When was this? I ask, as nosy as a curtain twitcher. In grad school. Before. He doesn't finish the sentence, but his gaze lingers on me for a moment, and I wonder if he meant before you. Annie used to have a funny theory. We all have a year zero around which the calendars of our lives pivot. At some point you meet someone, and they become so important, so metamorphic, that 10, 20, 6 to 5 years down the line you look back and realize that you could split your existence in two. Before they showed, BCE, and your common era. Your very own Gregorian calendar. I used to think Tim was my common era, but I don't anymore. In fact, I don't want another flaky, fickle human being to become my common era. You know what would work great as a pivotal lifetime point? Me, getting my own knee lab, which, I'm thrilled to say, is closer than ever. I almost want to text Annie to ask if new jobs can be year zeros, but I'm not quite there yet. Still, it's nice to know that I could. That the door between us is ajar. Levi wasn't going to say before you, because I'm not his common era. I don't care to be. But I'm positive he'll meet her soon. Probably a girl who's 5'11", knows how to build a microwave from scratch, and has the astounding grace of Simone Biles. They'll produce fierce, athletic kids with scarily smart brains and have sex every night, even when there are grant deadlines, even when the in-laws are in the guest room. Hummingbirds will flock to their yard during the spring months, and Levi will study them from his screened-in porch and be implacably happy, just like I'll be happy with my lab, my research, my students, my Raz. Yes, they'll all be women. No, I don't care if you think it's unfair. But I'm glad I found out that Levi used to like me. I'm glad I get to have excellent sex for the first time in my life. I'm glad we're doing this sleeping together thing without all the ugly that comes from actually investing in a relationship. I'm glad we can be part of each other's BCE for a while. I'm glad to be here. With him. I might even be happy. I think you're the best, I say, ruffling the fur around Schrodinger's ears. He's very small. Runt of the litter. I smile at the perfect beanie underside of his paws. I've always loved an underdog. Undercat. I'm surprised someone who likes cats as much as you doesn't. Have one? I was going to say 5. I chuckle. There is Felicette. I was thinking more of existing cats. I glare at him. I'd love to dedicate my life to embodying the cultural archetype of the crazy cat lady. But it's a bad idea. Why? Because. I hesitate, and Schrodinger purrs against my fingers. My love for him knows no bounds. I couldn't take it. Couldn't take what? When they die. Levi gives me a curious look. Not for years. Decades, sometimes. And a lot happens between the beginning and the end. But the end does happen. Unavoidably. All relationships between living beings end somewhere, somehow. That's just the way it is. One party dies, or is called away by other biological needs. Emotions are transient by nature. They're temporary states brought on by neurophysiological changes that aren't meant to be long-lasting. The nervous system must revert back to homeostasis. All relationships associated with affective events are destined to end. He seems unconvinced. All relationships? Yep. It's science. He nods, but then says, what about prairie voles? What about them? They pair bond for life, don't they? His eyes glint appraisingly, like he's observing a fascinating biological phenomenon. We might not be talking about the misery of having to flush a goldfish down the toilet anymore. Then prairie voles are the exception, because their oxytocin and vasopressin receptors are scattered across their reward systems. Isn't that biological proof that emotions and relationships can be long-lasting? Not at all. So you have 2 cute rodents and they stick together. Amazing. But one night husband vole crosses the highway to catch Ratatouille at the local theater and ends up pancaked by a Ford Mustang owned by a dipshit who's driving to cheat on his wife with an unknowing college girl. Q. Grieving widow vole. It sucks, but it's like I told you, one way or another. And what happens in between doesn't make it worth it. Have you ever been left behind? I want to ask him. Have you ever lost it all? Do you know how it feels? Because it doesn't sound like you do. But I don't want to be cruel. I'm not cruel. I just want to protect myself, and if Levi doesn't want to do the same, he's stronger than I am. Maybe, I say, non-committal, and watch Schrodinger gracefully steal to where Levi is standing. So, what's the plan for tonight? What do you want to do? I shrug. I don't know. What do you want to do? He smiles at me mischievously. I thought maybe we could go for a jog. I'd expected him to be reserved about sex. Not that I'd thought about it very much, but if someone had held a gun to my head and forced me to guess, I'd have probably told them, I bet Levi Ward is quiet in bed. Boring. Because he's such a guarded person out of bed. A few low grunts, maybe. A handful of words, all directives. Faster. Slower. Actually, this other angle is better. I'd have been wrong. Because there's nothing reserved in the way he takes his pleasure out of my body. Nothing at all. I'm not sure how I find myself spread out on my stomach in the middle of his bed, trying to breathe steadily as he traces the line of small tattoos down my spine. The UK, he says, hoarse and a little shaky. And I don't know this one. Or the next. But Italy. Japan. Italy's are a boot. Easy. I push my forehead into the pillow, biting my lower lip. This would be easier if he weren't inside me. If he hadn't pushed to the side the green panties I'd bought to celebrate Blink, the ones that I regretted the second Levi was announced as my co-lead, the ones I didn't think I'd use anytime soon, the ones Levi stared at speechless for a whole minute and slowly, inexorably slid into the hilt. They're pretty. The outlines. He lowers himself to kiss the skin of my neck. It makes his cock shift inside me, and we both groan. It's just embarrassing, the way my back arches, the way my ass bucks back into his abdomen like my body isn't mine anymore. You might be too tight this way. It might be too good. Sex isn't like this. I'm not like this. I'm not the type to come quickly, or uncontrollably, or loudly. I'm not the type to come very often. But there's a place inside me that he hits. He found it last night, too, but now, in this position, or maybe just because it's slower. I don't know what it is, but it's even better. He thrusts inside me a couple times, shallow, experimental, and I have to fist my hands into his sheets. They are shaking. I have to stop. Collect myself. Clear my throat. Tense. Release. They're my homes. All the places I've lived. Beautiful. He presses a soft kiss to the ball of my shoulder. So damn beautiful, he repeats, almost to himself, like it's not about my tattoos anymore. Then the mattress shifts, I hear a frustrated groan, and all of a sudden I feel cold. He's not touching me anymore. He has pulled back. Pulled out. What are you? I try to turn around, but his hand splays between my shoulder blades to hold me down gently. Just trying to pace myself. His voice is all strained, self-effacing amusement. I can't see his smile, but I picture it in my head, faint, warm, beautiful. I take a deep, shuddering breath, trying to relax into the sheets, feeling his eyes roam my body. His fingers trail down my back and then he begins to arrange me ever so slightly, tilting my hips at a different angle. Levi exhales. All those years ago. And then later. There were lots of things that I imagined doing to you, but I always went back to. He trails off. For a few seconds I hear very little, but it's okay. I'm unwinding from the trembling, needy, overheated mess he makes of me, and it's good to have a moment to calm down. It'll be nice to keep some dignity in this bed. The palms of his hands move between my legs and spread them apart. My panties are yanked all the way to the side. I gasp, feeling cold air on my core, feeling so open, exposed, it's almost obscene. You look. His voice is quiet, and then he half explodes in a low, fuck. I'm a fraction of a second from asking him what's wrong with me when I feel him pull my hips higher. Levi? His tongue, his lips, his nose press into me from behind, and I inhale sharply. First it's careful, delicate licks, flicking my clit and nudging my opening, then it's deep kisses, mapping me thoroughly. Oh my God, I moan. His only response is a low, satisfied growl against my folds, and I don't know if it's the vibrations, or the enthusiastic way he's working on me, or the fact that he's holding me wide open like I am a feast made for him to consume, but my belly tenses, and my limbs are shaking, and keeping my pleading noises in is a losing game. It can't last, not like this. It takes him less than a minute to push me tumbling over the edge. This is not my body. Or maybe it is, but Levi's in charge, and I don't mind. The pleasure takes over, crashes over me like a tidal wave, and before it even dries out I feel him rearranging me once more, pressing my stomach into the mattress again until I'm at his mercy. His fingers are on me, parting me open. Then there is a stretch, a split-second burn, and his pushing deep inside. He was there before and it was heaven, but I'm wetter now, and the friction is even more delicious. I feel myself tighten, quick, fluttering contractions around his length. This is so unbelievably good. Jesus, Levi grunts. Tests a deep, shaky thrust. You're still coming, aren't you? Yes. No. I don't know. I twist my neck and turn back. He's looking down at me. At my flushed skin and my trembling flesh. He's not going to stop anytime soon, I know it. I'm going to come disastrously quickly, again, or maybe I'll never stop, and he's going to stare at me for every last second of it. Caging me, propped up on his huge, shaking arms, with that hungry, spellbound gleam in his eyes. You're some kind of fantasy. Built to do this. Built for me. Fuck, B. His rhythm picks up. Uneven and choppy, but it picks up. And I can't bear it. You can't, I moan. He immediately pauses. No, I whine. Don't stop. You said? Just. Please, don't look at me. He seems to finally get it. Hush. He lowers himself and presses a kiss to my cheekbones. It's impossible, but it's getting even better. He's figured it out, the inside of me. How to angle his thrusts. They're more shallow, more purposeful, and I'm babbling. Things like oh my God and please harder, and he somehow knows what I mean. He makes sense of me, and bends down to run his tongue down the skin of my throat, to bite my shoulder, to grunt his pleasure against my nape. I'm not sure, he murmurs gutturally, breath harsh against my ear, how I haven't come yet. Me neither, I think. I say his name, muffled in the pillow, and just let go. 19. Basilateral amygdala, arachnophobia. I'd like to take back everything I've said so far. Well, not everything. Just the whole. I'm going to dedicate my life to the pursuit of neuroscience and forsake all bodily pleasure with the sole exception of vegan Nutella bit I've been going on about. I'd like to take that part back, having a friend/coworker/whatever with benefits suits me. Deliciously, fantastically, magically so. I am unbothered. Moisturized. Happy. In my lane. Focused. Flourishing. I suspect I'm having the best weeks of my adult life, including the one spent as a donuts and camp counselor, where the extent of my duties was to stuff my face with frosting and keep an eye on 10-year-olds as they proclaimed that Cézanne's paintings were cute, but very orange. Maybe it's the mind-altering sex. I'm sure it's the mind-altering sex. Undoubtedly it's the mind-altering sex, but there's more than that. Take Blink, for example. The demonstration is set for next Friday. Would I feel a tad more relaxed if I had 4 more weeks before Boris drags half of Congress in front of me? Of course. I'm obsessive and like to be overprepared. But every single test we ran since our breakthrough gave us excellent results. We're moving to a stage that feels less thankless grueling groundwork and more groundbreaking scientific advance, and most of the balls are in my court. Each helmet has to be customized for the astronaut who'll wear it based on the mapping of their brain. It's a lot of fine-tuning, and I love every second of it. Everyone does. Seeing something we've been working on tirelessly yield results is a big morale boost, and the engineers have been arriving early and staying late, buzzing around Levi and me with constant questions, and we've been keeping it secret. This thing Levi and I are doing. Obviously. There's no point in telling the engineers. Or Rocio. Or Guy, who mostly alternates between questions about my non-existent husband and inviting Levi out. On Wednesday it's, basketball tonight? On Thursday, beers. Friday, what's going on this weekend? I'd feel guilty at Levi's standard response, sorry, man, I'm swamped, but it's only temporary. Just one of those things, girl with no interest in relationships meets dude who was into her years ago and they take up the horizontal mambo, no strings attached. In a few weeks I'll be home, and Guy will have Levi all to himself. In the meantime, we're stocking up on time together like camels. Time and sex. Have I mentioned the sex? I must be 20 hours behind on sleep, but somehow I'm not tired. My body might be evolving into a sophisticated bioweapon capable of converting orgasms into rest. You should just move in, Levi tells me on Friday morning. I blink bleary-eyed over coffee he poured me, my brain struggling to decipher the words. What do you mean? Bring your stuff here. He just got home from his run and looks sweaty, disheveled, and disturbingly good. Pack a bag. Then you won't have to go back and forth to get a change of clothes. It's not your real apartment anyway. I study him over my mug. Maybe he's suffering from heat stroke. I can't move in with you. I'm pretty sure there's language about that in the fuck-buddying contract. Why? Because. What if you need to? Watch pornography. He probably wouldn't. I'd be his live-in pornography. Bring home other girls. I don't see him doing that, either. Man cave it up. It's a big house. Walk around naked. He already does it. I can't believe I'm having sex with someone with a six-pack. I'm serious, he continues. I have a better bed. Better cat. Better hummingbirds. Lies. There are no hummingbirds in your garden. They show up when you're not around. You'll have to move in to see them. Rocio might notice. He is quiet, waiting for me to elaborate. And then Kaylee would. And she might tell others. If I'd found out that Sam was screwing Dr. Mosley on the side, I'd have hollered it to the winds. I frown. I'm a monster. Poor Sam. If Kaylee tells others, then she tells others. That's not a problem. I rub my eyes. I'm not sure I want your entire team to know that I'm having a thing with a colleague. It sounds like the type of thing for which women in STEM get unfair shit all the time. Yep. Fair. But even if Rocio noticed, she wouldn't know that you are at my place. Plus she might have other stuff on her mind, given the number of times I've heard her and Kaylee call each other babe in the last week. True. I bite my lower lip, actually considering moving in. Am I insane? I don't think so. I just like him like this, being with him. Fuck buddyship with Levi Ward suits me, and I just want a little more of it. FYI, I wear a retainer at night. Sexy. And your bathroom will be stained purple forever. Seriously. 5 showers and your bathtub will be a giant eggplant emoji. He gives me a solemn nod and pulls me closer. It's everything I ever wanted. It's Saturday morning and we're cooking together, by which I mean Levi's making pancakes and I'm standing next to him, stealing blueberries and telling him about The Mermaid's Tale, the young adult book idea I've been nursing since grad school, nothing like a nanoscopic office and perennially skirting the poverty line to stimulate a gal's imagination for escapist fiction. Wait. He frowns. Ondine doesn't know she's half mermaid before joining the swim team. Nope, she doesn't know she was adopted. She finds out on the first practice, when they throw her in the water and she swims one lap in. I'll have to research how long it takes to swim one lap, but she's as fast as Michael Phelps. Levi flips a pancake. Sure, whoever that is. And Joe Waters, cutest senior in school, sees her and becomes her faithful sidekick in her journey of self-discovery. Do they end up together? Nope. He goes to college, she sprouts a tail. Can't they do long distance? No. I won't lie to impressionable youths about the durability of human relationships. He scowls. That's a bad ending. It's not, it's mermazing. And long-distance relationships are not a lie. Happy-ending long-distance relationships sure are. Just like all other happy-ending relationships. He pins me with a look. The corners of the pancake are darkening dangerously. And ours will end poorly, too. Nah. I wave my hand. We'll be fine, because we're casual. He stiffens, lips thinning. I see. He relaxes with visible effort, and there's something odd about his expression. What's that face? I ask. What face? That one. The one you put on when you're about to try to convince me that Nirvana is better than Ani DiFranco. I'm not going to try to convince you. Ah. So you admit that I'm right. You're not right. You're stubborn, and misguided, and often wrong about music and other things. But there's no use in trying to reason with you. He leans closer and kisses me, lingering, soft, deep. I lose myself a little. I'll just have to show you. Show me WH. Levi's phone rings. He takes a moment to turn off the stove before picking up. Yes? The voice on the other end is almost familiar, Lily Sullivan. Hey. I'm with B. I give him a curious look. Why would Lily know who I am? Sure. Of course. I'll ask. He presses his phone against his shoulder, looking at me. Any interest in spending a few hours hanging out with a 6-year-old who wants to be a spider vet and has strong opinions on Pokémons? I'm briefly confused. Then I realize what he's asking and my face splits into a grin. Lots of interest. But, Levi? I whisper as he puts the phone back to his ear. Pokémon is uncountable. Lily Sullivan is warm, personable, and sweet in a delicious southern way that has me instantly liking her and feeling welcome in her beautiful early American home. Penny Sullivan, though. I fall in love with Penny the second I lay my eyes on her. Not true. I fall for her when she looks up from lying face down on the living room rug and moans with wide, pleading eyes, my kingdom. My entire kingdom for a Twinkie. She's on her 4th day of keto, Lily whispers. For her epilepsy. She gives me the doleful look of a mother who's been feeding her kid eggs and avocados for too many meals. I don't think she ever asked for a Twinkie before today. I remember the cravings of 9-year-old B, who was brutally informed by her cousin Magdalena that gummy bears are made with animal bones and didn't find out about vegan alternatives for years. Yeah, diets are funny like that. Though Penny seems fine now that Levi's here, laughing uncontrollably when he picks her up, throws her over his shoulder, and starts making his way across the house. Penny Lane and I will be in the backyard, if you want to join us. It's clear that they have a routine, which consists of Levi pushing a long swing that dangles from the branch of a tall tree, and Penny yelling, "More! More!" as Lily sits on the patio and smiles fondly at them. I take the chair next to hers, and thank her when she pours me a glass of lemonade. I'm so glad you came over. Penny was supposed to have a sleepover tonight, but we postponed after the seizure earlier this week. She didn't take it well. I'd be grumpy, too. And it's no problem at all, your home is so lovely, thank you for having me. She smiles, covering my hand with her palm. Thank you for not thinking that, she gestures vaguely to herself, the house, Levi, and even me, all of this is weird. Having this woman who's always calling the man you're dating. Oh, it's not like that. We're just, my eyes dart to the swing. Can I talk about sex within 100 feet of a child? Is there a law against it? It must be uncomfortable, considering that Levi and I once. She gives me an apologetic look. I want her to stop talking about this for many reasons, including the fact that while I have no right to be jealous, judging by the little pang in my stomach, I apparently am. A little bit? Yikes, me. It's long over, Lily continues. And it was just a few weeks. We met here in Houston when he came to spend the summer with Peter, before the last year of his PhD. Then he went back to Pittsburgh. We were supposed to try long distance, but he said he met someone else. The pang turns into a thud. Who did Levi meet in his 5th year? Well, me. Duh. But he can't have broken up with someone like Lily for. When he told Peter that we'd split, Peter admitted that he liked me and asked me out. She spreads her hands, as though she cannot believe her own story. We got married 2 months later, and I got pregnant right after. Can you believe it? I smile. It's so romantic. I'm so sorry about what happened to Peter. Yeah. It was. It's not easy. She looks away. Thank you for what you're doing for Blink. I know it's high security and you can't talk about it, but when you came on board, Levi mentioned what an asset you'd be. It means a lot, having someone like you carry out Peter's legacy. And thank you for sharing Levi with us. There's a lump in my throat. He's not mine to share. I think he might be, actually. Oh, that little Penny, you need a hat. You can't be in the sun like that. Levi said I could. Levi lifts one eyebrow, clearly having said no such thing. Penny sullenly stalks to her mother, only to stop in front of me with a shy, hesitant look. Does that hurt? She asks, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. What? Oh, my nose piercing. Just a tiny bit when I first got it, many years ago. She nods skeptically. Is your name really B? It is. Like the bug? Yep. Why? Levi and I laugh. Lily covers her eyes with a hand. My mom was a poet, and she really liked a set of poems about bees. Penny nods. Apparently, it makes as much sense to her as it did to Maria de Luca Königswasser. Where's your mom? Gone, now. Oh. My dad is gone, too. I can feel the tension in the adults, but there's something matter-of-fact about the way Penny talks. What's your favorite animal? Will you be disappointed if I don't say bees? She mulls it over. Depends. Not if it's a good one. Okay. Are cats good? Yes. They're Levi's favorite, too. He has a black kitty. That's right, Levi interjects. And B has a kitty, too. A see-through one. I glare at him. My favorite animals are spiders, Penny informs me. Oh, spiders are, I suppress a shudder, cool, too. My sister's favorite animals are blobfish. Have you ever seen one? Her eyes widen, and she climbs on my lap to look at the picture I'm pulling up on my phone. God, I love children. I love this child. I look up and notice the way Levi's staring at me with an odd light in his eyes. Is your sister a child? Penny asks after making a face at the blobfish. She's my twin. Really? Does she look like you? Yep. I scroll to my favorites and tap on a picture of the two of us at 15, before I started what Riker calls my journey of softcore body modification. Wow. Which one is you? On the right. Do you get along? Yeah. Well, we insult each other a lot, too. But yeah. Do you live together? I shake my head. I actually don't see her in person much. She travels a lot. Are you mad that she's gone? Ah, children. And they're loaded questions. I used to be. But now I'm just a bit sad. But it's okay. She needs to travel just as much as I need to stay put. My friend said that if you're a twin, your children will be twins, too. You have a higher probability, yes. Do you want twins? Penny, Lily reprimands her gently, no grilling guests on family planning before lunch. Oh, that's fine. I would love to have twins. I used to dream of it, actually. Even though at this point I probably won't. For obvious reasons. That I won't bother Penny with. She smiles. That's good, because so does Levi. Oh. I feel myself go crimson and look at Levi, expecting to find him just as embarrassed, but he's staring at me with the same expression from before, only about 20 times more intense. Anne. Does anyone want sherbet? Lily asks, clearly picking up on the weirdness. Mother, Penny says darkly, must you torture me? I got special ice cream at the store for you. Penny's eyes widen and she runs inside the house. Poor girl, Lily mutters as we follow her inside. Kato ice cream's probably disgusting. You underestimate how desperate she might be, I tell her. There are things I used to find appalling after going vegan that I started loving out of. B. Look, I want to show you something. What's that? I smile and crouch to her height. This is Shaggy, My eyes fall on the stuffed tarantula plush toy in her hands, and sound recedes. My vision fogs. I'm hot and cold at the same time, and all of a sudden, everything goes dark. That was so cool. Levi, I love your girlfriend so much. I know the feeling. Goodness. Should I call 911? Nah, she's fine. Everything's foggy, but I think I'm in Levi's arms. He's patiently holding my head up, no concern in his tone. In fact, he sounds weirdly charmed. This happens to her every other day. Slander, I mumble, fighting to open my eyes. Lies. He smiles down at me and he's so handsome. I love his face. Look who's gracing us with her presence. Is it low blood sugar? Lily asks apprehensively. Can I get you anything to? B is like me. Penny is saying, clapping her hands excitedly. She has the same bursts of electricity in her brain. She has seizures. It's a bit like seizures, I say, straightening up. B has a useless parasympathetic nervous system, which is an endless source of entertainment, Levi explains to Penny. Excuse me. I scowl. Some of us don't have the luxury of stable blood pressure. I didn't say it wasn't cute, he murmurs inaudibly against my temple. The scratch of his stubble against my skin is rough. His lips, soft. Penny seems to be a fan, too. Does your twin faint, too? Nope. She got all the best things. Like the ability to burp the French national anthem. It's so cool. It's actually a very maladaptive autonomic response. Can you do it again? Not really, sweetie. Not on command. When do you do it, then? It depends. Sometimes it's highly stressful, surprising situations. Other times it's just seeing things that I'm afraid of, like snakes or spiders. Penny's eyes widen. So if I show you Shaggy again? Levi and Lily yell, "No," at the same time, but it's too late. Penny whips the toy back out from behind her back, and everything goes dark again. We stay with the Sullivans all day, and after Shaggy gets locked in an out-of-reach cupboard, we have a blast. By the time we're ready to leave, I know more about Pokemon than I ever cared to, and Penny has tried to make me faint again approximately 20 times by drawing spiders on every available piece of paper. That little monster. I love her to death. But when we say goodbye in the entrance, agreeing that we should do it again soon, it's a bit like a pianoforte crashing on my head. "How long will you be in Houston?" Lily asks. All I can do is borrow farther into Levi's side. Unclear. The project was originally supposed to last around 3 months, but things are going very well, so. I shrug. Levi's tightens around me. I'm fully aware that Levi and I are the Merriam-Webster definition of transitory. But I'm enjoying this so much. His company. His friends. His food. I'll be sad when this is over in a couple of weeks. Are your parents still going to be in town next week? Lily asks. Levi's tightens again, this time in a completely different fashion. Before it was possessive, comforting. Now it's just tense. Yeah. Sorry about that. Let me know if you need anything. Curious, I bring it up as soon as we're alone in the truck. Your family will be here? He starts the truck, looking straight ahead. I'm beginning to recognize his moods, but this one I'm not familiar with. Yet. My parents. There's some event on the Air Force base here. And you're going to see them? We'll probably have dinner. When? Not sure. My father will let me know when he's free. I nod. And then I hear a voice that sounds a lot like mine ask, "Can I come?" He puffs out a laugh. Are you a fan of strained silences interrupted by the occasional pass the garlic salt? It can't be that bad. Otherwise you wouldn't even get together. You'd be surprised by the lengths my father will go to let me know the depth of his disappointment. What about your mom? He just shrugs. Listen, I can drop hints on how amazingly Blink is going. I can say that you're the go-to engineer for most neuroscientists. I can print out your Nature publication and use it to gently dab my mouth after the first course. There better only be one course. And, B, he shakes his head. It's not that I don't want you to meet them, or that I'm embarrassed. It's just that it's going to be truly bad. At least you have a shitty family to hold on to, I think, but I don't say it. I'm almost positive that Levi's parents are not as horrible as he says. I'm equally positive that he experiences them like that, and that's all that matters. I don't want to be pushy, but I also really want to be there. I could come, and we could pretend that I'm your girlfriend. He gives me a puzzled look. There wouldn't be much to pretend. No, we can pretend that we're an inch from marriage. I can put on my Lotus Septum ring and leave my tattoos out. I'll wear my AOC top and ripped jeans. Think how much they'll hate me. I can see how little he wants to smile, and how little he can help it. No one could hate you. Not even my father. I wink at him. Game on, then. 20. Ventral tegmental area, romantic love. Levi's father, as it turns out, is perfectly capable of hating me. And so are Levi's mother and his eldest brother, who join us for dinner in a less than pleasantly surprising plot twist. But first things first. Before the dinner there are days of intense prep for the upcoming Blink demonstration. Bolts are tightened, stimulating frequencies are adjusted, Guy is prodded, poked, and shocked on his scalp. He's a trooper. The demonstration is about the helmet, but as test subject number 1 he'll be front and center, and it's clear that he's nervous about it. In the past couple of days he's been moody, anxious, and more tired than ever. I think he's been keeping his fears to himself to avoid disrupting morale, which makes me want to hug him. The other night I stopped by his office to check on him. He startled like a coil spring and quickly closed all his tabs. I guess even astronauts distress on YouPorn? Rocio and Kaylee are getting chummier and chummier. I overhear them in the break room while heating up the stir-fry I made yesterday in an attempt to impress Levi with the one dish I can cook, which resulted in the painful realization that I can cook 0 dishes. If she's willing to say a few words about how the movement started, that would be amazing, Rocio is saying. She seems pretty private. We could blur her face. Auto-tune her. Use a helium voice app. Baby, that would undercut the seriousness of the message. What about a Guy Fawkes mask? I do love V for Vendetta, but no. What are you guys talking about? I ask, spearing a piece of carrot that manages to be at once burnt and undercooked. Amazing. This has to be a transferable skill set. You know #fair graduate admissions, right? Kaylee asks. I drop my carrot back into the Tupperware. Vaguely. It's about guaranteeing inclusivity in the admission process. Student organizations are really active in the movement, but Ro and I are technically not students, so. She turns her laptop. We're making the #fair graduate admissions website. Not ready yet, but we'll launch it soon. There will be information, resources, mentorship opportunities. And we'll ask Marie Curie for an interview. I finish chewing and swallow. Even though I never put the carrot in my mouth. I must be eating my tongue. Marie Curie. Not the real Marie Curie. That would be hilarious, though. Kaylee giggles at the misunderstanding for about half a minute. Rocio stares at her for the entire duration, heart-eyed. Ah, young love. It's the person who started the conversation. We want to launch the website with her interview, but she's pretty anon. She spreads her hands. Her nails are an iridescent baby blue. I clear my throat. She might agree to do it via email. This is actually a great idea. Ro and Kaylee exchange an offensively impressed look. Then Kaylee licks her thumb and wipes something from the corner of Rocio's eye. Hang on, baby. You have a smudge. I walk out of the room holding Rocio's gaze and mouthing, goodbye, baby. I cannot overstate how much I love this relationship development. With so much at stake for Friday, everyone's too frantic to notice that Levi has taken to bringing coffee to my workstation, to making sure that I don't go too long without a break, to smiling faintly and asking if I'm going to pass out whenever a bug flies into the lab, to teasing me about the little mounds of treats I leave for Felicette. I have noticed. And I know he's just being a friend, a kind person, an awesome collaborator, but it hurts a little. Not hurt. But those pangs. Those little twinges I experience when Levi stares at me. When we're running together and he effortlessly matches his pace to mine. When he leaves me the yellow vegan M&Ms because he knows they are my favorites. Yes, they taste better than the red. Well, those little twinges are starting to get a bit painful. Knifing at my general chest area. Weird. Odd. Strange. Peculiar. I make a note in my reminders app, visit primary care doc in Bethesda. I'm overdue for a checkup. Anywho. Work's fantastic, sex is even better, and #fair graduate admissions is about to shake things up in academia, the last bastion of the medieval guild apprenticeship model. Things are going great, right? Wrong. Let's loop back to the dinner. The first hint that it might possibly not go super well, or, as I think of it, my first comes when I find out that Levi's family suggested having dinner at an upscale steakhouse. And when I say suggested, I mean decided. I've no problem with people eating meat, but the complete disregard for Levi's dietary preferences seems less than fatherly. The smell of grilled steak envelops us the second we step inside. I glance up at Levi and he says, apologetic, I'll make you dinner afterward. Which causes a bit of a tsunami inside me. Seriously. The pangs. Those are nothing. I'm being swept over by a ridiculous surge of affection for this vegan man whose probably annoying parents invited him to a steakhouse, and whose first concern is that I don't go hungry tonight. It's a warm feeling that threatens to explode inside my chest, which is why I stop him in the entrance with a hand on his grey button-down and pull him to me for a kiss. We don't exactly kiss in public. And even in private, I'm not usually the one who initiates contact. His eyes widen, but he instantly bends to meet me halfway. I'll also, I murmur against his lips, do stuff for you. Afterward. Whoa. Very sexy, B. Very smooth, you temptress. He flushes with heat. You will? I nod, suddenly shy. But we kiss, and that's my second RO. Because a throat clears behind us, and I immediately know whose it is. Oops. Levi's father is a shorter, slightly less handsome, slightly less built version of him. His mother is where he gets his wavy hair and green eyes from. And the third person. There's another man with them, and it's clear that Levi's surprised. Given the resemblance, it's also clear that he's Levi's brother. Oh my God. This is Levi's family. Levi's life. I find myself incredibly curious. I want to know everything about him. Which is probably why I'm staring a little too hard and missing the introductions. Possibly, a third RO. My eldest brother, Isaac. And this is Dr. B. Königswasser. I smile, ready for my brightest nice to meet you, but Levi's father interrupts me. A girlfriend, huh? I try not to stiffen. Yep. Co-worker, too. He nods indifferently and heads for the table, tossing an indifferent I told you he probably wasn't gay to his wife, who follows him with a healthy dose of indifference. Isaac goes next after a brief smile to the two of us, a touch less indifferent. The kicker is, when I glance up at Levi, he seems indifferent, too. He just takes my hand and leads me to the table. You can leave anytime, okay? I wonder who is telling that to. Levi and I need about half a second with the menu before settling on our order: house salad, no cheese, olive oil dressing. We're silent as his parents continue a conversation with Isaac that clearly began in the car. No one has asked Levi so much as how are you, and he seems disturbingly fine with it. If anything, he looks elsewhere. Staring in the mid-distance, playing with the fingers of my left hand under the table, like I'm a miraculous anti-stress toy. I'm no expert in family dinners or in families, but this is fucked up. So when there's a moment of quiet I try to remind the Wards of our existence. Mr. Ward, do you? Colonel, he says. Please, call me Colonel. Then immediately turns to say something to Isaac. How's that for a fourth RO? The first interaction is after the food arrives. How's your salad, Levi? His mother asks. He finishes chewing before saying, great. He manages to sound sincere, as though he's not a 6'4", 200-pound brick house who needs 4,000 calories a day. I study him in disbelief and realize something: he's not calm, or indifferent, or relaxed. He's closed off. Shuttered. Inscrutable. All good at work? Isaac asks. Yep. Couple of new projects. We recently had a breakthrough on something that has the potential to be great, I say excitedly. Something Levi's leading. Anyway, NASA will reconsider your application for the astronaut corps, the colonel asks, ignoring me. RO5. Should this have been a drinking game? I doubt it. Unless I cut off my feet. I don't like your tone, son. They won't reconsider. Levi's voice is mild. Unbothered. The Air Force has no height restrictions, Isaac says with his mouth full. And they like people with fancy degrees. Yes, Levi. His mother now. And the Air Force will only take you until you're 39. The Navy is 42, Isaac supplies. Yes, 42. You don't have a lot of time to make the decision. I thought Levi's parents were probably not as terrible as he made them out to be, but they're 10 times worse. And the Army's 35. How old are you, Levi? 32, Mom. Well, the Army probably wouldn't be your first choice. What about the French Foreign Legion? I ask, twirling a lock of purple hair. Forks stop clinking. 3 pairs of eyes study me with distrust. Levi's just alert, as though curious at what might happen. God, what have these people done to him? What are the age requirements for the French Foreign Legion? Why would he want to join another country's army? The colonel asks icily. Why would he want to join the US Army? I quip back. I cannot believe that rotten Tim Carson spawned from a loving, perfect family, and someone who's as perfect and loving as Levi comes from such rotten relatives. Or the Air Force, or the Navy, or the Boy Scouts. It's obviously not his calling. It's not as though he works as an accountant who money launders for a drug cartel. He's a NASA engineer cited by thousands of people. He has a high-paying position. I actually have no idea how much Levi makes, but I lift one eyebrow and carry on. He's not wasting his life in a dead-end job. Number 6. The drinking game was totally a missed opportunity. It sure would make the silence more bearable as it stretches. And stretches. And stretches. Until the colonel breaks it. Miss Königswasser, you are very rude. She's not, Levi interrupts firmly. Calmly. But forcefully. And she's a doctor. Levi holds his father's gaze for a moment, and then moves on to his brother. What about you, Isaac? How's work been? I lean back in my chair, noticing the suspicious, hateful way the colonel is looking at me. I give him a fake, bright smile and tune into what Levi is saying. The second we're in the truck I take off my Converse, push the soles of my feet against the dashboard, and Quasimodo's in full sight I explode. I cannot believe it. Millimeter? It's unfathomable. We should make a damn case study out of this. Science would publish it. Nature. The New England Journal of Damn Medicine. It would get me a Nobel Prize. Marie Curie. Malala Yousafzai. B. Königswasser. Sounds lovely. What's it again? At the very least we'd get shortlisted. We could take a trip to Stockholm. See the fjords. Meet up with my wayward sister. He turns up the AC. I'll take you to Stockholm whenever you like, but you'll have to give me a topic if you want me to follow this conversation. I just cannot believe how well adjusted you are. I mean, okay, you and I have had our issues when it comes to social interactions, but I'm befuddled that you haven't turned out a Titanic psychopath despite the family you came from. There has to be a miracle in there, no? Ah. He half smiles. Do you want to get ice cream? You had neither nature nor nurture on your side. So, no ice cream? Of course yes, ice cream. He nods and takes a right. There was some therapy involved. How much therapy are we talking about here? Couple years. Did it entail a brain transplant? Just lots of talking through how my inability to functionally communicate my needs stemmed from a family that never allowed me to. Same old. They still don't allow you. They're trying to erase you and turn you into something else. I am incensed. Enraged. Incensedly enraged. I want to mutate into Bezilla and pillage the extended Ward family at the next Thanksgiving. Levi better invite me. I've tried to reason with them. I've yelled. I've explained myself calmly. I've tried a lot of things, believe me. He sighs. Eventually I had to accept what my therapist always said, all you can change is your own reaction to events. Your therapist sounds great. He was. But I still want to commit patricide. It's not patricide if it's not your own father. An angry scream bubbles out of me. You should never talk to them again. He smiles. That will send a strong message. No, seriously. They don't deserve you. They're not good. For sure. I've considered the possibility of cutting them off many times, but my brothers and my mom are much better when my father isn't around. And anyway. He hesitates. Today wasn't that bad. It might have been the best dinner I've had with them in a long time. Which I'll chalk up to you telling my father to commit and shocking him into temporary speechlessness. If that dinner was not bad, then I'm a K-pop idol. I gaze at the dusky Houston lights, thinking that the way his family treats him should diminish him in my eyes, realizing the truth is just the opposite. There's something patient about the way he quietly stands up for himself. About the way he sees others. Another pang near my heart. I don't know what they're about. I just really. Levi? Millimeter? I want to tell you something. I told you, your lungs are not shrinking because you're training for a 5K. My lungs are totally shrinking, but that's not it. What, then? I take a deep breath, still staring out the window. I really, really, really like you. He doesn't reply for a long moment. Then, I'm pretty sure I like you more. I doubt it. I just want you to know, not everyone is like your family. You can be you with me. You can talk, say, do however you want. And I'll never hurt you like they did. I make myself smile at him. It's easy now. I promise I don't bite. He reaches over to take my hand, his skin warm and rough against mine. He smiles back. Just a little. You could rip me to shreds, B. We are silent for the rest of the drive. Schrödinger burrowed into my backpack, tore a package of kale chips, decided they were not to his liking, and went for a nap with his head pillowed on the half-empty bag. I burst into laughter and forbid Levi to wake him up before I can take a million pictures to send Riker. It's the best thing to happen all day, a reminder that while Levi's actual family might suck balls, his chosen one is the best. I'm very impressed, I coo to Schrödinger while petting his fur. Don't cuddle him, or he'll feel rewarded, Levi warns me. Are you feeling rewarded, kitty? Schrödinger purrs. Levi sighs. Whatever B's doing, do not experience it as cuddles. Those are punishment pets, he says in what he probably means as a firm tone but is instead adorably helpless, and I get another pang, to my heart and my ovaries. I do hope he'll have kids. He'd be an amazing dad. Those chips were on my desk for days and Felicette never managed to open them. And that's not at all because Felicette doesn't exist, Levi yells from the kitchen. You should teach Felicette your ways, I whisper to Schrödinger, and then join Levi in the kitchen just in time to see him throw away what's left of my unjustifiably overpriced Whole Foods chips. Are you still hungry? Should I make you food? I shake my head. You sure? I don't mind making. He falls silent as I fall to my knees. His eyes widen as my smile does. B, he says. Though he doesn't quite say it. He mouths it breathlessly, like he often does when I touch him. And now my fingers are on his belt, which qualifies as touching. Right? B, he repeats, a little guttural this time. I said I'd do stuff, I tell him with a smile. The clink of his belt buckle bounces off the kitchen appliances. His fingers weave into my hair. I figured you meant watching sports with me. Or another of your burnt up stir fries. I take him out of his boxers and wrap my small hand around him. He's completely hard already. Huge. Shockingly warm against my flesh. He smells like soap and himself, and I want to bottle his delicious scent and bring it with me always. I'm not very good at stir fries. My breath is on his skin, making his cock twitch. This, I hope I can do well. I'm not exactly confident, and maybe I'm a little clumsy, too, but when I softly lick the head there is a quiet, surprised groan coming from above me, and I think that maybe I'll be fine. I close my lips around him, feel Levi's hands tighten on my scalp, and my insecurities melt. I don't know why we haven't done this before. It has to do, perhaps, with how impatient he usually is, impatient to be in me, on me, with me. There is often an undercurrent of haste with us, like we both want, need, deserve to be as close as physically possible, as quickly as physically possible, and it doesn't leave much time for delays, I guess. Levi wants it, though. It might not be something he'd ever ask for, but I can see the shape of pleasure on his face, hear his intakes of breath. I suckle right beneath the head and he lets out a sound of shocked, overwhelming pleasure. Then he threads his fingers through my hair and starts guiding me. He's too thick for me to do much, but I try to relax, to let myself enjoy this, lose myself to the taste, the fullness, his soft, deep groans as he tells me how good it feels, how much he loves my mouth, how much he loves this, how much he loves. Fuck. Softly, with his thumb, he traces the bulge of his cock through the skin of my cheek. My lips, stretched obscenely around him. You really are everything I've ever wanted, he mutters, gentle, reverent, hoarse, and then he's angling me again, this time a rhythm that's deeper, purposeful, working my jaw for his pleasure. When he holds me close and says, I'm going to come in your mouth, like it's inevitable, like we both need this too badly to stop, I whimper around his flesh from how much I want this for him. He loses control a little when he comes, his grunts deep and unusually rough, his grip vice-like, and I feel his orgasm course through me as if it were my own. I suck him gently through the end of it, and when I look up at him I'm wet and swollen and I feel empty, trembling, a messy lump on the floor. Open your mouth, he rasps. I blink at him, confused. He cups my cheek. I want you to open your mouth and show me. I comply, and the sound he makes, possessive and hungry and pleased at last, travels through me like a wave. He massages the back of my neck while I swallow, his thumb caresses my jaw, and when I smile up at him, he stares at me like I've just gifted him with something divine. It's a long night, this one. Somehow different from all the others. Levi takes his time undressing me, stopping often, lingering, losing track of his progress as if distracted by my flesh, my curves, the sounds I make. I moan, I squirm, I beg, and he still won't slide inside, too busy tracing the swell of my breast, pressing his tongue against the bump of my clit, nuzzling against the skin of my throat. I teeter on the edge for too long, and so does Levi, immobile within me, then thick and delicious and slow, slow inside and then slow out, long, drugging kisses stretching the pleasure between us, making my body twitch for his own. And then he looks down at me, hands twined with my hands, eyes twined with my eyes, breath twined with my breath. B, he says. Just my name, half gasp, all heated plea. He stares down at me as though I own him. As though his future hangs from my hands. As though everything he's ever wanted, I hold it within me. It makes my chest hurt and leap with a dangerous, thunderous kind of joy. I close my eyes not to see and let the liquid heat swell inside me like the tide, high and low all night long. 21. Right inferior frontal gyrus, superstition. They say disasters come in threes, but it's not true. It's just a quirk of the human mind, always on the lookout for patterns in random statistical observations to make sense of chaos. For instance, say you're Dr. Marie Sklodowska-Curie, circa 1911. Your health has been declining after decades spent frolicking in kiddie pools of polonium. Everything's painful and you can barely see, walk, sleep, frolic in more polonium. Sucks, right? Well, things could suck more. You decide to do that thing you've been putting off, applying for membership at the French Academy of Sciences. You have 2 Nobel Prizes, so you should be a shoo-in, yes. None. The Academy rejects you, and instead admits this Edward Branley guy, who I'm sure has many great qualities, such as a penis. If you're wondering who's Edward? Never heard of this guy, that's exactly my point. Excellent job, FA of S. Take your seat on the loser side of history, next to the University of Krakow. Our tally is 2 major bummers, and you're probably thinking, the shit cake has been frosted. No other catastrophe will happen for a while. But you forgot the cherry on top. Someone breaks into your young stud muffin's apartment, steals your love letters, and sells them to the Fox News equivalent of early 19th century France. Jean Hannity has a field day. Imagine being Dr. Curie. Imagine sitting in your minuscule Paris apartment, trying to eat a camembert baguette while the mob rages outside your window because you dared, gasp, to be an immigrant. To be a woman in STEM. To fuck. Wouldn't you tell yourself that there's a reason this cluster of shit came about? Saturn ascending to the house of Sagittarius. Not enough lambs sacrificed to the spaghetti monster. Bad things come in threes. We're only humans. We're full of whys, drowning in whys. Every once in a while, we need a bit of because, and if it's not readily available, we make it up. Long story long, despite popular belief, a saying is just a saying, and disasters do not come in threes. Except when they do. The first is on Thursday night, right after the successful dress rehearsal for Friday's presentation. I'm almost looking forward to seeing Trevor tomorrow, well, not him, but his face when he realizes what my simpering womanly brain has accomplished. I distractedly exchange a high five with Lamar while checking my phone, and I'm so shocked by my Twitter notifications that I forget my hand in midair. They're blowing up. In a bad way. As they often do. Except that this time the chaotic mess of insults isn't coming from the incels, or the STEM lords, or the men's rights activists, but from other women in STEM. You gonna leave it there? Lamar asks, pointing at my arm. I smile weakly and walk away. At Sabine March, I cannot believe how you have betrayed us. At Astrolena, I hope STC presses charges, you bitch. What would Marie do is over party. At Sarah_08980, hundreds of women in STEM have been working tirelessly for fair graduate admissions, and all along you have been pretending to be an ally while only looking out for your gain. Shame. The last tweet is from someone I've chatted with as recently as yesterday. We talked about the events she was organizing, she asked me for advice, told me she loved my account. I blink at my screen and begin scouring for the source of whatever the hell this is. I find it soon enough. On the account of one Benjamin Green, a name that's familiar but not easy to place until I read the Twitter bio. VP at STC. I frown, and then I see the tweet. It's a screenshot. Many screenshots. Of a conversation that happened in a private Twitter chat between Mr. Green and someone else. Someone whose icon looks a lot like Marie Curie wearing sunglasses. I read the name at What Would Marie Do? Me. Impossible. I've never chatted with this guy. I rapidly scan the handle again, 1, 2, 3 times, looking for typos or missing letters that would signal an imposter. There are none. I frown and start reading the conversation. The timestamp is from last night. At WHATWOULDMARIEDO, hi, Jonathan. I'm aware this is a bit unorthodox, but I hope that what I have to say will be beneficial to the both of us. I know STC has been struggling with the negative publicity fair graduate admissions has brought upon you, and that you are concerned about the movement gaining even further momentum. As you know, I'm one of its most prominent activists, and played a significant role in its inception. You probably see me as an enemy, but it doesn't have to be like that. At WHATWOULDMARIEDO, I'd like to offer you a deal. I'm open to help shift the narrative toward STC, and to tell my followers and collaborators that the demands of #fair graduate admissions are excessive. That while there might be a need for reform, we do need standardized testing, and therefore it would be in our best interest to work with companies that already exist to improve on instruments that are already widely utilized. Of course, I would not be doing this for free. My real name is, in case you need to look up my credentials. I am open to hearing your offers. I blink at my screen, floored. Then I scroll up to read the public comment Green made on top of the screenshots. At Dreen STC #fair graduate admissions activists and the universities and institutions who take them seriously should read what would Marie do, one of their leaders, asked of me. This is the real agenda of this movement, extortion. At Dreen STC at STC we've decided not to make this individual's identity public, for now. We're consulting with our lawyers and keeping our options open. In the meantime, time to reconsider where you stand #fair graduate admissions. I feel lightheaded. Because I haven't been breathing. I force myself to inhale some air, in and out and in again. This has to be photoshopped. Yes. There's no other explanation. Very well done, but in grad school Annie photoshopped a tentacle coming out of her butt. Anything's possible, right? I sit at my desk, noticing that lots of people I've talked with recently have blocked me. Do they believe this rubbish? They can't possibly. They know me. Right? Marie, schmack, I just saw the STC shit show. Have you? I bounce my foot and wait for his answer. Minutes later Rocio comes in and starts sliding stuff into her backpack. When I say sliding, what I mean is aggressively throwing as though she's practicing her pitch for an upcoming stoning. You okay? I ask, regretting it even before the words are out. I'm probably too anxious to help her with whatever she's going to tell me. No. Shit. Is Kaylee okay? No. She feels like crap. She zips up her backpack, forcefully sliding her arm through one of the straps. All the work we've been doing for #fair graduate admissions, flushed down the toilet because one of the leaders outed herself as a damn crook. I freeze. Of all the conversations, I cannot imagine one more uncomfortable, untimely, unpleasant, lots of uns. I saw, I stammer. My mouth is dry. But is that even true? It's probably something made up. I bet it's not. People kept saying that STC's screenshots were fake, so he gave proof to some #fair graduate admissions leaders. Marie really did slide into this guy's DMs and asked for money. She fucked us over. She was the one who started #fair graduate admissions, so we won't be taken seriously any longer. That means lots of horrible things for lots of good people and even for some evil ones. Like me. I'll have to spend thousands of dollars. I don't have to retake a test that's less valid a predictor of my ability to succeed in grad school than the number of mummified scorpions I own. Which is 7, by the way. Her voice breaks a little on the last word, which in turn breaks my heart. She looks away, but not before I can see the lone tear sliding down her face. I won't get into Johns Hopkins. I'll be a jobless failure while Kaylee goes to grad school and forgets all about me. I stand no. No, it won't happen. I'm just so disappointed. She takes a deep breath, shuddering and despondent. You can't trust anyone. The world really is a vampire. She shrugs, backpack bouncing on her slim shoulder. You should stop doing that, by the way. What? I follow her gaze. She's staring at my hand, where I'm furiously twisting my grandmother's ring. Yesterday I spent 15 minutes arguing with Guy about whether you're married. That's what happens when you wear other people's wedding rings, B. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Did Guy find out? He did seem a little distant today, but I thought he was just nervous about tomorrow's demonstration. Should I go find him to explain? You going home? Rocio asks. No, I was supposed to leave with Levi, as usual. But I don't think I can pretend nothing happened, and telling him about this mess seems, well, I could, I guess. If there's someone I could trust with WWMD, it's Levi. But my shitty mood as I try to wrangle my online identity is probably more than he's bargained for. Yeah, sure. I'll walk with you. I shoot Levi a quick text about the change of plans and fall in step with Rocio. He doesn't answer until I'm home, asking me if everything's okay, if I want him to pick me up, if he should stop by. A few seconds later, Schmack finally replies. SHMAC, yeah. I saw. Marie, I have no idea what's happening. I never messaged Green, of course. SHMAC, problem is, people on #fair graduate admissions side say they have proof it was you. Marie, please, tell me you don't believe them. SHMAC, I don't. I close my eyes. Thank God. SHMAC, let me think about this, okay? Talk to some people. There must be a way to fix this. Also, check your logs. In case you've been hacked. I have not. There's nothing out of place. Every access to my account has been from Houston. I'm jittery, nervous, scared. I pace around my apartment, long and aggressively enough that it's probably a workout. I should log it into the stupid exercise app Levi made me download. You'll keep track of your progress. It'll be rewarding. You know what else is rewarding? Don't say not working out, B. Fine. I'm actually considering going for a run to clear my head. Have I been body snatched by aliens when I get an email notification? It's from a fancy legal firm, one that probably has 8 names on the wall and toilet seats covered in gold leaf. The message is innocent enough, but there's a PDF attached to it. I start skimming the content, and that's when my stomach and the world around me turn. Dr. Königswasser. This letter is served as notice of your recent acts of unwarranted harassment. You are required to cease and desist all acts of harassment including but not limited to Times producing tweets under the alias at What Would Marie Do? Times posting public content aimed at damaging the image of STC and its products. Times attempting to extort financial or other benefits from STC in exchange for unsolicited PR or other services. Sincerely, J. F. Timberworth, Attorney at Law, on behalf of STC. 22. Anterior cingulate cortex. Oh, shit. I'm not sure how I spend the night after reading the letter. It's all a blur. The hours go by, and I cry. I breathe. I try to figure out what this mess is. I feel angry, shocked, beaten, lonely, sad. Levi calls me, twice, but I remember Rocio's lone tear glistening down her cheek and feel too dirty and tainted to make myself pick up. What would Levi say if he knew? Would he believe me? How could he, if STC has my real name? I'm not sure I'd believe myself anymore. The following day it takes all of my compartmentalizing skills to focus on work, and they're not very many. Pushing things out of my mind is not one of my talents, but I give a moderately good performance. Levi calls again in the morning, and again I don't answer, but I text him that I've been swamped with Blink, terrible excuse, since we work together, and that I'm busy picking up Trevor at the airport, not an excuse, but equally terrible. Kramer couldn't come, something about a WHO symposium, but is very happy, Trevor says instead of hi or how are you? Or other things normal, decent people start a conversation with. And you know what happens when Kramer's happy? He gives me a lab far away from you. At least down the hallway, possibly on a different floor, ideally in another building. If I even have a future in academia. If I don't get outed as a grossly hypocritical racketeer. Nope. He funnels funds to our lab, that's what. When will the suits be ready? I roll my eyes, driving out of arrivals. They're helmets. And theoretically the prototype is ready. Some adjustments will have to be made for each individual astronaut. Right, you mentioned as much in one of the reports. I talk about this in all the reports, but reading comprehension was never Trevor's forte. The Ward guy, the one who's leading on NASA's side, must be a damn genius for getting this done so quickly. I exhale slowly. I'm having a shitty enough day that I probably shouldn't complicate it by telling my boss that he's a urinal cake. Then again, because I'm having such a shitty day, I might not be able to help myself from telling him that he's a urinal cake. What a quandary. Dr. Ward and I are co-leads, I say, my tone harsher than it's ever been with Trevor. He must realize, because he gives me an irritated glance. Yeah, but. He looks out the window, chastised. Nothing. Better be. Trevor the urinal cake is the smallest of the big shots in attendance. There are 2 Texas congressmen, at least 3 of Boris's bosses, and lots of Space Center employees who aren't directly involved in Blink. I'm introduced to everyone, but don't retain anyone's name. There's a lot of impressive, and can't wait to see the helmets in action, and this is history in the making being thrown around, which makes me nervous and apprehensive, but I tell myself that it'll be fine. Right now, my job is the one thing I have under control, thank Dr. Curie for that. The goal of the demonstration is to show that the helmet improves guys' attention during a flight simulation. Guests will observe on a large screen from the conference room next door while Levi, the core engineering team, and I will be in the control room to make sure everything proceeds smoothly. I toy with the idea of taking 5 minutes alone with Guy to come clean about the marriage thing, but the throng and chaos make it impossible. I'm double-checking my protocols when Levi comes in, making a beeline to me. Hey. His eyes are serious. Dark green. Beautiful, like the underbrush of a forest. He drags a chair next to mine, the distance between us blurring the line between colleagues and something more. I should pull back, but no one's looking at us, and the sight of him overwhelms me anyway. It's like all those mysterious pangs elevated to the 10th. I realize that last night was the first we spent apart since whatever us has happened, and that being with him again feels like. No. It does not feel like home. Home is something else. Home is the new lab this gig is going to get me. Home is the publications I'll write about today. Home is the community of women in STEM I made for myself that I'll somehow have to fight for. That's home, not Levi. Hey, I say, averting my eyes. You okay? Nervous. You? Fine. He doesn't seem fine. I must be communicating it because he adds, there's a mess. Not work-related, I'll explain later. I nod, and for a wild, reckless second, I have the weird impulse of telling him about my mess. I shouldn't I? My name will get out sooner or later. If I tell him now, he'll believe that Marie, and therefore me, is a crook. Like everyone else except for Schmack. No, I can't tell him. He wouldn't care anyway. I have something for you, he says, the corner of his lip curving in a small smile. The back of his hand brushes mine, and my heart squeezes. It likely seems accidental from the outside. It feels anything but. Yeah? I'll show it to you later. It has to do with your imaginary cat. I smile weakly. I can't wait for Felicette to puke on your keyboard. He shrugs. Imaginary vomit's my favorite kind. He presses his knee against mine and stands, stopping midway to whisper against the shell of my ear, I missed you last night. I shiver. He's gone before I can answer. Loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe. Once again, everyone in the control room laughs at Guy's bellowing. The situation in the conference room is probably the same. That was lovely. Thank you, Brittany, Levi murmurs through the mic, amused. We exchange a brief look. My heart's aflutter. I feel like I'm about to go on stage for a school play I've been practicing the whole year. But I'm an adult, and what's at stake is my professional hopes and dreams. Which, I remind myself, are the only sort of hopes and dreams I allow. Ready to start. I was born ready, baby. Guy lifts one eyebrow under the visor of the helmet. Well. After a labor that my mother often refers to as the most harrowing 43 hours of her life. Poor lady. Levi shakes his head, smiling. You know the drill, but this is what's going to happen. We're going to start an attention task on the screen. I'm being paid to play video games. Excellent. Then we'll activate the helmet when we're ready and measure your performance under both conditions, for reaction time and accuracy. Got it. Starting in a few seconds, then. Levi turns off the mic. He and I exchange another glance, this time lingering. This is it. We did it. You and I. Together. Then Levi turns around and nods at Lamar to start the routine. There isn't much I have to do since the protocols have been programmed and are loaded to go. I lean back, eyes on the monitor, fixed on Guy's sitting form. I'll need to buy him a present, I think. A bottle of something expensive. Brittany concert tickets. For being so patient when I kept shooting theta bursts at his brain. For being so nice. For lying to him. Then the task loads, and I'm too busy observing to think much of anything. It starts like usual. Guy's job is to detect stimuli as they appear on the screen. He's an astronaut, and at baseline he performs about 10 million times better than I, a regular everyday wimp, ever could. A few minutes later Levi gives another signal, and the brain stimulation protocol I wrote is activated. 10 seconds pass. 20. 30. I eye the estimates for the performance metrics, nothing happens. Accuracy and reaction times are hovering around the same values as before. Shit. What's going on? I squirm nervously in my seat. The lag between the inception of the stimulation and the improvement in performance is usually over by now. I glance at Levi with a worried expression, but his calm, sitting back in his chair with his arms folded on his chest, alternating looks between Guy and the values. The only sign of impatience is his fingers, drumming on his bicep. He does that when he's focused. Levi. My Levi. I'm stimulating Guy's dorsal promoter cortex, why the hell is he not improving? Suddenly, the numbers start to change. Accuracy skyrockets from 83% to 94%. Median reaction times decrease by tens of milliseconds. The new values oscillate, and then keep steady. I swear the entire room sighs in relief in unison. Sweet, someone murmurs. Sweet? Lamar asks. That's epic. I turn to grin at Levi and find him already staring at me with a happy, undecipherable expression. This, at least, is going great. The rest of my life's a shit show, but this is working. We made something good, and useful, and just plain badass. I told you, didn't I? What's reliable, and trustworthy, and never, ever abandon Dr. Curie? Science. Science is where it's at. Until it's not. I'm the first to realize something's wrong. Most of the engineers are talking among one another, and Levi's eyes are still clinging to me with that curious, earnest expression. But both the values and the monitors are in my line of sight, so I notice the numbers changing to values we've never before seen. And the twitchy way Guy's elbow is jerking. I point at it. Levi immediately turns. Is he okay? The arm? Levi's brows knit. I've never seen anything like that. It's similar to what would happen if we stimulated his motor cortex, but we definitely aren't. Whoa. The twitches get significantly larger. Guy's entire body starts shaking. Levi turns on the MIC guy. Everything okay in there? No answer. Guy? Can you hear me? Silence. And Levi's deepening frown. Guy, do you? Guy falls out of his chair with a loud thud, his body at once rigid and slack. The control room bursts into chaos. Everyone stands, half a dozen chairs scraping against the floor. Stop the protocol! Levi yells, and a second later he's out of the room and into the lab. I see him appear on the monitor and kneel next to Guy's spasming body, taking him into his arms. He turns him to the side and clears the floor of nearby objects. A seizure. Guy's having a seizure. Other people barge into the room, NASA physicians, engineers, and ask Levi questions about the stimulation protocol. He answers as best as he can, still holding Guy in his arms as the doctors work around them. It's because of Penny. Levi knows what to do because of Penny. There's mayhem everywhere. People running in the hallways, in and out of the control room, screaming, swearing, asking questions without replies. Some are directed at me, but I cannot answer, cannot do anything but stare at Guy's face, at the way Levi is cradling him. I collapse back in my chair. After a minute or an hour, my eyes drift away. The helmet is on the floor, rolled to the farthest corner of the room. Is Kowalski? He was driven to the hospital. Going to be okay? Yeah, he regained consciousness. It's just a checkup, but... They gave him a fucking seizure. What is? What a disaster. The end of Blink, for sure. God, the incompetence. I'm a fortress. I'm impenetrable. I'm not even here. I don't look at anyone. I try my best not to listen as I walk to Boris's office after he hissed at me to be their stat. It was 4.5 minutes ago. I should hurry. I knock when I arrive, but enter before being invited to come in. Levi's already inside, staring at the pretty green of the Space Center outside the square window. I ignore him. Even when I feel his eyes on me, the prickle of a glance asking for a response, I ignore him. I wonder what he's thinking. Then I don't wonder anymore, it probably cannot be born anyway. Where was the error? Boris asks from behind the desk. He always looks tired and disheveled, but if he told me he was just run over by a truck, I'd believe him. I can't begin to comprehend the repercussions of today's events. For him. For NASA. For Levi. Yet unclear, Levi says, holding his eyes. We're looking into it. Was there a hardware malfunction? We're ascertaining whether. Bullshit. A brief silence. As soon as we know, you'll know. Levi, you see me as a paper pusher. You're probably right, I have become one. But let me remind you that I do have a degree in engineering, plus a couple of decades of experience on you, and while I'm by no means the creative genius you are, I'm well aware that it won't take you 3 weeks of system analyses to figure out whether there was a malfunction on the hardware side or... There wasn't, I interrupt. They both turn to me, but I only look at Boris. At least, I doubt it. I haven't run any analytics, but I'm sure the error was in the stimulation protocol. I swallow. On my side. He nods, tight-lipped. What happened? I don't know. My guess is that the stimulation was too intense or too high frequency, and either displaced or too diffuse. This caused widespread neuronal misfiring. Okay. He nods again. How did it happen? That I don't know. We spent weeks mapping Guy's brain, and nothing like that ever happened. The protocol was tailored to him. I bend my head, staring down at my hands. I'm ringing my nonna's ring. As usual. It won't happen again. I'm sorry. No, it won't. He runs a hand down his face. Blinks over. There's a sharp intake of breath, Levi's. I look up. What? This is not a mistake I can tolerate. You took someone who went through years of astronaut training and had him in a puddle on the floor. Guy's fine, but what if the next astronaut isn't? I shake my head. There won't be a next astronaut. There should have been no astronauts. Especially not in front of half of NASA. Boris. Levi is standing behind me. Probably a little too close. We tested this protocol over 10 times. Nothing similar ever happened. You rushed the demonstration when we could have waited weeks. And you vouched for B when Nee sent her here, and she gave a seizure to one of my astronauts. Boris clenches his jaw, trying to calm down. Levi, I don't blame you. A loud knock. The door opens, and things get even worse. No. Not Trevor, please. Not when I'm at my lowest. And yet, Boris gestures for him to come in. We were just discussing. I heard. He shrugs darkly. You weren't exactly quiet. So, he says, clapping his hands, I smoothed things over with the congressman. Told them Blink's still salvageable. Wait. Boris frowns. I might throw up. I understand there are many interests at play here, but not so fast. Clearly something went very wrong, Anne. Someone, Trevor interrupts. The look he gives me is full of contempt. I heard what you were saying. Clearly the problems were with one specific person, and they can be solved by eliminating the weak link and putting another knee researcher on the project. Josh Martin and Hank Malik applied for the position, too. Are you an idiot? Levi takes a step toward Trevor, looming over him. You have no knowledge of your own scientists if you think Dr. Koenigswasser is a weak link. Excuse me, I say. My voice is shaking. I can't cry, not now. I don't think I'm needed for this conversation. I'll check on Guy and clear out my things. Yeah. I get out as fast as I can. I'm not 10 steps from the door when I hear feet running behind, then around me. Levi stops in front of me, a near desperate expression in his eyes. B, we can still fix this. Come back in there, Anne. I need to go. I try to keep my tone firm. But you need to stay in there and make sure that Blink actually happens. He gives me a disbelieving look. Not without you. B, we have no idea what really went wrong. Boris is overreacting and Trevor's a fucking idiot. I'm not going to. Levi. I let myself reach for his wrist. Close my hand around it and squeeze. I'm asking you to go back in there and do what you have to do to make sure Blink happens. Please. Do it for Peter. For Penny. And for me. It's a low blow. I can see it in his narrowing eyes, in the set of his jaw. But when I start walking again, he doesn't follow. And right now, that's all I want. 23. Amygdala, again, fear. Riker won't answer my calls, because she's finally traveling to Norway. It might be for the best. I'd just quiet her about neuronal depolarization and electromagnetic induction, which can't be healthy for me, or edifying for her. I want to visit Guy in the hospital to bring him an edible arrangement. Offer my firstborn in penance. Self-flagellate at the foot of his bed. I'm not even sure where they brought him, if he's still there, and I doubt he wants to see me. Maybe I should text him. Do you hate me for giving you a seizure through my carelessness and sheer incompetence? Yes, no, maybe, PLS circle. It's probably a good thing that I'm alone with my thoughts. Paradoxically, it allows me not to think too much. Things, bad things, are going to happen soon. My connection with WWMD will be disclosed, a community I spent years building will turn against me, and I have no illusion that Trevor will renew my contract. It's staggering, but if I don't talk about it I can pretend it's not happening. I eat a banana, first thing I've had in 24 hours, and go to my room. I pull my suitcase from under my bed, dust it off, and start folding my clothes. Jeans. A skirt I haven't gotten a chance to wear yet. My favorite teal top. A rain poncho. Jeans. The suitcase is almost full when my doorbell rings. I sigh and force myself to go to the door, but I suspect I already know who it is. Turns out, I'm right. Hey. Levi looks tired. And like he's been running a hand through his hair. And very, very beautiful. My heart knots. You're not answering your phone. I was worried. Sorry, I forgot to check it. Is everything okay? He gives me a slightly incredulous look that I take to mean no, absolutely nothing is okay, and follows me into the living room. Through the balcony doors, my eyes catch the hummingbird feeder. I should take it down. Pack it. But the hummingbirds. Maybe I could ask Rocio to hang it for me. Wouldn't want the little guy who's been coming around to find himself without dinner. From Guy, Levi's saying. I whirl around. How is he? Fine, discharged. He asked me to tell you not to freak out, and that he probably deserved it. And to thank you for the trip of a lifetime. Levi rolls his eyes, but I can see the relief in him. Did he say if I can go see him? He's resting, but we can go tomorrow. He'd love to see you. His tone hardens ever so slightly. B, he knows it's not your fault. A million things could have gone wrong, and none are exclusively your responsibility. Boris rushed the demonstration. Because I let him rush it. I press my fingers into my eyes. I told him I could make it. And this mess would have happened anyway, just not publicly. I must have done something wrong. I must have forgotten to account for something I don't know. I don't know. I've been thinking about it and I cannot figure out what the fuck I did wrong, which means that someone else, someone who has a clue what they're doing, should be on this project with you. He blinks. What do you mean? What I just said, I guess. I shrug. I hope they send Hank. Josh is a prick. And you have to help me ensure that Rocio stays on. She deserves this. And could you write her a rec letter for grad school? I don't know if mine will. No. He steps forward and reaches out. His hand comes up to the back of my head, spanning from my nape to the curve of my throat. It feels so normal. Familiar. He is so familiar. B, no one's going to replace you. Blink is as much yours as it's mine. If it weren't for you, we'd still be stuck. You don't understand. I take a step back. His touch lingers until I'm out of reach, until he has to let go. I'm out. Like Trevor said. Trevor will change his fucking mind. He won't. He shouldn't. Levi, today I endangered someone's safety. I jeopardized the existence of a project that's your best friend's legacy. I press my fingers to my lips. They're trembling. All of me is trembling. How can you even want me to stay? Because I trust you. Because I know you. I know the person you are, the scientist you are, and his eyes fall on my bedroom. On my almost but not quite packed suitcase, open on the floor. He stiffens, pointing at it. What's that? I swallow. I told you. I can't in all conscience stay on Blink anymore. He stares at me, open-mouthed, disbelieving. So you're packing up and leaving? The question is aggressive, in a way that makes me think that there are right and wrong answers. I struggle to imagine any besides the one. What else should I do? I shrug helplessly. What's the point of me being here? In the past 2 months, I've seen a lot of Levi Ward. I've seen him happy, focused, upset, sad, exultant, angry, horny, honest, disappointed, and various combinations of all these things. The way he's looking at me right now, though, that's something else. Beyond all of it. Levi comes closer and opens his mouth, meaning to say something, then immediately turns around and paces away, shaking his head furiously. He takes a deep breath, and another, but when he looks at me again he's hardly calmer. Are you serious? I see. His voice, his eyes, the line of his jaw. Pure ice. Levi. My presence here was always contingent upon my role in Blink. But things have changed. What has changed? I don't know. Maybe the fact that we've been together every second of the past 2 weeks, that we've made love every single night, that I know that you sigh in your sleep, that you floss like a maniac, that you taste like honey everywhere. I feel my cheeks heat. What does that even mean? Are you serious? He repeats. All of that was just passing time while you were in Houston. Fucking. Is that what it was? No. But there's a difference between just passing time and staying. And committing. And actually trying. Is that what you mean? I what? I'm speechless. Confused. Scared. I don't know what to say, or what he wants. We're friends. Good friends. Who have sex. Who are always going to go their separate ways, like everyone does. Levi, this was never meant to. I'm just trying to be honest. Honest. He lets out a noiseless, bitter laugh, stares at the hummingbird feeder, his tongue roaming the inside of his cheek. Honesty. You want some honesty? Yes. I just want to be as honest as possible. Here's the honesty, I'm in love with you. But that's not news. Not to me, and not to you, I don't think. Not if you're honest with yourself, which you say you are, right? My eyes widen. He powers on, ruthless, merciless. Levi Ward, force of nature. Sucking the air out of my lungs. Here's something else that's honest. You're in love with me, too. Levi. I shake my head, panic licking up my spine. But you're scared. You're scared shitless, and I don't blame you. Tim was a piece of shit and I want to cut off his balls. Your best friend acted supremely selfishly when you needed her the most. Your parents died when you were a child, and then your extended family, I don't know, maybe they tried their best, but they completely fucked up at giving you the sense of stability you needed. Your sister, whom you clearly adore, is constantly gone, and don't think I don't see the way you obsessively check your phone when she doesn't reply to your texts for longer than 10 minutes. And I get it. Why wouldn't you be afraid that she'll be taken away from you? Everyone else was. Every single person you've cared about has disappeared from your life, one way or another. I don't know how he manages to look so angry, so calm, so compassionate at the same time. I understand. I can be patient. I've tried, will try to be patient. But I need something. I need you to understand that this is not a book you're writing. We're not two characters you can keep apart because it makes for a literary ending. These are our lives, B. There's a tear sliding down my neck. Another, a wet splotch against my collarbone. I screw my eyes shut. When we went to the conference. And I saw Tim. He nods. It was upsetting. Very. But after a while I realized that I didn't really feel anything for him, not anymore, and it was nice. That's what I want, you know? I want nice. I've had so little of it. I was always being left behind. And the only way to not be left behind is to leave first. I wipe my cheek with the back of my hand, sniffling. If nice means being alone, then so be it. I can give you nice. I can give you better than nice. I can give you everything. He smiles at me, full of hope. You don't even have to admit to yourself that you love me, B. God knows I love you enough for the both of us. But I need you to stay. I need you to stick around. Not in Houston, if you don't want to. I'll follow you, if you ask me to. But. And when you get tired of me, I'm a wet, trembling mess. When you can't be around anymore? When you meet someone else? I won't, he says, and I hate how sure, how resigned he sounds. You don't know that. You can't know that. There hasn't been anyone else. His jaw tenses and works. Since the first moment I saw you. Since the first moment I talked to you and made an ass of myself, there hasn't been anyone else. Does he? He doesn't mean it. He can't mean that. Yes, he says ardently, reading my mind. In all the ways you're imagining. If you're going to decide, you should have the facts. I know you're scared, do you think I'm not scared? Not the way I am. I spent years hoping to find another who could measure up. Hoping to feel something, anything, for someone else. And now you're here, and I have had you, B. I know how it can be. You think I don't know what it feels like, to want something so much you're afraid to let yourself take it. Even when it's in front of you. Do you think I'm not fucking scared? He exhales, running a hand through his hair. B. You want to belong. You want someone who won't let go. I'm it. I didn't let go of you for years, and I didn't even have you. But you need to let me. It's difficult, looking at him. Because my eyes are blurry. Because he leaves me nothing to hide behind. Because it reminds me of the past few weeks together. Elbows brushing in the kitchen. Cat puns. Fights over what music to put on in the car and then talking over it anyway. Kisses on the forehead when I'm still asleep. Little bites on my breasts, my hips, my neck, all over me. The smell of hummingbird mint, right before sunset. Laughing because we made a 6-year-old laugh. His wrong opinions on Star Wars. The way he holds me through the night. The way he holds me when I need him. I think of the past few weeks with him. Of a lifetime without him. Of what it would do to me, to have even more and then lose all of it. I think of everything I've made myself give up. Of the cats I won't allow myself to adopt. Of the gut-wrenching work that goes into mending a broken heart. Levi cups my face, forehead touching mine. His hands, they are my home. B. Don't take this from us, he murmurs. Ragged. Careful. Hopeful. Please. I've never wanted anything more than to say yes. I've never wished to reach for something as I do now. And I've never been so utterly, petrifyingly scared to lose something. I make myself look at Levi. My voice shakes, and I say, I'm sorry. I can't. He closes his eyes, staving off a violent wave of something. But after a while he nods. He just nods, without saying anything. A simple, quick movement. Then he lets go of me, puts his hand in his pocket, takes something out, and sets it on the table. The loud click echoes through the room. This is for you. My heart gives a hard thud. What is it? He gives me a small, pained smile. My stomach twists harder. Just something else to be scared about. I stare at the door long after he is gone. Long after I can't hear his steps anymore. Long after the noise of his truck's engine pulls out of the parking lot. Long after I've exhausted my tears, and long after my cheeks dry. I stare at the door, thinking that in just 2 days I've lost everything I care about, all over again. Maybe bad things do come in threes after all. 24. Right temporal lobe, aha. Might be a bit late in the game to pull my mad scientist origin story out of its holster, but I'm sitting in the dark, staring at a less than flattering reflection of my splotchy face in the balcony doors, the purple of my hair nearly brown, a trick of the light. Someone just ransacked my pockets and stole my most important belongings, and that someone is me. I'm feeling very Dr. Marie Sklodowska-Curie, circa 1911, and I guess it's self-disclosure o'clock. Originally, I wanted to be a poet. Like my mom. I'd write little sonnets about all sorts of stuff, the rain, pretty birds, the mess Rika made in the kitchen when she tried to bake a cherry pie, kittens playing with yarn, the works. Then we turned 10, and we moved for the 4th time in 5 years, this time to a mid-sized French town at the border with Germany, where my father's eldest brother had a construction business. He was kind. His wife was kind, if strict. His kids, in their late teens, were kind. The town was kind. My sister's best friend, Inz, was kind. There was lots of kindness going around. A couple of weeks after moving, I wrote my first poem about loneliness. Frankly, it was embarrassingly bad. 10-year-old B was an emo princess of darkness. I'd quote the most dramatic verses here, but then I'd have to kill myself and everyone who read them. Still, at the time I fancied myself the next Emily Dickinson, and I showed the poem to one of my teachers. Full body cringe intensifies. She zeroed in on the first line, which would roughly translate from French to sometimes, when I'm alone, I feel my brain shrink, and told me, that's what really happens. Did you know that? I hadn't. But in the early 2000s the internet was already a thing, and by the end of the day, when Rika came home from an afternoon at Inz's place, I knew a lot about the lonely brain. It doesn't shrink, but it withers a little. Loneliness is not abstract and intangible metaphors about desert islands and mismatched shoes, Edward Hopper's characters staring at windows, Fiona Apple's entire discography. Loneliness is here. It molds our souls, but also our bodies. Right inferior temporal gyri, posterior cingulates, temporoparietal junctions, retrosplenial cortices, dorsal raphe. Lonely people's brains are shaped differently. And I just want mine to not be. I want a healthy, plump, symmetrical cerebrum. I want it to work diligently, impeccably, like the extraordinary machine it's supposed to be. I want it to do as it's told. Spoiler alert, my stupid brain doesn't. It never did. Not when I was 10. Not when I was 20. Not 8 years later, even though I've tried my best to train it not to expect anything of me. If alone's the baseline, it shouldn't wither. If a cat never gets any treats, he won't miss them. Right? I don't know. Looking at my reflection in the window, I'm not so sure anymore. My brain might be dumber than a cat's. It might be one of Rika's blobfish, swimming aimlessly in the bowl of my skull. I have no idea. It's June. Almost summer. Sunset doesn't come early anymore if it's dark outside. Levi must have left hours ago. I stand gingerly from the couch, feeling heavy and weightless. An old woman and a newborn calf. Wretched little me, still containing multitude. But as much as I'd rather wallow in self-pity, this situation is a grave of my own digging. There are things I need to do. People I need to take care of. First, Rocio. She's not in her apartment and doesn't pick up when I call, because she's with Kaylee trying to forget today's fustercluck, because she hates me, because she's a Gen Z. Could be all three, but what I have to tell her is important, and I've already hurt her chances to get into the PhD program of her dreams enough, so I email her. Whatever happens with Blink, get in touch with Trevor ASAP and ask him to let you stay on the project as the RA. I'd do it, but it's best if it doesn't come from me. Levi will support this. What happened today is my responsibility only and won't reflect on you. Okay. One down. I swallow, take a deep breath, and tap on the Twitter app. Schmack's next. He needs to know what's going on with STC. That if he continues to associate with Marie, things could go south very quickly. I still don't know what the hell happened, but publicly disavowing me might be best for him. I DM him to ask if he has a minute, but he doesn't immediately reply. Probably with the girl, I tell myself. After my disastrous conversation with Levi, the idea of someone brave enough to seize that kind of love, intense and eviscerating and gutting and joyful, fills me with an envy so overwhelming I have to push back against it with my entire self. I click on Schmack's profile, wondering when's the last time he was online. He hasn't tweeted much in the past week, mostly #fair graduate admission stuff, comments on the peer review system, a joke about how he'd love to be writing, but with his cat sitting on his laptop he really can't. Wait. What? I click on the picture attached to the tweet. A black cat is snoozing on top of the keyboard. It's short-haired and green-eyed and not Schrödinger. It can't be. All black cats look the same, after all. And this picture I can barely make out the cat's face. There's no way to tell who. The background, though. The background. I know that backsplash. The dark blue tiles are just like the ones in Levi's kitchen, the ones I stared at for half an hour last week after he bent me over the counter, and even without them I can see the edge of a carton of soy milk in the picture, which Levi finds gross. Just gross, but started buying when I told him it was my favorite, and no. Impossible. Schmack is a 5'8" nerd with a beer belly and male pattern baldness. Not the most perfect, cute, sexy, handsome guy in the world. No, I say. As if it'll somehow make everything go away, the last few disastrous days, Schmack's tweet, the possibility of this. But the picture is still there, with the tiles, the soy milk, and the Schmack, I whisper. Hands shaking, out of breath, I scroll back up our message history. The girl. We started talking about the girl when did we first talk about her? I check the dates, vision blurry once again. The day I moved to Houston was the first time he mentioned her to me. Someone from his past. But, no, he told me she was married. He said her husband had lied to her. And I'm not, so. But he thought I was. He thought Tim and I were together. For a long time. And Tim did lie to me. Levi. I swallow, hard. Levi. This is impossible. Things like these, they don't happen in real life. In my life. These coincidences, they are for You've Got Mail and 90s rom-coms, not for My Eyes Fall on the longest message he sent me. I know the shape of her. I go to sleep thinking about it, and then I wake up, go to work, and she is there, and it's impossible. Oh my God. I want to push her against a wall, and I want her to push back. I did that, didn't I? He pushed me against a wall, and I pushed back. And pushed. And pushed. And pushed. And now I've pushed him away for good, forever, even though. Oh, God. He has offered me everything I've ever wanted. And I am such a cowardly, idiotic fool. I wipe my cheek, and my eyes fall on the object Levi left on the table. It's a flash drive, pretty, shaped like a cat's paw. A calico's. My laptop doesn't have a USB port, so I frantically look for an adapter, which of course is at the bottom of the damn suitcase. There's one single document on the drive. F.mp4. I plop down on the pile of unfolded clothes I just tossed around and immediately click on it. I knew there were cameras everywhere in the Discovery building, but not that Levi had access to them. And I don't understand why he'd give me 30 minutes of night surveillance footage. I frown, wondering if he uploaded the wrong file, when something small and fair slinks in the corner of the monitor. Felicet. The date says April 14th, only a few days before I moved to Houston. Felicet looks a little smaller than the last time I saw her. She trots across the hallway, glances around, then disappears around the corner. My body leans into the screen to follow her, but the movie cuts to April 22nd. Felicet jumps on one of the couches in the lobby. She circles around, finds a good spot, and starts napping with her head on her paws. Wet laughter bubbles out of me, and the video changes again. The engineering lab is semi-dark, but Felicet is sniffing tools I've seen Levi use. Licking water from the drip tray of the break room's water dispenser. Running up and down the stairs. Giving herself a bath by the conference room windows. And then, of course, in my office. Scratching her claws on my chair's armrests. Eating the treats I left out for her. Dozing on the little bed I set up in the corner. I'm laughing again, I'm crying again, because I knew it. I knew it. And Levi knew it, too. This is not something he put together quickly last night. This is hours and hours of combing through footage. He must have known Felicet existed for a while, and I want to strangle him. I want to kiss him. I want everything. I guess this is it, being in love. Truly in love. Lots and lots of horrible, wondrous, violent emotions. It doesn't suit me. Maybe it's for the best that I sent Levi away. I could never live with this. It'd raise me to the ground in less than a week, and I want to push her against a wall, and I want her to push back. Oh, Levi. Levi. I can be fearless. I can be as fearless and honest as you are. If you will teach me. I sit back, let the tears flow, watch some more. She really did like my desk, Felicet. More than Rocio's. As the date changes, she nestles around my computer more often. Steps where I found her little paw prints. Delicately sniffs the rim of my cup. Chews on my computer's power cable. Scurries away when the door opens, and wait. I stop the video and lean forward. It's clear from the shift of the lights that someone is coming inside, but the video immediately cuts to new footage. Who would open the door of my office at 2:37 a.m.? Cleaners always came by late afternoons. Rocio is committed to Blink, but not 2:30 a.m. committed. Hell, I'm not 2:30 a.m. committed. I wipe my tears, press the spacebar, and let the video run, hoping for an explanation. It doesn't come, but something else does. A segment dated 2 days ago, again in my office. Just a handful of seconds of Felicet sleeping at my desk. My monitor is on. I don't leave my computer unlocked. Not ever. I stop the video and zoom in as much as I can, feeling like a tinfoil-hatted conspiracy theorist. The video is just high-def enough that I can make out. Is that my Twitter? I ask no one. Impossible. I'd never log into WWMD on a work computer. For obvious reasons, chief among them that Rocio has a perfect visual of it. But it's right there, unless I'm hallucinating, and it might be keychain access. But still. Felicet? I whisper. Do you turn on my computer in the wee hours of the night? Do you log in with my NASA password? Do you use Twitter to catfish underage kittens? She doesn't. She would never. But it sure looks like someone is, and that doesn't make any sense at all. Or maybe it does. Maybe it totally does, given the weird activity from my Twitter account. Shit. I paw at the table for my phone and text Levi. My fingers shake when I read his last texts, but I force myself to power through. BE, how do I get access to the complete security footage of the Discovery building? A minute passes. 3. 7. I call him, no answer. I look at the clock, 15 minutes past 11. Does he hate me? No more than I hate myself. Is that why he's not answering? Is he asleep? Maybe he's not checking his phone. Shit. I'll email him. How do I get access to the complete security footage of the Discovery building? Please let me know ASAP. Something weird's going on. Then I have an idea, and don't bother waiting for his reply. I slip my shoes on, grab my NASA badge with a silent prayer to Dr. Curie that it still works, and run out to the Space Center. Something very weird's going on. I'm 99.9% sure that I am right and 43% sure that I am wrong. I stub my toe on the edge of the elevator, stumbling into the second floor's hallway with a loud, ow. Very suave, B. Perhaps I shouldn't have worn sandals. Perhaps I should have stayed at home. Perhaps I'm going insane. Whatever. I'll go to my office, check my computer for anything weird, return home with my tail between my legs. What else do I have to do? My scientific career is over, my good name is soon to be besmirched, and I'm at once too emotionally unavailable to be with the man I love and too in love with him to deal with my own choices. I can spare 20 minutes to sleuth before I go back to browsing the teen drama Hidden Code on Netflix and wishing vegan Chunky Monkey existed. My former office looks like it always does, homie, cluttered. No sign of Felicet. I sit at my desk, log in. Sure enough, if I navigate to the Twitter page, my password seems to be saved. My heart thuds. My stomach lurches. I look around, but the building is deserted. Okay, so someone could have conceivably accessed WWMD from this computer. And messaged the STC guy. Yikes. But who? Rocio? No. Not my little goth Levi. Nah. He was in bed with me every night in the past weeks, and most of the time we weren't even sleeping. Who else, then? And why would they contact STC posing as me? To make me look bad. But why? These kinds of machinations require a degree of committed hatred that someone like me could never inspire. I'm too boring. I drum my fingers, wondering if I'm a lunatic, when something else occurs to me. Something much, much bigger. If someone logged into my computer, they wouldn't just have access to my stupid social media, but to Blink's server, too. Holy shit. I navigate to the server repository. No way. I click on the folder where the documents pertaining to today's demonstration are. Impossible. I'm crazy. No one would. How the hell did Levi access the logs? God, I hate engineers. They always type so quickly. Was it here? Where the hell did he click? Ah, yes, I opened the log for the file used for Guy's brain stimulation. The one I finalized 3 days ago. The one that should be locked to anyone except for me. It was modified last night. At 1:24 a.m. By me. Except that last night I was tossing and turning in bed. Okay. So it was modified by someone on this computer. Who the fuck? Are you okay? I startle so hard, I yelp and throw my mouse across the room. It misses Guy by a few inches. Oh my god. I press my hand against my mouth. I'm sorry, you scared me, and I laugh into my palm, high on relief, low-key thankful I didn't shit my pants. It was touch and go for a second. I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to kill you for the second time in one day. He smiles, leaning against the doorframe. Third time's the charm. Oh, God. I press a hand against my forehead. My heart's calming down, and I remember the last time I saw Guy. He didn't look good. Because I gave him a seizure. How are you? He gestures at himself with a self-deprecating smile. Back to my hunky self. You don't look too good, though. I'm having an interesting day. Guy, I want to apologize for what happened today. I take full responsibility for. You shouldn't. I should. I lift my hand. I absolutely should. It looks like something weird is happening, I'll show you. But that doesn't matter. With your safety at stake, I should have been more careful. I take full responsibility, Anne. You shouldn't, he repeats, his tone a touch firmer. Something about it rubs me wrong. His eyes are usually a warm golden brown, but tonight there's an odd coldness about them. I realize that I have no idea why he's here. Well past 11. In my office. After a day spent at the hospital, shouldn't he be resting? I'm pretty sure he should be resting. Did you forget something? I stand to obstruct his view of my monitor, not quite knowing why. It's late. Yeah. He shrugs. I'm acutely conscious that he's blocking the only exit. I'm also acutely conscious that I'm a raving lunatic. This is Guy. My friend. Levi's friend. An astronaut. I just gave him a seizure, for fuck's sake. Of course he looks weird. Are you? I was heading home. I'm done with what I came for. Really? Yeah. Want to leave together? He doesn't move. You said there was something weird you wanted to show me. Why is he not smiling? No, I wipe my palm against the side of my thigh. It's gross, clammy. My grandmother's ring catches on the seam. I misspoke. I don't think you did. My heart skips several beats. Then it gallops, 20 times faster. It doesn't matter. I need my stupid voice to shake less. I gotta go. It's late, and I'm technically off blink. I shouldn't even be here, Boris will have me arrested. I lean back. Turn off my computer, keeping my eyes on Guy the entire time. Then I make my way to the door. Well, have a good night. Could you let me through? I can't quite. B. He doesn't move. His tone is slightly reproachful. You're making things complicated for me. I swallow. Audibly. Why? Because. Because what? Is it the seizure? I really didn't mean to. I think it would be hypocritical of me to get testy about that. He sighs, and I'm instantly aware of how much larger than me he is. He's nothing like Levi, but I'm as big as 5 bananas in a trench coat, which might be a problem. What's going on? I whisper. Guy? What have you told Levi? He asks, his expression a mix of calm and irritation. A parent cleaning up after a child spilled a glass of milk. Told Levi? About the security footage. Did you talk to him on the phone after you emailed him? I freeze. How do you know I emailed him? Answer me, please. How do you know? About my email. I retreat until the backs of my legs hit my desk. B. He rolls his eyes. I've been in and out of your email for a long time. Making sure Levi's messages couldn't reach you. Creating some miscommunications. You know, there's a reason websites tell you to use difficult passwords, Marie Mon Amour 123. It was you. I gasp, trying to step even farther away. There's nowhere to go. How did you get into my computer? I set it up. He gives me an incredulous look. You're not very good at technology, are you? I frown, pulled right out of shock and into furious outrage. Hey! I can code in 3 programming languages. Is one of them HTML? I flush. HTML is valid, you STEM lord. And I minored in computer science. And why the hell were you in my damn email? Because, B, you wouldn't just mind your damn business. He takes a step toward me, nostrils flaring. Did you know that the Sullivan prototype should have been called Kowalski-Sullivan? Of course, Peter had to get his head smashed. He stops, pausing for a moment. Okay, this came out wrong. I was sorry when it happened. But my work on Blink was erased. By virtue of dying, Peter got all the credit, and it would have been fine. But then Levi offered to lead Blink out of some misplaced guilt, and they chose him over me. I had no control over something I spent years working on. His voice rises. He comes closer and I flatten against the desk. And for so long I was sure Blink wouldn't get done, that it'd be delayed, that Levi would move on to other things. He wasn't even doing neuroimaging anymore. Did you know that? If it hadn't been for Peter, he'd still be at the Jet Propulsion Lab. But no. He had to poach my project. What did you do? I murmur. I did what I had to. This morning I took a few caffeine pills, just to be, excitable. And I fudged the protocols. But you put me in this situation. You and Levi. Because, B.O.B., he was obsessed with you. The second he nominated you, he had to make Blink happen. And I tried to do what I could, make you guys fight a little. Little delays. Missing files. For a while you seemed stuck, and I hoped time would run out and you'd go back to NH. His eyes are a little crazed. But you cracked it. And I had to do it. Today had to happen. They won't let Levi stay on the project. On Twitter. What did you do on Twitter? He runs a hand down his face. I wasn't going to involve you, believe it or not. But when I found out that you weren't really married, that Levi lied to me, I was very upset. It didn't take long to realize that. I cannot believe you're fucking him, B. Your Twitter was on your computer, and I'd been following your online identity, so I knew what to do. Oh my God. You were supposed to hate him. When NIH selected you, Levi told me you had issues in the past. And I thought, perfect. He sighs like he's deeply tired. And then you fell in love. Who does that? Are you crazy? I'm angry. Because it would have worked out great if you hadn't noticed the security footage. I guess I got a bit sloppy at editing myself out. Why were you looking at it, anyway? I shake my head. I'm not explaining Felicette to this asshole. You are crazy. Yeah. He closes his eyes. Maybe. I look around for, I'm not sure what. A siren? A baseball bat? One of those portable transporters from Star Trek? Let me go, I say. B. He opens his eyes. You don't need to be an evil mastermind to acknowledge that I cannot let you go. You sort of have to. You can't do anything to me. There are cameras. Whose footage we established I can doctor, thanks to your RA, by the way. I only got access to the surveillance circuit after catching her in flagranti. You still used your badge to come in. I didn't, actually. Pretty easy to clone an anonymous badge. My fingers shake when I grip my desk. What's your plan, then? He takes something out of his pocket. No. No. No, no, no. Is that a gun? I gasp out. Yeah. He sounds almost apologetic. My entire world stops. I'm used to being scared. I live my life in fear, fear of being abandoned, fear of failing, fear of losing everything. But this is different. Is it terror? Real, hindbrain terror? Is this how the lady feels in Scream and Scream 2, 3, and 4, when she realizes that the caller is in the house? Did they ever make 5? God, will I die before Scream 5 hits theaters? Where did you even, is that real? Yeah. Really easy to get one. He holds the gun like he hates it almost as much as I do. NR is crazy here. I guess I'm having the full Texas experience, I mumble, numb. This cannot be happening. I'm well acquainted with STEM-Lord's disregard for women, but one wanting to kill me. A step too fucking far. Do you even know how to use that? They teach you. During astronaut training. Insert Space Force joke. He laughs once, humorlessly. But I won't need to use it. Because we're going up to the roof. Poor little bee. In a few short days she lost everything. Couldn't handle the stress. Decided to jump. I will do no such. Guy points the gun at me. Oh, shit. I'm going to die. In my stupid office. Killed by a STEM-Lord. I'm going to die without having had a cat. I'm going to die without having admitted to Levi that I love him more than I thought possible. Without a chance to show myself, that I can be brave. At least Marie had Pierre for a while. At least she took a chance. At least she tried not to act like the stupid coward I've been, and oh God, maybe if I beg Guy he'll let me text Levi and I'll be able to tell him. I just want to tell him. It seems such a waste not to have told him. A meowing sound. We both turn. Felicette is on the filing cabinet near the door, growling at Guy. He gives her a confused look. What the hell is? Felicette pounces on him with a shriek, clutching his head and clawing at him. Guy thrashes around, leaving the door empty. I sprint out of the room, running as fast as I can, not nearly fast enough. I can hear steps right behind me. Stop! B, stop, or I'm fucking going to. I'm at the end of the hallway. My legs are giving out, my lungs on fire. He's going to kill me. Oh my God, he's going to kill me. I turn the corner and dart to the landing. Guy yells something I cannot make out. I take my phone out to call 911, but there is a string of loud noises behind me. Shit, has he shot me? No, not a gunshot. I turn around, expecting to see him come at me, but... Levi. Levi? Levi. He and Guy are tussling on the floor, grunting and struggling and rolling around in a vicious, violent embrace. I stare at them for several seconds, open-mouthed, paralyzed. Levi's bigger, but Guy has a fucking gun, and when he adjusts his grip to aim at Levi, Levi! I don't even think about it. I run back to where the fight is happening and kick Guy in the ribs so forcefully, I feel a zing of pain travel from my toes up my spinal cord. I blink, and by the time my eyes are open again, Levi's pinning Guy to the floor, holding his arms behind his back. The gun has skittered several feet away. It is, in fact, very close to me. I look at it. Consider picking it up. Decide not to. Levi. You okay, B? He sounds winded. I nod. He. Guy is struggling. Demanding to be let go. Swearing. Insulting Levi, me, the world. My legs feel like Jell-O, the off-brand one, which doesn't bounce very well. I could use a puke bucket. B? Levi says. Yeah? Can you do something for me, sweetheart? Unlikely. Yeah? I want you to take a step to your right. Another. My knee hits the edge of one of the lobby couches. Levi smiles, like he's incredibly proud of me. Perfect. Now sit down. I do it, confused. There's something wet on my hand. I look down. Felicette is licking my fingers. Why? Because I'll need to restrain Guy until security gets here. And I won't be able to catch you when you pass out. But my eyelids flutter closed, and... well... you know the drill by now. 25. Oriens lacunas and molecular interneurons, courage. Not to be whiny, I tell the nurse with a desperate yet grateful yet really desperate smile. I appreciate everything you're doing, but NI has notoriously crappy health insurance, and if I told you what a recent PhD makes a year, you'd discharge me immediately. And give me $10 for the cab home. NASA will cover this, Kaylee says. She's on the bed next to me, leaning against my pillow as she shows me the wonders of TikTok. I'm clearly going to have to download this time-sinking black hole of an app. Or you'll sue them, Rocio adds from the guest chair. She's sprawled comfortably, a GRE prep manual on her lap and her booted feet on top of the covers. The things I let her do, just because she is, as Kaylee would put it, my fave. I'm not going to sue NASA. What if they decide to call their next Mars rover the Marie Curie but they end up misspelling it the Mariah Carey? I mull it over. I might sue in that case. Rocio gives me a pleased I know you smile. My phone buzzes. Riker, OMG you're on the news. Riker, here in Norway, Indiana, this pub I'm at. Riker, is this what stardom feels like? I close my eyes, which proves to be a mistake. The image of Riker climbing over the counter of a Bergen dive bar and pointing at the TV is disturbingly vivid. You don't even speak Norwegian. Riker, no, but the news lady said NASA and Houston, and they put the mugshot of the guy on the screen. Riker, LOL the guy I'm hilarious. Are you drunk? Riker, listen, my favorite sister almost got killed last night. I'm allowed to drown my trauma in some Norwegian liquor that I cannot pronounce. I'm your only sister. Riker. I lock my phone and slide it under the pillow. I don't even know why I'm in a hospital. The doctors said that me passing out was concerning, and I almost laughed in their faces. I just want to go home. Stare out of the window. Think wistfully about the ephemeral nature of human existence. Watch cat videos. Here it says that a breast means up to date and has nothing whatsoever to do with boobs. Rocio stares at the vocab section of her manual. Sounds fake. Kaylee and I exchange a worried look. And bombastic is a real word. This can't be right. Babe, I'll start tutoring you again as soon as NASA's not being sabotaged anymore. I give Kaylee a grateful smile. She and Rocio were in the hospital room this morning when I woke up, and they've stuck around since then like the amazing human beings they are. I now know more about body decomposition and makeup palettes than I thought I ever would, but I regret nothing. This is almost nice. Then Boris enters the room with a bleak expression, closely followed by Levi. My heart flutters. When I asked about him this morning, the girls told me he was with law enforcement in the Discovery Building. He meets my eyes, gives me a small smile, and sets a bag and a box of my favorite brand of vegan brownies on my bedside table. Boris stands beside the bed, rubbing his forehead, looking tired, aggravated, at the end of his rope. I wonder if he slept at all. Poor man. I'm at an impasse, B. He sighs. NASA firmly instructed me not to apologize to you because it would be admissible evidence if you decided to sue, but... He shrugs. I am sorry, Anne. Don't. I smile. Don't piss off your lawyers over this. I was right there with you, thinking that it was my error. I didn't know Guy was batshit crazy, and I worked with him every day. How could you? Guy will. He is fired, of course. And there will be legal repercussions. We'll resume Blink the second the Discovery Building is not caked in yellow tape, with another demonstration. I explained everything to Ni and my superiors, and of course I am begging you on my knees to return. You're standing, Rocio points out, unimpressed. Levi looks away, biting back a smile. Rocio, I scold her gently. What? Make him grovel harder. I give her a fond look. None of this was his fault. Plus, think how good your PhD applications will look when they come with a recommendation letter from the Director of Research at the Johnson Space Center. I hold Boris's gaze. After a moment he nods, defeated. He needs a nap. Or 9 coffees. I'd be happy to, Ms. Cortorial. You deserve it. Will you mention that I had sex at work with the most beautiful woman in the world? She glances at Kaylee, who blushes prettily. He rubs his temple. I actually forgot about that. Is that a firm no? Because it's one of my proudest accomplishments. Boris leaves a few minutes later. Levi pulls up a chair and sits next to me to catch us up. I'm not sure what the charges are, but Guy was so high up, had access to so much information. We'll have to double-check every single chunk of code we ever wrote, every piece of hardware. It's a setback, a big one. But Blink will be fine, ultimately. He doesn't seem too concerned. He has a kid, doesn't he? Kaylee asks. Yeah. He had a nasty divorce last year, which I don't think helped with whatever happened. I was with him a lot, but I didn't see it. I really didn't. Obviously, Rocio mutters. Levi and I share an amused look, and it sticks, a little bit. It's hard for me to let go of his eyes, and for him to let go of mine. I suspect it's because the last time I saw him was such a mess, and the time before an even messier mess. And now we're here, in front of this messy mess, and it's difficult to breathe. Well, Kaylee says, jumping up, Rocio and I gotta go. Rocio frowns. Where? To bed. But it's 3 in the afternoon. Kaylee drags her up by the wrist, but when they're at the door Rocio frees herself and comes to stand in front of Levi. I must thank you for saving Bee's life, she says solemnly. To me, she is like a mother. The mother I never had. You have an amazing mother back in Baltimore, I point out, and I'm only 5 years older than you. I am ignored. I want to give you a token. To acknowledge your contributions. There's no need, Levi says, just as solemnly. Rocio rummages in her jeans pocket and offers him an unwrapped, slightly squished red gumball. Thank you. This is. He looks at the gum. A thing that I now have. Rocio nods somberly, and then Levi and I are alone. Well. With the gumball. Did you want it? He asks me. I could never. It's your reward for saving my life. Pretty sure you saved your own life. It was a team effort. There is a small lull, a not exactly unpleasant silence. I find that I can't quite meet Levi's gaze, so I glance around. Are the brownies for me? I wasn't sure what the food options were. He wets his lips. The bag's for you, too. Oh. I peek. Inside there's something wrapped in newspaper. I put it in my lap and start unrolling it. It's not Guy's heart that you cut out of his chest, is it? He shakes his head. I already fed that to Schrödinger. I pause mid-action. I'm so sorry. I cannot imagine how hard it must be. He's one of your closest friends, and the fact that he was so jealous of you and Peter is. Yeah, I'll go talk to him. When it's been a while and I want to punch him less. But for now. He shrugs. You should open that. I resume. It's about 5 layers before I can make out what it is. A mug? I turn it around and break into a grin. Oh my God, Yoda, best neuroscientist. You had it made. Look inside, too. I do. A bobblehead. Is this Marie Curie? I lift it up, grinning. She's standing in front of her lab bench. And she's wearing, this was her wedding gown, did you know that? I didn't. He hesitates before adding, I won this in middle school. Second place at the science fair. The beakers she's holding glow in the dark. My smile vanishes slowly. I'm too busy staring at Marie's pretty face to realize that I've heard that science fair story once before. No. No, I didn't hear it. I read it. On my arms fall into my lap. You know. You know about. He nods. I reviewed the security footage. I didn't notice at first, but after you wrote that text I was jogging, by the way, so maybe next time give me 15 minutes or so before jumping headfirst into danger alone. After your text I looked at the footage more closely. And saw your computer. I stare at him. I'm wholly unprepared for this conversation. Did you know all along? No. I shake my hand vehemently. No, the picture. Schrödinger, was you tweeted it. And then I had no idea. Before yesterday. Levi just leans forward, elbows on his knees, and looks at me patiently. Me neither. He smiles wryly. Or I wouldn't have talked about you with you so much. Oh. I flush as vermilion as a cardinal male at the peak of mating season. My heart thrashes in my chest also like a cardinal male at the peak of mating season. Right. The things he said. I want to push her against a wall, and I want her to push back. The things he said. Are you okay? He asks, concerned. It's warranted, I might be in the midst of a cardiac event. I'm fine. Have you ever seen You've Got Mail? Nope. He gives me a hesitant look. Maybe we could watch it together. Yes, I want to say. I even open my mouth, but no sound comes out of my stupid, stubborn, petrified vocal box. I try again, nothing. Still nothing. My fingers clench the sheets, and I study the amused, knowing expression in his eyes. Like he fully understands what's going on inside me. Did you know that she used to be a governess? Marie Curie. I nod, slightly taken aback. She had an agreement with her sister. Marie worked as a governess and helped her sister pay for med school. Then, once her sister had a job, they flipped. So you know about Kazimierz Zurawski? I tilt my head. The mathematician. He eventually became one, a good one, too. But initially he was just one of the sons of the family Marie worked for. He and Marie were the same age, both exceptionally nerdy. You know the type. He flashes a smile, which fades almost immediately. They fell in love, but he was rich, she wasn't, and back then things weren't as simple as wanting to marry someone. His parents separated them, I murmur. They were heartbroken. Maybe it was destiny. If she'd stayed in Poland, she wouldn't have met Pierre. The two of them were very happy by all accounts. The idea of radioactivity was hers, but Pierre helped her out. Kazimierz was a mathematician, he might not have been as involved in her research. Levi shrugs. It's all a bunch of what ifs. I nod. But he never really got over Marie. Zurawski, I mean. He married a pianist, had children, named one Maria, which is amusing, studied in Germany, became a professor at Warsaw Polytechnic, worked on geometry, I believe. He lived a full life. And yet, as an old man, he could be found sitting in front of Marie Curie's statue in Warsaw. Staring for hours. Thinking about who knows what. A bunch of what ifs, maybe. The green of Levi's eyes is so bright I can't look away. Maybe about whatever little personality quirk of Marie made him fall for her a handful of decades before. Do you think? My cheeks are wet. I don't bother wiping them. Do you think she used to cook terrible stir-fries? I can see that. He bites the inside of his cheek. Maybe she also insisted on feeding a murder of imaginary cats. I'll have you know that Felicette saved my life. I saw that. It was very impressive. Carts roll in the hallway outside. A door closes, and another opens. Someone laughs. Levi? Yes. Do you think they? Marie, and Pierre, and the mathematician, and everyone else, do you think they ever wish they'd just never met? Never been in love? He nods, as though he's considered the matter before. I really don't know, B. But I do know that I never have. Not once. The hallway is suddenly silent. An odd musical chaos pounds sweetly inside my head. A precipice, this one. A deep, dangerous ocean to leap into. Maybe it's a bad idea. Maybe I should be scared. Maybe I will regret this. Maybe. Maybe this feels like home. Levi? He looks at me, calm. Hopeful. So patient, my love. Levi, The door opens with a sudden noise. How are you feeling today, B? My doctor steps in with a nurse in tow. Levi's eyes linger on me for one more second. Or 5. But then he stands. I was just about to head out. I watch his small smile as he waves goodbye. I watch the way his hair curls on his nape as he steps out. I watch the door close behind him, and when the doctor starts asking me questions about my useless parasympathetic nervous system, it's all I can do not to glare at her. 2 days. 2 days, I'm in the damn hospital. Then the doctor discharges me with a squinty, distrustful, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with you. Rocio picks me up with our rental. In ancient Egypt, female corpses were kept at home until they decomposed to avoid necrophilia at the embalmers. Did you know that? Now I do, and is just as squinty and distrustful when I ask her to drop me off at the Discovery Building and to please leave the car in the parking lot. There's no police tape inside. In fact, I meet several non-blink engineers in the hallways. I smile politely, shrug off their curious, intrigued looks, and head for my office. There's a "Do Not Enter" sign on the wall. I ignore it. I walk out 6 hours later, not quite gracefully. I'm carrying a large box and I can't see my feet, so I trip a lot. Who am I kidding? I always trip a lot. In the car, I tinker with my phone, searching for a good song, and find none I care to listen to. It's dark already, past sundown. For some unfathomable reason, the silent lights of the Houston skyline make me think of Paris at the turn of the 20th century. The Belle Epoque, they called it. While Dr. Curie holed up in her shed/lab, Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec chugged absinthe at the Moulin Rouge. Edgar Degas creeped on ballet dancers and bathing ladies. Marcel Proust bent over his desk, writing books I'll never get around to reading. Auguste Rodin sculpted thinking men and grew impressive beards. The Lumiere brothers laid the foundation for masterpieces such as Citizen Kane, The Empire Strikes Back, the American Pie franchise. I wonder if Marie ever went out at night. Every once in a while. I wonder if Pierre ever pried a beaker full of uranium ore out of her hand and dragged her to Montmartre for a walk or a show. I wonder if they had fun, in the few years they had together. Yes. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they had a blast. And I'm sure, like I've never been sure before, that she never regretted anything. That she treasured every second. The solar lights are on in Levi's yard, just bright enough for me to see the hummingbird mint, purple and yellow and red. I smile and lift the large, light box from the passenger seat, stopping to coo at it. I know about the spare key hidden under a pot of rosemary, but I ring the doorbell anyway. While I wait, I try to spy into the air holes I carved on the top. Can't see much. B. I look up. Breathless. Not scared. I'm not scared anymore. Hi. Hi. He's so handsome. Stupidly, unjustly handsome. I want to look at his stupidly, unjustly handsome face for as long as I possibly can. Could be a minute. Hopefully, it'll be 70 years. Are you okay? I take a deep breath. Scrodinger's here, too, staring up quizzically at me and my cargo. Hi. Are you? Levi reaches for me. Abruptly stops himself. Hey. I was wondering. I lift up the box. Hold it out to him. Clear my throat. I was wondering, do you think poor Scrodinger would hate us if we adopted another cat? Levi blinks at me, confused. What do you? Inside the box, Felicette explodes in a long, plaintive meow. Her pink nose peeks out from one of the air holes, her paw from another. I let out a wet, bubbly, happy laugh. Turns out I'm crying again. Through the tears, I see understanding on Levi's face. Then pure, overwhelming, knee-shaking joy in his eyes. But it's only a moment. By the time he reaches over to take the box from my hands, he is grounded. Solid. Profoundly, quietly happy. I think, he says slowly, carefully, his voice a little thick, that we won't know until we try. Epilogue. Here's my favorite piece of trivia in the whole world. Dr. Marie Sklodowska-Curie and Dr. B. Königswasser Ward showed up to their wedding ceremonies wearing their lab gowns. Well, clothes. Gowns aren't really a thing anymore. Unless you're walking the red carpet at the Met Gala or, well, getting married, I guess. Which I was. But I was wearing a Target dress, yup, the Target dress, which I sometimes wear at work. And I work in a NASA lab, which technically makes it lab clothes. I guess I'm a pragmatic gal, too. Levi and I aren't going to have a ceremony until this summer. July 26th, to be precise. I'd explain why I picked that date, but it might shift your opinion of me from quirky Marie Curie fangirl to dangerously obsessive stalker, so, yeah. I'll let you Google it, if you must. Anyway, even though we're married, only a handful of people know. Riker, for instance, should I hyphenate my name, too? Maike Königswasser Ward. Nice ring to it, huh? Penny and Lily, our impromptu witnesses. Scrodinger and Felicette, of course, but they didn't care too much when we told them. They just blinked sleepily at us and went back to napping on top of each other, stirring only when a dollop of celebratory whipped cream appeared. Ungrateful creatures. I love them. It's a bit odd, the way our elopement came about. I noticed Levi's frustration when, around the 9th time he proposed, I told him that I did want to marry him, but I was traumatized by the last-minute split of my previous engagement, and by the thousands of dollars wasted in security deposits. But the solution to this mess appeared to me in a dream. That's a lie, I was plucking my eyebrows. I secretly applied for a marriage license. Then, on a random Thursday morning, I told him I wanted to drive the truck. He was not a fan, but hid it well. He thought we were heading to work, hence the Target dress, but instead I sneakily navigated us to the courthouse. In the already crowded early morning parking lot, while he looked around to figure out where the hell we were, I told him I'd marry him that very day. That I couldn't be afraid of him leaving me at the altar if we'd already tied the knot. That I wouldn't even make him sign a prenup to prevent him from claiming rights to my limited edition Empire Strikes Back DVD, because I wasn't planning on divorcing him. Ever. I guess I should properly ask, I said after methodically explaining my reasoning, will you marry me, Levi? To which he said, yeah. Hoarse. Tongue-tied. Breathless. Handsome, so handsome that I had to kiss him, a little tearfully. And by a little I mean a lot. And by tearfully I mean that snot was involved. It was ugly, kids. And it was beautiful. After a 94-second ceremony we drove to the Space Center, made up an excuse for being late, and I had lean cuisine at my desk while frowning at the terrible signal dropout in the astronauts' MRI scans. I only saw Levi once, in public, and the one interaction we were able to sneak was his hand briefly brushing my lower back. Yikes, right? It was the best day of my life. Unlike today. Today's going to be the worst day of my life. It's 8:43 a.m., and I already know it. Are you actually going to do this? Riker asks, staring at the #Vergraduatedmissions race start line banner above our heads. My heart says no. And your body? My body also says no. But louder. She nods, unsurprised. You can probably do it. The 5K, I mean. For the love of the goddess, do not attempt the half marathon. That's a lot of trust from someone who has my same wimpy constitution and should know better. It has nothing to do with constitution and everything to do with Levi training you for. It's been what, 8 months? 8 months too long. We exchange a glance, laughing at each other. I love having Riker here. I love that she and Levi arranged her visit behind my back and surprised me with it. I love her nagging us because we have only vegan food in the house and she's sick of competing with the cats for a meager slice of chicken breast. I love that she's hooking up with nose-ton dude while she's here. I love her. I love all of this. Are you going to do the race? I ask. Yeah. It's for a good cause. Not that I fully understand what a PhD is, what graduate admissions are, or even why someone would voluntarily go to school, but if you say you're helping traditionally underrepresented groups, I'm on board. Rocio and I will walk and chat. She's planning to talk to me about yet uncaught serial killers. Lovely. Isn't she? I cannot believe you let her move back to Baltimore. I know, but she got into her dream school, has an apartment with her dream girlfriend, and I'm pretty sure she's a leader in the local Wiccan community. I'm just glad she and Kaylee managed to be here for the 5K after putting so much effort into organizing it. A young woman walks up to Riker with a smile. Excuse me, Dr. Königswasser. Oh, she points at me with her thumb, not quite the Königswasser you're looking for. Yep, this is actually my evil twin. I'm B. Kate. I'm a psychology grad at UMN. She shakes my hand enthusiastically. I've been following at What Would Marie Do for years, and I just wanted to say how cool this is. She gestures around herself. 3,000 people signed up for the 5K, but it feels like 3 million showed up, perhaps because it turned into a grad school fair of sorts. The organizing committee decided to allow universities that pledged to guarantee a fair, holistic admission process the opportunity to set up stands to recruit at the finishing lines. I glance at the crowd, spotting Annie and waving at her. We went out for dinner last night, since she flew in for the race a day early. It's not strange, having a meal with your former best friend who once broke your heart, but we're slowly mending things. Plus, she helped out a lot with the logistics of the 5K. I always thought that revealing my identity would ruin the fun of running WWMD for me, and I was frustrated when Guy's actions made it impossible for me to do otherwise. Remember when I said that I was scared of being doxxed by creeps who look back wistfully to Gamergate? Well, that happened. A little bit. There was some unpleasantness as the news spread and I went public, some awkwardness, a period of adjustment. But one day Rocio called and said, I always suspected that deep down you were cool, but I figured it was just wishful thinking. Instead, look at you. That's when I knew everything would be all right. And with time, it was. Being old news is such a relief. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Minnesota, Kate. You flew in, too, right? From Maryland. I actually live here now. In Houston. Left NIH for NASA last year. Blink's demonstration was a resounding success. Well, the first was a resounding disaster. But the second one went so well, got so much positive attention, likely because of the botched first attempt and the publicity it generated, that Levi and I ended up having our pick of jobs. You know how I thought I'd end up living in an underpass with a pile of angry spiders? A month later I was offered Trevor's job. And when I declined, Trevor's boss's position. That's life in academia, I guess, the agony and the ecstasy. Ebbs and flows. Did I fantasize about taking the job and forcing Trevor to write me a report on how men are stupider because their brains have lower neural densities? Often. And with almost sexual pleasure. In the end, Levi and I considered NIH. We considered NASA. We considered quitting, building a lab in a retrofitted shed, Cura style, and going rogue. We considered faculty positions. We considered Europe. We considered industry. We considered so much, we were doing nothing but considering for a while. And having sex. And rewatching The Empire Strikes Back, about once a week. In the end, we always came back to NASA. Maybe just because we have good memories here. Because deep down, we like the weather. Because we truly enjoy annoying Boris. Because the hummingbirds rely on us for their mint. Or because, as Levi said one night on the porch, my head in his lap as we looked at the stars, this house is in a really good school district. He only briefly met my eyes, and I'm 74% sure he was blushing, but we formally accepted NASA's offers the following day. Which means that now I have my permanent lab, right next to his. A year ago, it would have been a nightmare. Funny how these things go, huh? The 2-minute warning whistles, and people start trickling to the start line. A large hand wraps around mine and pulls me toward the crowd. Did you come get her because you know that otherwise she'll run away? Riker asks. Levi smiles. Oh, she wouldn't run. More like a brisk walk. I sigh. I thought I'd successfully left you behind. The pink hair gave you away. I don't think I can do this. I'm fully aware. The longest I've run so far is less than 5K. You can start walking anytime. His hand pushes against my lower back, where my newest tattoo resides. Just the outline of Levi's house, with 2 little kitties inside. Give it a try. You're not going to slow down your pace to match mine, are you? Of course I am. I roll my eyes. I always knew you hated me. I grin up at him. When he smiles back, my heart picks up. I love you, I think. And you are my home. Someone blows one long whistle. I look ahead, take a deep breath, and start running. Author's note. This book is my hate letter to standardized testing. It's also my love letter to neuroscience, Star Wars, women in STEM, friendships that hit rough patches but then try their best to bounce back, research assistants, interdisciplinary scientific collaborations, L-words, shit academics say, mermaids, hummingbird feeders, people who struggle with working out, and cats. But let's focus on the hate part. I remember studying for the GRE about 10 years ago, when I was applying for PhD programs, and constantly feeling like I was a total idiot, which I probably am, but for other reasons. I also remember being really angry and really frustrated at the amount of money, time, and energy I had to pour into learning how to calculate when exactly 2 trains leaving from different stations will meet, especially when I could have used that time to read up on something that was actually relevant to my field. Or to sleep. Let's be real, I would have probably just taken a nap. This book is, of course, fictional, but everything Kaylee says about the GRE is true, and tests like the GRE and the SATs are not only very sketchy when it comes to predicting future academic performance, but they traditionally favor people who come from economically advantaged backgrounds. Access to higher education is, as a rule, scarcer for those who aren't traditionally privileged, and standardized testing only contributes to the problem. But in the last few years there has been a shift, with more and more institutions and graduate programs not requiring these tests for admission, and that's a fantastic step in the right direction. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, and remember, if academia ever makes you feel like you're not good or smart enough, it's not you, it's academia. Love. Ali. The end.